The Beginning by Henry Hasse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. The Beginning by Henry Hasse. In the purely cerebral sense, there was no particular point of sequence at which Gral could have been said to know. The very causality of his existence was a succession of brute obedience to brute awareness, for it was only thus that one survived. There was the danger sense, on those days when the great-toothed cats roamed the valley, and the males who will bring remained huddled and sullen in the caves above the great ledge. There was the hunger sense when provender was low, and Gorwar drove them out with grunts and jibes to hunt the wild dogs and lizards and lesser beasts. And not infrequently there was the other sense, the not hunger, when the bring had been exceptional and there was somnolence after the gorging. Gral could not remember when he had experienced the latter, for it was the dictate of Gorwar, the Old One, that who did not bring did not eat, not until the others had gorged. Gral was small and weakest of all the males. Not often did he bring. Once, on a spurious moment, he had scaled the valley rim, and came out upon the huge plain where it was rumoured the little three-toed horses roamed. And he had seen them! He had seen them! He pursued, armed only with blunt shaft and a few of the throw stones such as Ottar used, but he was less swift than the tiny horses, and his throw stones fell wide, and it was rumoured that here roamed the long-tusked shaggy ones that were larger than the very caves. Trembling, Gral had retraced his way, to arrive at the ledge and meekly await Gorwar's word that he could partake of the sinews that night. Point of sequence. Causality in action. An atom is dissected, a belly rumbles in hunger, a star blooms into brief nova, a bird wheels in futile escape, an ice flow impacts, an equation is expressed in awesome mushrooming shape. These are multitudinous, apocalyptic. They are timeless and equal. These are things whereby suns wheel or blossom or die, a tribe vanishes, a civilization climbs, or a world decays, or an earlier sun, hot and soft-stroking against leaves, or a Pleistocene man, smallest of all the males, whose supine acceptance had devolved into laziness. Gral would not have called it laziness. His crude synapses could not have contained the thought, much less given it relevance. Even later, as Gral the Bringer, his only point of relevance was to the place where the great thing happened. The place was a small rocky cleft above the river, not easily accessible. Gral found it one day because he dearly loved to climb, though all to be found here were the lizards, stringy and without substance. But this day he found more. It was warmth. A warmth immeasurably more satisfying than the caves above the ledge. Here for perhaps an hour the late sun stroked directly in, soft and containing, setting the narrow walls aglow with bright brushed patterns. To Gral it was an hour apart. He gathered leaves and placed them here, and here he paused in the lateness of each day, though his bring was frugal and his belly would rumble that night. But to that he was accustomed, and this was pleasurable. It was the time of the thaw. Gral huddled in his place and welcomed the stroking warmth. He was weary, his forage had been fruitless, his throwstones wasted. Would he never master them as Ottar and the others? He had confronted a wild dog and pinned it snarling against the rock. He had employed his shaft and got it fairly into flesh, only to have the beast slip off the smooth point and escape. Smooth points, they were useless. Briefly his mind groped with that, but could not sustain it. So Gral burrowed into the leaves, his anger diminished as he watched with drowsy delight the sun patterns stroking, and his eyes must have closed, half closed. It was no snarl that brought him back, it was a tread, soft shod and cautious, very close. The snarl came an instant later, deep-throated, with anger and meaning. Another had found this place, this warmth, these leaves that were fine for burrowing. Gral came erect and stared into the visage of Obi the Great Bear. Just 6 feet away he saw the great head that swayed with deceptive gentleness, the amber eyes burning, the twinned mountainous muscle of shoulders. And in that quick moment Gral saw something else. Obi stood directly astride the pointed shaft which Gral had left too far distant. Gral did not breathe, he did not move. Only his hand crept slowly, but already he knew his throw-stones were gone. Once more Obi snarled, and Gral saw those great shoulder muscles slide. His hand encountered the wall, groped desperately, then his fingers found something, a stick, a root, some gnarled thing that protruded. In one rearing flow of motion, Obi launched out in a mighty reach. Gral caught part of that sweeping blow, stunned. He managed to gain footing, and now both his hands were on the protruding object. He wrenched and the thing came free, seeming strange and heavy in his hands. Obi was upon him again, the great paws ready to crush. Pure terror sent Gral stumbling back, but it was a different instinct that brought his arms once up and then down in a great arc. Once only. He felt a wondrous impact that jarred him to the shoulders, and then it was a miracle. Obi was no longer upon him. Obi lay half sprawled, roaring with rage, and from Obi's massive head came the crimson life stuff. Gral did not question. Avoiding the destructive paws, he leapt in and away, and then in, all the while employing the thing in his hand until Obi's life stuff had run its course in crimson ruin. Acceptance came slowly, as Gral sagged in weariness against the wall. He could not believe this thing. Timorously he approached the great carcass and prodded with his foot. Then he accepted. Now things were happening inside him, a great turmoil, a throbbing within his chest. Gral straightened. He brought his arms quickly up and around, and the thing that slew felt wondrous in the arc. Even better than the throw-stones. It was like, he struggled for the meaning, like an extension of oneself. One threw the stone, and yet retained it. But alas, it was not a stone at all, Gral discovered. He placed the gnarled thing in sunlight, and crouched to survey it. This thing that slew was but a length of rotting root, frozen at the end with clay and encrusted ice, and already the ice was shattered. The sun did the rest. As Gral watched in despair, soon there was only soft melting mud and a gnarled stick that would never slay again. For a long time Gral crouched there, trying to understand. Dimly he perceived, but his mind would not reach. He scowled angrily, and flung the useless stick away. There was a thing inside him he did not like, a strange new thing that gnawed and nagged and brought anger again. It was anger at being robbed of a priceless thing, but the gnawing went deeper. Wearily he rose. He began his trek back to the great ledge, to make announcement that his bring this day would be Obi. Otah came, and Locke, and one other, and together they brought Obi back. No one made remark on the slaying, it was enough that Obi was here, and when Gral came forward at the gorging to take the bringer's share, he merely took and retired, disdaining the great show of prowess and exaggeration which the others used to demonstrate their kill. But he saw that Gorwa, the Old One, was pleased. Even Otah, the thrower of stones, looked at him with envy. It was not often they had Obi the Great Bear. Only twice before had it happened, and both times it was Otah who bought. Gral gorged voluptuously that night. This too was new to his experience, and this he liked. But newer still was the thing he did not like, the thing that continued to gnaw and nag and would not let him sleep. And next morning, with the valley still grey and murky before the dawn, and damp with bitter cold, Gral was gone in advance of the others. He clambered down to the river, and there he pursued his way, far along towards the place where it widened into shallows. No thought of bringing today. Instead he searched. He searched the rocky shallows as the sun came shafting, and he was still searching later as it climbed high. He found the place at last, where the stones were plentiful and of proper size. There he paused. The thing was still angry and prodding within him. Gral could not have known that this thing that prodded was not anger but a churning impatience, a burning nameless need, that he was in very truth a prototype, the first in the realm of pure research. But he applied it, knowing remotely what he must do. It was long, it was irksome, he ached all through with the effort, but still he persisted, until at last from all stones in the shallows he had gathered a dozen that pleased him. These he seized eagerly, he spread them out, he examined, he grunted and grimaced and paused in perplexity. It was difficult to choose when each might do, but he chose, weighing each in his hand before discarding, until finally one remained. He grunted his pleasure, knowing purpose now. The vines! Again he selected carefully. Tight, said the thing that prodded. It must be tight, or you will have only a throwstone. And so began the long task of arranging stone to shaft, as he brought the vine round and round again. It was crude, his fingers were clumsy and unaccustomed. The vine tangled and tore, and there was no way of fastening. But with each failure he found new ways, until at last it was done. It was done, a thing of extended strength and weight, at once so wondrous that Gral could only place it before him and stare. He felt a pulsing at his throat, his thoughts went leaping. Obe the Great Bear, now he would bring Obe many times, even Ottar the Thrower of Stones would be in awe. Gral lifted the thing of his creation, and just a little way distant his glance caught the bole of a tree. Now this will be Obe the Great Bear. Then Gral leapt forward, arm outflung in the arc he remembered. Truly and without effort the weight went to the mark. It made impact that jarred him from arm to shoulder, but this he did not mind, because his weapon's edge brought a great gaping wound to the weathered bole. The first sound of isolate words across a wire, the initial shock of mushroom shape above an atoll, the fierce clutch of a weighted shaft newly fashioned. Man stands always, for a moment, in awe of what man has wrought. For a moment only, and so Gral stood stark in his moment of awe, truly frightened as he visioned what such a blow might have done to Obe. But Gral was truly man, truly prototype. For the time of one deep breath he felt it, then awe and fright were gone as he exulted. Once more he brought the shaft up in a smooth swing and down in the arc. Alas for Gral, alas for research, alas for all the effort and application and the prodding thing within. It was Gral's destiny yet to know that a mere day's effort was only the beginning. For his second mighty swing did not reach the bole bark, it reached nothing but air. He felt a sudden lightness as the stone fled from shaft, and he was left holding a stick trailing vines at the end. Undaunted he tried again, and again it happened. The stone went plummeting. A third time he tried, and a fourth. He chose the more pliant vines and strove to make them stay, sought a new way to fasten. The stone would not stay. Gral mourned, and from the mourning came anger, and then a bitterness that rose to blind him. For the rest of that day he tried. He could not have counted the times. A factor was missing, dimly he knew that. The sun was dull red along the valley when he desisted. His hands were raw and bleeding, and seeing that, a sound rose in his throat like grating gravel. Grimly he buried his stone there beneath the bole, and made his way back to the great ledge. His share of Obe would last yet a day or two. The thought of food was only fleeting, because the anger was still inside him, larger now, demanding now, That thing that prodded. Obi was gone at last, both Gral's share and all the rest. 3 days were gone, and Gral did not try to bring again. But each day he went from the ledge in advance of the others. He went in hunger he did not heed, to the place of the buried stone. On the 3rd day he thought that Ottar followed, keeping discreetly behind him, but he could not be sure. This was not Ottar's usual direction. And later, on the far shore across the shallows, he saw one of Kuro's tribe from Far End. It was not often that Kuro's people foraged this far, and Gral could not say how long the man must have stood there, bold and brazen. When next he looked up, the fellow was gone. Ordinarily he would have reported this to Gorwar, but the incident was soon forgotten. He continued doggedly with shaft and stone. It was something wild and febrile that drove him now, and he could not have wondered at his own incredible quixotism. He was 1,000,000 years removed from all that. But inevitably his synapses took hold, the neuronic links grooved, and to Gral one thought emerged: the vines would never do. And so he came to know where the missing factor lay. He knew it dully, and was helpless. More than helpless, he was hungry. It came with a great gnawing need. On the 5th day it was Ottar who noticed, and more out of contempt than pity tossed him the remnants of a wild dog he had bought. The portion was little more than stripped bones and sinew, but Gral accepted without question, crawled to his place on the ledge, and partly assuaged his hunger. The ways of discovery are most wondrous, yet who will dare to say they take precedence over the wondrous ways of the stomach? And the ways are ironic. Is it not conceivable that the two should align in devious fruition? For Gral found answer, not in his groping hands, but tangled around his clumsy feet. The sun came high and hot. Gral emerged from his sleep place on the ledge, faint and hungry, but knowing he must try yet again. He took a step, his feet tangled, and growling deep he reached down and tore at a tough twining substance. Sinews. Sinews stripped bare by his own hunger, all that Ottar and others had tossed him these past days. They were taut and clinging now, unresilient, like the vines of the young trees, and yet strangely unlike. Unlike? Gral stared as his throat went pulsing. He reached out and touched. One had twined around a rock, was now so fast that his fingers could not cause it to move. For a long time he crouched, perplexed, growling deep as his fingers explored. He glanced up at the sun and then back, and with that glance two things came together with searing shock. For the very first time, man, a Pleistocene man, had made a clear cerebral distinction of cause and effect. Gral arose. There was a wild new urgency. Quickly he searched, and he found, across all the great ledge, sinews from the gorging which the sun had not yet touched. Some among the tribe stared with immobile contempt, thinking Gral the scavenger was yet hungry. But Gral gathered quickly and departed, and was soon at the far place by the great bowl, where he retrieved his stone and set feverishly to work. Indeed, it was not like the vines. It was easy now, but he was doubly thorough. He made his fingers be strong as he followed the pattern he knew so well. The sinews held. They held. His part was done at last. He went out from the trees and placed his shaft where the sun's hot stroke could reach. And this was perhaps hardest of all, the waiting. Most of that day he crouched and waited and watched, as the sun's work was done. That great bright orb, his ally. He had known times when it was beneficent and times when it was cruel, but now in his need Gral's thoughts were kindly. Soon it became as if his own kind thoughts and the sun's hot strength were one. The thing that prodded now was different. Now it outpoured, gracious to meet his need. He could not have known that this was prayer. And so, by degree and small degree, Gral saw the sinews grasp and tighten. Not until the sun was low at Valley's far end did he dare reach out and take the shaft and put it to test. But already he knew the stone held, and it would continue to hold after many tries. He had fashioned a thing, and it was wondrous. His own sole possession, a weapon beyond anything the valley people had dreamed of. And it was his alone. A stirring of vague alarm made him pause. He growled deep. The thing that prodded churned in a new way, a cunning way, and once again Gral was prototype. This thing must be kept secret. Not yet would he share, not until he became known as Gral the Bringer. He could not have known that this thing he wrought spelled at once beginning and end, that no such shocking departure remains long sole possessed, either shaft or fire or mushroom shape, that with each great thing of man's devising comes a question and doubt and challenge and often disaster. Or knowing, would not have cared. Oh, now he was known as Gral the Bringer. He went alone each day, taking throw stones which he discarded in favor of his new weapon from its place of hiding. He bought the wild dogs for a time, but soon he disdained them. 3 times more he brought Obi the Great Bear, but would not demonstrate his method of kill. Sometimes he scaled the valley rim to the great plain, where he slew the 3-toed horses whose flesh was sweet and different. And each time at the gorging, Otah watched him. Watched, sometimes sullen and brooding, sometimes with secret knowing. And then came a day when Otah bought Obi the Bear. 3 times in as many days he bought Obi, and on the 3rd time he brought back also the shaft with stone, bearing it boldly to make sure that Gral and all the others saw. With a half snarl and half wail, Gral leaped to seize it. Otah might have crushed him with a blow, but Otah waited, looking at him fully. Gral's snarl died in his throat. This was not the weapon he had hidden, but another. Otah had found and copied. "See this," Otah grunted. "I slew Obi with this." And he demonstrated to all the tribe. He was still angry, facing Gral, but he gave credit. "Gral used it first. Gral is greatest among us. But if Gral can use, Otah can use. We will all use." He turned to Gor Wah, the Old One, and said in the language of monosyllable and gesture, "We must have counsel." There was counsel, and the truth was out. Gral held back nothing in his telling. Gor Wah listened and nodded and grunted, his brow furrowed, and he growled deep in his throat. "A weapon of great magic," Gor Wah pronounced, and he prodded with his fingers at it, almost afraid to touch. "Ah!" echoed the males. "A weapon of great magic." "Let us have many such," Otah repeated with growl and gesture. "The tribe of Gor Wah will be greatest in all the valley." Again Gor Wah grunted, shook his head slowly. "The tribe of Gor Wah seeks only food and peace. This we have. We do well without such a weapon." "Ah!" echoed the males. "We do well without." Gral felt helpless, listening. All attention was now upon Otah and the Old One. "But we will only use for food and peace," Otah pursued sullenly. "Such was my meaning." Gor Wah rose, trembling. "Meaning? I will give you meaning. Kurho's tribe at Far End. Already they have taken the lesser tribes. Each year they come in bold insolence, and only the river separates. In time they mean to take the whole valley. Kurho has declared it." He spread his hands. "Never again will we know peace, if Kurho learns the way of such a weapon." There was pause, a restless unease, and again it was Otah who growled boldly, touching the weapon. "Such is the reason for many of these. Let us make them, and none will dare to come." "None will dare," echoed the council, but there were both those who said it strong and those who said it in doubt. Now it was plain that even Gor Wah was in doubt. He was old, and he had known this time would come, the time when another took the tribe, and that one would be Otah. But now he stood straight and made pronouncement. "I say no. The risk is too great. You Otah, and you Gral, you will destroy this weapon. It must not be used again." Of course it was never done. Ottar also knew that he must take the tribe, and they looked to him now. Soon Locke had the weapon, and then Myac, and most of the others, as day by day Gral instructed them in the making. But they used with caution. Ottar reminded them always of the Old One's words, though none of the Far End tribe had been seen near the river for many days now. Until Myac returned from a journey to announce he had encountered one of Kuro's tribe. "We exchanged insults. I invited him to come close," Myac explained with amusing gesture. "But the fellow would not. He saw my weapon. I think he would have given all his throw stones to possess it." Ottar was not pleased. He would have admonished except that Myac told the story well. Besides, Myac was a great hunter. But there came another such day, and then others. First Locke reported, and then Myac again. The reports became frequent. Kuro's men were forever near, watching in silence this new weapon in the hands of the Gor tribe across the river. And then Myac brought a message. There had been another encounter. No insults this time, but rather a sullen understanding. Kuro was aware of the new weapon. It made his own people uneasy and restless. Such a thing at loose in the valley could only spell threat to all peoples. But if it was to be, then what the tribe of Gor devised, Kuro's tribe would also devise. They would devise more and better. Ottar listened, growled in anger. "Kuro says this? Kuro, who has boasted that he will take the whole valley?" Then he paused and considered sensibly. "Myac, take answer. You will say that we go in peace, say that never do we intend to cross the river, and say also," Ottar paused, groping, "say also that we shall be ready for any who do choose to cross." The Old One nodded approval, but no one saw, and no one saw the dark furrow of doubt, like a shadow of doom, across his face. "Kuro speaks big," sneered a young one, new in council. "We have heard it before. Always it is Kuro's tribe who is greatest in every deed." He spat in contempt. Days were gone, endless days without incident. But the reports came in, a mere trickle at first, and then in great tide. Kuro's tribe had indeed devised. Their weapon had been observed. Dak returned one day to high excitement, stumbling across the ledge from a long day's journey. "Kuro has devised better. We bring Obe the Bear, but they now have slain the great toothed one. I saw it, I swear. They slew him easily." He gasped for breath, then gained his feet and gave them eloquent gesture of what he had seen. There could be no doubt. Kuro now had a weapon much more facile, more deadly. Ottar accepted grimly. Now it was he who must prove. He went to work at once, he and Gral, devising a weapon to meet the threat, more sharp-edged and deadly, of greater length and balance. It took days, and days more to seek out the place of the great toothed ones. Not one but 3 were slain, and it was made certain that the word reached Kuro. But now Ottar knew. He knew and was helpless. A frightful thing had been launched, and there could be no turning. Nothing now but the constant fear, the trap without end, the perilous thing above all their heads, and the waiting. Kuro also waited. True, one thing remained to temper the distrust. Sporadic communication had been established, a thing new and yet heavy with pretense, which again, like a serpent at its tail, spelled mutual distrust. But it was there, begrudging, and all the smaller tribes knew of it too. Those scattered ones who were little more than clans. All the peoples of the valley watched and waited, aware of this thing between the 2 great tribes of Kuro and Ottar. "It is better that we should talk, even endlessly, than to use such weapons, tribe against tribe." Such was Ottar's word to those who grumbled and those who feared, and there was much to indicate that such was Kuro's feelings too. Indeed, it appeared to be so. For the first time, Kuro relaxed his borders at Far End. Occasionally, the Ottar tribesmen were permitted to enter, welcomed without suspicion, a thing unprecedented. Similarly, select members from the Kuro tribe were accepted beyond the river. They displayed certain prowess new to the Otah tribe, for in many ways these were a strange and fantastic people. It seemed to be a beginning. Word went out in secret, and still other words returned, in which Myac played a great part. And so, after scores of days, it was done. There would be a time of understanding. Kuro himself would cross the river to go in person among Otah's people. When this was done, Otah would also cross the river to observe the things at Far End. But now growlings arose which even Otah could not contain. Kuro should not be welcomed. Kuro must not be trusted. Was not this the man who already had suppressed the minor tribes? Had he not flaunted his aim of one day taking the whole valley? Nevertheless, Kuro came. He came in all his boast and arrogance. The time was not festive. He was made to feel that. But what Kuro felt he did not show. Extravagant point was made that he should see all that he wished. Across all the great series of ledges he was taken, both high and low and length and breadth, to observe the abundance and well-being and extent of the Otah tribe. Through all the near valley he was shown, even to the places of great hunting, that he might see how the tribe of Otah prospered in the bringing. Through it all Kuro made a token show of interest. He twice lost his temper in boast against boast, but he was more often a blunt enigma. He saw much and said little. Those times when he did speak, so extravagant were his grunt and gesture that much was lost. When Kuro departed at last for Far End, he had implanted a feeling of frustration, and one thing more, the disturbing thought that not all of his own boasts were idle. And now came the time for Otah to cross. It was done so quietly that not many knew he was gone, but soon the reports came. Otah had been received with great clamour and curiosity by the Kuro people, and accorded much honour. Aside from that, the result was much the same, as Otah saw much and said little, and did not once lose his temper. Kuro persisted in his boast and claim, and it was rumoured that the two leaders had gone so far as to discuss the weapons. Rumour was true. Otah returned from Far End and immediately called council, even as Kuro was calling council. Little had been gained, little proven. The perilous thing was still there, that monstrous means of death that might come in a moment of temper or reprisal to either tribe. Alas, such weapons were not easily relinquished. And who would be first? Plainly the way would now be slow and heavy with suspicion, but a method to abate such a threat must soon be formulated. On that Otah and Kuro were agreed. So the two great leaders agreed, and were patient, and twice more there were meetings. So engrossed they became, and even enamoured, that they were only dimly aware. Others in the valley, those so scattered and isolate as to be considered only clans, had long watched and waited and yearned. Neither the long shaft weapon nor the way of making were long a secret, so why should they not also have? Inevitably, reports trickled in. A lone clansman had been observed near the river, employing one of the weapons, crudely devised but efficient. Some days later, one from the high plateau was seen skulking the valley with such a weapon. Those lone ones, who barely subsisted in the barren places beyond river and cave, nor foraged afield, discreet and fleeting at first, but with increased daring as the days went on. And so fixed were Otah and Kuro that such reports were tolerated. There could be no threat here. True, the way of the making was no longer secret. True, such clan people had long been despised and neglected and left to their own grubbing hunger, but was it not recognized, especially now, that the tribes of Otah and Kuro would determine the fate of all? They erred, both Otah and Kuro. Neither would determine, nor would preponderance of weapons determine. It was not yet perceived that such clan people were not tribe people, and thus could not know the meaning of council, nor weigh consequence, nor realize in their new-found cleverness that a single arrogant act would trigger the first and final avalanche. It came. It came on a day when a lone and hungry clansman found himself a full day's journey beyond the river. He was not of Otah's tribe, nor any tribe, nor did he know that the two he faced were of Kurho's tribe, in the dispute over the bring. So emboldened was he by his weapon newly fashioned, that he used it quickly and surely. He did not again look at the two bodies. Taking up his bring, the lone one departed quite leisurely, without even the good sense to flee in horror of the consequence. Consequence came. It came soon, before the sun was scarcely down. It came swiftly, without question or counsel, as word reached Far End that two had been slain. Throughout the night it came in divergent attacks, as Kurho deployed a token force near the river, and sent his real strength high to the north, across the valley rim, and down upon Otah's people. It was at once attack and reprisal and reason. And for Otah it was reason. For many weeks past, in test and maneuver of the long shafts, he had looked to the north. Now couriers brought the alarm swiftly, and within minutes his forces were launched, fearless ones who knew each foot of terrain by day or night. Otah led one contingent and Myak the other, strategy being to stem Kurho's strength high upon the valley rim, deplete the enemy, and then join force to hunt down any who sifted through. It was good strategy, the only strategy, and for a time it went well. Within the hour Kurho's forces were scattered, as attack and counter-attack surged and slashed in wild eruption of the long shafts. Just as eruptive were the neuro-emotives, as each in his primal way must have known that this was the long awaitment. This was the grim finality in Kurho's boast, and Otah's boast of weapons. A few sifted through, but were quickly brought down as Otah's drifting rearguard deployed to their assignments. It became evident early that Otah's tribe was more proficient in the long shafts. Alas, more proficiency would not prevail against force of numbers. Well within the hour Otah knew it, knew with a raging despair that time was not with him. He had deployed too late with too little. Now he knew with consuming clarity that despite the lulling pretense of Kurho's boasts of strength had not been idle boasts. This was Otah's last bitter thought, and then he was too occupied for cerebral indulgence. For the next minutes he wielded truer than any. Men came and fell, and others leapt and fell, skulls shattered, the life stuff spurting, before Otah's shaft went spinning away in shattered ruin. He leapt to seize another, employed it in great sweeping swaths against those who still came. Two went down, but two came to fill the gap. In perfect unison one parried as the other wielded truly to the mark. It cannot be said with surety that Otah in that ultimate moment felt pain. It is fairly certain that both finitely and cosmically the initial numbing shock did register, and it may be assumed that he jolted rather horribly at the splintering bite of bone into brain. But who can say that he did not reach a point of prescience, that his neurothalamics did not leap to span the eons, and gape in horror, in that precise and endless time just before his brain spewed in a gush of grey and gore to cerebrate no more? A matter of minutes now. Both Kurho and Myak knew it. The latter had glimpsed Otah's destruction, and with wild abandon sought to rally his men into the area. There was no longer an area. There was a clash and groan and rush and retreat. There was dark endless rock and darker sky, from which the very stars seemed to recoil in darkest wonderment at man's senseless assault. The valley rim yawned, and there Myak made his stand, and made it well. He was unaware that Kurho was no more, that the man of boast was at this very moment a quivering protoplasmic lump splattered across a dark crevice. A random weapon in a frantic hand had proved to be no respecter of person, nor did it matter. Decimated as they were, enough of the enemy got through. Once propelled in the insane purpose, there could be no stopping, as they descended upon Otah's people who huddled in the caves. For weeks they had been told that when it came it would be from above, sudden and savage, without defense and recourse. Few had believed, or bothered to plot the route to safety. Would not these issues be resolved? Had not their caves been always safe and secure? Now there was no time for belief or wonder. Within minutes none of Otah's tribe were alive, neither women nor children. Gor while the Old One remained, having failed in his exhortations. Now he stood quite still, erect and waiting, with arms outflung as the weapons came swarming. And when that final blow fell, the expression on his mouth might have been a grimace, or might have been a smile. Nor did the others escape, those at far end who also huddled and waited and would not believe. Their caves at the valley floor were even less secure. Whether it was blinding hate or the bitter dregs of expediency, for Myac and his remnants there was only one recourse now. It had been deeply ingrained. Grimly they pursued the way, automaton-like, unresponsive now to horror or any motive. And once again, within the hour, the weapons fell. It was swift, and it was thorough. Methodical, merciless, complete. It will not be said here when emotive response returned. Does one return from a horror all-encompassing, or seek to requite the unrequited? Does one yearn for a way that is no more when deadening shock has wiped it out? The season of thaw came, and again the great cold, and once more the thaw. Both Obi the Bear and the great saber cats were at large across the valley, and for those few who remained the bring was not easy now. There were more dangerous prey. Lone clansman encountered clansman across his path, and there was furtive slinking. Each went silently alone and returned alone to his place of hiding. Bellies growled, but none dare use his weapon except in secret. Perhaps a few, some isolate few, remembered that time of chaos a season ago, but it was fleeting recall at best, as somatic responses rose to blot it out. It was not to be forever. One thing remained, unasked and unbeknownst, grooved with synaptic permanence in their burgeoning brains. This was neither beginning nor end, for though Otah's tribe was gone, Bellies still growled. Kuro's tribe was no more, but the weapons yet remained. There could be no beginning or end, for would not new things come, means and methods and ways of devising, so long as man remained? Was not this the way? Such were Myac's thoughts at the time of the next thaw, when he felt the thing that prodded, that would not let him be, and his anger became stubborn resolve, when day after day he bent the young saplings and found a way at last to fasten the sinew. When he pulled, finally pulled with all his strength, and with great gloating saw his shaft go outward to a distance never yet conceived. End of The Beginning by Henry Hasse.
The Big Trip Up Yonder by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Big Trip Up Yonder by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. If it was good enough for your grandfather, forget it. It is much too good for anyone else. Gramps Ford, his chin resting on his hands on the crook of his cane, was staring irascibly at the 5-foot television screen that dominated the room. On the screen, a news commentator was summarizing the day's happenings. Every 30 seconds or so, Gramps would jab the floor with his cane tip and shout, "Hell, we did that 100 years ago." Emerald and Lou, coming in from the balcony where they had been seeking that 2185 AD rarity, privacy, were obliged to take seats in the back row, behind Lou's father and mother, brother and sister-in-law, son and daughter-in-law, grandson and wife, granddaughter and husband, great-grandson and wife, nephew and wife, grandnephew and wife, great-grandniece and husband, great-grandnephew and wife, and, of course, Gramps, who was in front of everybody. All save Gramps, who was somewhat withered and bent, seemed, by pre-Anti-Gerasone standards, to be about the same age, somewhere in their late 20s or early 30s. Gramps looked older because he had already reached 70 when Anti-Gerasone was invented. He had not aged in the 102 years since. Meanwhile, the commentator was saying, Council Bluffs, Iowa was still threatened by stark tragedy, but 200 weary rescue workers have refused to give up hope and continue to dig in an effort to save Albert Hagedorn, 183, who has been wedged for 2 days in a... I wish he'd get something more cheerful, Emerald whispered to Lou. Silence! Cried Gramps. Next one shoots off his big bazoo while the TV's on is going to find himself cut off without $1. His voice suddenly softened and sweetened. When they wave that checkered flag at the Indianapolis Speedway, and old Gramps gets ready for the big trip up yonder. He sniffed sentimentally, while his heirs concentrated desperately on not making the slightest sound. For them, the poignancy of the prospective big trip had been dulled somewhat, through having been mentioned by Gramps about once a day for 50 years. Dr. Brainerd Keyes Bullard, continued the commentator, president of Wyandotte College, said in an address tonight that most of the world's ills can be traced to the fact that man's knowledge of himself has not kept pace with his knowledge of the physical world. Hell, snorted Gramps. We said that 100 years ago. In Chicago tonight, the commentator went on, a special celebration is taking place in the Chicago Lying-In Hospital. The guest of honor is Lowell W. Hitz, age 0. Hitz, born this morning, is the 25 millionth child to be born in the hospital. The commentator faded and was replaced on the screen by young Hitz, who squalled furiously. Hell, whispered Lou to Emerald. We said that 100 years ago. I heard that, shouted Gramps. He snapped off the television set, and his petrified descendant stared silently at the screen. You, there, boy! I didn't mean anything by it, sir, said Lou, age 103. Get me my will. You know where it is. You kids all know where it is. Fetch, boy! Gramps snapped his gnarled fingers sharply. Lou nodded dully and found himself going down the hall, picking his way over bedding to Gramps' room, the only private room in the Ford apartment. The other rooms were the bathroom, the living room, and the wide, windowless hallway which was originally intended to serve as a dining area, and which had a kitchenette in one end. 6 mattresses and 4 sleeping bags were dispersed in the hallway and living room, and the daybed in the living room accommodated the 11th couple, the favorites of the moment. On Gramps' bureau was his will, smeared, dog-eared, perforated, and blotched with hundreds of additions, deletions, accusations, conditions, warnings, advice, and homely philosophy. The document was, Lou reflected, a 50-year diary, all jammed onto 2 sheets, a garbled, illegible log of day after day of strife. This day, Lou would be disinherited for the 11th time, and it would take him perhaps 6 months of impeccable behavior to regain the promise of a share in the estate, to say nothing of the daybed in the living room for Em and himself. Boy, called Gramps. Coming, sir. Lou hurried back into the living room and handed Gramps the will. Pen, said Gramps. He was instantly offered 11 pens, 1 from each couple. Not that leaky thing, he said, brushing Lou's pen aside. Ah, there's a nice one. Good boy, Willie. He accepted Willie's pen. That was the tip they had all been waiting for. Willie, then, Lou's father, was the new favorite. Willie, who looked almost as young as Lou, though he was 142, did a poor job of concealing his pleasure. He glanced shyly at the daybed, which would become his, and from which Lou and Emerald would have to move back into the hall, back to the worst spot of all by the bathroom door. Gramps missed none of the high drama he had authored, and he gave his own familiar role everything he had, frowning and running his fingers along each line, as though he were seeing the will for the first time. He read aloud in a deep, portentous monotone, like a bass note on a cathedral organ. I, Harold D. Ford, residing in Building 257 of Alden Village, New York City, Connecticut, do hereby make, publish, and declare this to be my last will and testament, revoking any and all former wills and codicils by me at any time heretofore made. He blew his nose importantly and went on, not missing a word and repeating many for emphasis, repeating in particular his ever more elaborate specifications for a funeral. At the end of these specifications, Gramps was so choked with emotion that Lou thought he might have forgotten why he'd brought the will out in the first place. But Gramps heroically brought his powerful emotions under control, and, after erasing for a full minute, began to write and speak at the same time. Lou could have spoken his lines for him, he had heard them so often. I have had many heartbreaks ere leaving this vale of tears for a better land, Gramps said and wrote. But the deepest hurt of all has been dealt me by... He looked around the group, trying to remember who the malefactor was. Everyone looked helpfully at Lou, who held up his hand resignedly. Gramps nodded, remembering, and completed the sentence. My great-grandson, Louis J. Ford. Grandson, sir, said Lou. Don't quibble. You're in deep enough now, young man, said Gramps, but he made the change. And from there, he went without a misstep through the phrasing of the disinheritance, causes of which were disrespectfulness and quibbling. In the paragraph following, the paragraph that had belonged to everyone in the room at one time or another, Lou's name was scratched out and Willie's substituted as heir to the apartment, and, the biggest plum of all, the double bed in the private bedroom. So, said Gramps, beaming, he erased the date at the foot of the will and substituted a new one, including the time of day. Well, time to watch the McGarvey Family. The McGarvey Family was a television serial that Gramps had been following since he was 60, or for a total of 112 years. I can't wait to see what's going to happen next, he said. Lou detached himself from the group and lay down on his bed of pain by the bathroom door, wishing Em would join him. He wondered where she was. He dozed for a few moments, until he was disturbed by someone stepping over him to get into the bathroom. A moment later, he heard a faint gurgling sound, as though something were being poured down the wash-basin drain. Suddenly, it entered his mind that Em had cracked up, and she was in there doing something drastic about Gramps. Em? He whispered through the panel. There was no reply, and Lou pressed against the door. The worn lock, whose bolt barely engaged its socket, held for a second, then let the door swing inward. Morty! Gasped Lou. Lou's great-grandnephew Mortimer, who had just married and brought his wife home to the Ford menage, looked at Lou with consternation and surprise. Morty kicked the door shut, but not before Lou had glimpsed what was in his hand. Gramps' enormous economy-sized bottle of antigerasone, which had apparently been half emptied and which Morty was refilling with tap water. A moment later, Morty came out, glared defiantly at Lou, and brushed past him wordlessly to rejoin his pretty bride. Shocked, Lou didn't know what to do. He couldn't let Gramps take the mouse-trapped antigerasone, but if he warned Gramps about it, Gramps would certainly make life in the apartment, which was merely insufferable now, harrowing. Lou glanced into the living room and saw that the Fords, Emerald among them, were momentarily at rest, relishing the botches that the McGarveys had made of their lives. Stealthily, he went into the bathroom, locked the door as well as he could, and began to pour the contents of Gramps' bottle down the drain. He was going to refill it with the full-strength antigerasone from the 22 smaller bottles on the shelf. The bottle contained a half-gallon, and its neck was small, so it seemed to Lou that the emptying would take forever, and the almost imperceptible smell of antigerasone, like Worcestershire sauce, now seemed to Lou, in his nervousness, to be pouring out into the rest of the apartment through the keyhole and under the door. The bottle gurgled monotonously. Suddenly, up came the sound of music from the living room, and there were murmurs and the scraping of chair legs on the floor. Thus ends, said the television announcer, the 29,121st chapter in the life of your neighbors and mine, the McGarveys. Footsteps were coming down the hall. There was a knock on the bathroom door. Just a sec, Lou cheerily called out. Desperately, he shook the big bottle, trying to speed up the flow. His palm slipped on the wet glass, and the heavy bottle smashed on the tile floor. The door was pushed open, and Gramps, dumbfounded, stared at the incriminating mess. Lou felt a hideous prickling sensation on his scalp and the back of his neck. He grinned engagingly through his nausea, and, for want of anything remotely resembling a thought, waited for Gramps to speak. Well, boy, said Gramps at last, looks like you've got a little tidying up to do. And that was all he said. He turned around, elbowed his way through the crowd, and locked himself in his bedroom. The Fords contemplated Lou in incredulous silence a moment longer, and then hurried back to the living room, as though some of his horrible guilt would taint them, too, if they looked too long. Morty stayed behind long enough to give Lou a quizzical, annoyed glance. Then he also went into the living room, leaving only Emerald standing in the doorway. Tears streamed over her cheeks. Oh, you poor lamb. Please don't look so awful. It was my fault. I put you up to this with my nagging about Gramps. No, said Lou, finding his voice. Really, you didn't. Honest, Em, I was just... You don't have to explain anything to me, hon. I'm on your side, no matter what. She kissed him on one cheek and whispered in his ear. It wouldn't have been murder, hon. It wouldn't have killed him. It wasn't such a terrible thing to do. It just would have fixed him up so he'd be able to go any time God decided he wanted him. What's going to happen next, Em? Said Lou hollowly. What's he going to do? Lou and Emerald stayed fearfully awake almost all night, waiting to see what Gramps was going to do. But not a sound came from the sacred bedroom. 2 hours before dawn, they finally dropped off to sleep. At 6 o'clock, they arose again, for it was time for their generation to eat breakfast in the kitchenette. No one spoke to them. They had 20 minutes in which to eat, but their reflexes were so dulled by the bad night that they had hardly swallowed 2 mouthfuls of egg-type processed seaweed before it was time to surrender their places to their son's generation. Then, as was the custom for whoever had been most recently disinherited, they began preparing Gramps' breakfast, which would presently be served to him in bed on a tray. They tried to be cheerful about it. The toughest part of the job was having to handle the honest-to-God eggs and bacon and oleomargarine, on which Gramps spent so much of his income from his fortune. Well, said Emerald, I'm not going to get all panicky until I'm sure there's something to be panicky about. Maybe he doesn't know what it was I busted, Lou said hopefully. Probably thinks it was your Roch crystal, offered Eddie, their son, who was toying apathetically with his buckwheat-type processed sawdust cakes. Don't get sarcastic with your father, said Em. And don't talk with your mouth full either. I'd like to see anybody take a mouthful of this stuff and not say something, complained Eddie, who was 73. He glanced at the clock. It's time to take Gramps' breakfast, you know. Yeah, it is, isn't it, said Lou weakly. He shrugged. Let's have the tray, Em. We'll both go. Walking slowly, smiling bravely, they found a large semicircle of long-faced Fords standing around the bedroom door. Em knocked. Gramps, she called brightly. Breakfast is ready. There was no reply, and she knocked again, harder. The door swung open before her fist. In the middle of the room, the soft, deep, wide canopied bed, the symbol of the sweet by and by to every Ford, was empty. A sense of death, as unfamiliar to the Fords as Zoroastrianism or the causes of the Sepoy Mutiny, stilled every voice, slowed every heart. Awed, the heirs began to search gingerly under the furniture and behind the drapes for all that was mortal of Gramps, father of the clan. But Gramps had left, not his earthly husk, but a note, which Lou finally found on the dresser under a paperweight which was a treasured souvenir from the World's Fair of 2000. Unsteadily, Lou read it aloud. Somebody who I have sheltered and protected and taught the best I know how all these years, last night turned on me like a mad dog and diluted my anti-gerasone, or tried to. I am no longer a young man. I can no longer bear the crushing burden of life as I once could. So after last night's bitter experience, I say goodbye. The cares of this world will soon drop away like a cloak of thorns, and I shall know peace. By the time you find this, I will be gone. Gosh, said Willie brokenly. He didn't even get to see how the 5,000-mile speedway race was going to come out. Or the Solar Series, Eddie said, with large, mournful eyes. Or whether Mrs. McGarvey got her eyesight back, added Morty. There's more, said Lou, and he began reading aloud again. I, Harold D. Fore, etc., do hereby make, publish, and declare this to be my last will and testament, revoking any and all former wills and codicils by me at any time heretofore made. No, cried Willie, not another one. I do stipulate, read Lou, that all of my property whatsoever, kind and nature, not be divided, but do devise and bequeath it to be held in common by my issue, without regard for generation, equally, share and share alike. Issue, said Emerald. Lou included the multitude in the sweep of his hand. It means we all own the whole damn shooting match. Each eye turned instantly to the bed. Share and share alike? Asked Morty. Actually, said Willie, who was the oldest one present, it's just like the old system where the oldest people head up things with their headquarters in here, and... I like that, exclaimed Em. Lou owns as much of it as you do, and I say it ought to be for the oldest one who's still working. You can snooze around here all day waiting for your pension check while poor Lou stumbles in here after work all tuckered out. And how about letting somebody who's never had any privacy get a little crack at it, Eddie demanded hotly. Hell, you old people had plenty of privacy back when you were kids. I was born and raised in the middle of that goddamn barracks in the hall. How about... Yeah, challenged Morty. Sure, you've all had it pretty tough. And my heart bleeds for you. But try honeymooning in the hall for a real kick. Silence, shouted Willie imperiously. The next person opens his mouth spends the next 6 months by the bathroom. Now clear out of my room. I want to think. A vase shattered against the wall inches above his head. In the next moment, A free-for-all was underway, with each couple battling to eject every other couple from the room. Fighting coalitions formed and dissolved with the lightning changes of the tactical situation. Em and Lou were thrown into the hall, where they organized others in the same situation, and stormed back into the room. After 2 hours of struggle, with nothing like a decision in sight, the cops broke in, followed by television cameramen from mobile units. For the next half hour, patrol wagons and ambulances hauled away Fords, and then the apartment was still and spacious. An hour later, films of the last stages of the riot were being televised to 5 billion delighted viewers on the eastern seaboard. In the stillness of the three-room Ford apartment on the 76th floor of Building 257, the television set had been left on. Once more the air was filled with the cries and grunts and crashes of the fray, coming harmlessly now from the loudspeaker. The battle also appeared on the screen of the television set in the police station, where the Fords and their captors watched with professional interest. Em and Lou in adjacent 4x8 cells were stretched out peacefully on their cots. "Em," called Lou through the partition, "you got a wash basin all your own, too?" "Sure. Wash basin, bed, light, the works. And we thought Gramps' room was something. How long has this been going on?" She held out her hand. "For the first time in 40 years, hon, I haven't got the shakes. Look at me." "Cross your fingers," said Lou. "The lawyer's going to try to get us a year." "Gee," said Em dreamily. "I wonder what kind of wires you'd have to pull to get put away in solitary." "All right, pipe down," said the turnkey, "or I'll toss the whole kit and caboodle of you right out. And the first one who lets on to anybody outside how good jail is ain't never getting back in." The prisoners instantly fell silent. The living room of the apartment darkened for a moment as the riot scenes faded on the television screen. Then the face of the announcer appeared like the sun coming from behind a cloud. "And now, friends," he said, "I have a special message from the makers of antigerasone, a message for all you folks over 150. Are you hampered socially by wrinkles, by stiffness of joints and discoloration or loss of hair, all because these things came upon you before antigerasone was developed? Well, if you are, you need no longer suffer, need no longer feel different and out of things. After years of research, medical science has now developed super antigerasone. In weeks, yes, weeks, you can look, feel, and act as young as your great-great-grandchildren. Wouldn't you pay $5,000 to be indistinguishable from everybody else? Well, you don't have to. Safe, tested, super antigerasone costs you only a few dollars a day. Right now for your free trial carton, just put your name and address on a $1 postcard and mail it to Super, Box 500,000, Schenectady, New York. Have you got that? I'll repeat it. Super, Box 500,000. Underlining the announcer's words was the scratching of Gramps' pen, the one Willie had given him the night before. He had come in a few minutes earlier from the Idle Hour Tavern, which commanded a view of Building 257 from across the square of asphalt known as the Alden Village Green. He had called a cleaning woman to come straighten the place up, then hired the best lawyer in town to get his descendants a conviction, a genius who had never gotten a client less than a year and a day. Gramps had then moved the daybed before the television screen, so that he could watch from a reclining position. It was something he had dreamed of doing for years. "Schenectady," murmured Gramps. "Got it." His face had changed remarkably. His facial muscles seemed to have relaxed, revealing kindness and equanimity under what had been taut lines of bad temper. It was almost as though his trial package of super antigerasone had already arrived. When something amused him on television, he smiled easily, rather than barely managing to lengthen the line of his mouth a millimeter. Life was good. He could hardly wait to see what was going to happen next. End of The Big Trip Up Yonder by Kurt Vonnegut. Read by Clay Wiedenauer.
Meek by G.C. Edmondson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ohm123. Every strength is a weakness, and every weakness is a strength. And when the strong start smashing each other's strength, the weak may turn out to be instead the wise. The strangers landed just before dawn, incinerating a good lie of bottom land in the process. Their machines were already busily digging up the topsoil. The old one watched, squinting into the morning sun. He sighed, hitched up his saffron robes, and started walking down toward the strangers. Griffin turned, not trying to conceal his excitement. "You are a linguist. See what you can get out of him." "I might," Kung-Su ventured sourly. "If you would go with the air machine or something. This is going to be hard enough without a lot of Kvichers cramping my style and scaring old Pruneface here half to death." "I see your point," Griffin answered. He turned and started back towards the diggings. "Let me know if you make any progress with the local language." He stopped whistling and strove to control the jauntiness of his gait. Must be the lower gravity and extra oxygen, he thought. I haven't bounced along like this for 30 years. Nice place to settle down if some promoter doesn't turn it into an old folks' home. He sighed and glanced over the diggings. The rammed earth walls were nearly obliterated by now. Nothing lost, he reflected. It's all on tape, and they're no different from 1,000 others at any rate. Griffin opened the door in the transparent bubble from which Alberius was operating the diggers. "Anything?" he inquired. "Nothing so far," Albanage reported. "What is the score on this job? I missed the briefing." "How do you make out on 3, by the way?" "Same old stuff. Pottery shirts and the usual junk. See it once and you have seen it all." "Well," Griffin began, "it looks like the same thing here again. We have pretty well covered the system, and you know how it is. Rammed earth walls here and there, pottery shards, flint, bronze, and iron artifacts, and that's it. They got to the Iron Age on every planet and then blew. Artifacts all made for humanoid hands, I suppose. I wonder if they were close enough to have crossbred with humans." "I couldn't say," Griffin observed dryly. "From the looks of old Pruneface, I doubt if we will ever find a human female with sufficiently detachable attitude to find out." "Who is Pruneface?" "He came ambling down out of the hills this morning and walked into camp." "You mean you have actually found a live humanoid?" "There's got to be a first time for everything." Griffin opened the door and started climbing the hill toward Kung-Su and Pruneface. "Well, have you gotten beyond the me Charlie stage yet?" Griffin inquired at breakfast 2 days later. Kung-Su gave an inscrutable East Los Angeles smile. "As a matter of fact, I am a little further along. Joey is amazingly cooperative." "Joey?" "Spell it Joe if you want to be exotic. It's still pronounced Joey, and that's his name. The language is monosyllabic and tonal. I happen to know a similar language." "You mean this humanoid speaks Chinese?" Griffin was never sure whether Kung was ribbing him or not. "Not Chinese. The vocabulary is different, but the syntax and phonemes are nearly identical. I'll speak it perfectly in a week. It's just a question of memorizing 2,000 or 3,000 new words. Incidentally, Joey wants to know why you are digging up his bottom land. He was all set to flood it today." "Don't tell me he plants rice!" Griffin exclaimed. "I don't imagine it's rice, but it needs flooding, whatever it is." "Ask him how many humanoids there are on this planet." "I'm way ahead of you, Griffin. He says there are only a few thousand left. The rest are all destroyed in a war with the barbarians." "Barbarians?" "They're extinct." "How many races were there?" "I'll get to that if you will stop interrupting." Kung rejoined tastily. "Joey says there are only 2 kinds of people, his own dark straight-haired kind and the barbarians. They have curly hair, white skin, and round eyes. You'd pass for a barbarian according to Joey, only you don't have a face full of hair. He wants to know how things are going on the other planets." "I suppose that's my cue to break into a cold sweat and feel a premonition of disaster." Griffin tried to smile and almost made it. "Not necessarily. But it seems our Iron Age man is fairly well informed in extraplanetary affairs." "I guess I had better start learning the language." Thanks to the spadework Kung-Su had done in preparing hypno-recordings, Griffin had a working knowledge of the rational people's language 11 days later, when he sat down to drink herb-infused hot water with Joey and other old ones in the low-roofed wooden building around which clustered a village of 200 humanoids. He fidgeted through the interminable ritualistic cups of hot water. Eventually, Joey hid his hands in the sleeves of his robes and turned with an air of polite inquiry. "Now we get down to business," Griffin thought. "Joey, you know by now why we are digging up your bottom land. We'll recompense you in one way or another. Meanwhile, could you give me a little local history?" Joey smiled like a well-nourished bodhisattva. "Approximately how far back would you like me to begin?" "At the beginning." "How long is a year on your planet?" Joey inquired. "Your year is 8.5 days longer. Our day is 300 heartbeats longer than yours." Joey nodded his thanks. "More water?" Griffin declined, suppressing a shudder. 5 million years ago, we were limited to one planet," Joey began. "The court astronomer had a vision of our planet in flames. I imagine you'd say our sun was about to nova. The Empress was disturbed, and ordered a convocation of seers. One fasted overlong and saw an answer. As the dying seer predicted, the son of heaven came with fire-breathing dragons. The fairest of maidens and the strongest of our young men were taken to serve his warriors. We served them honestly and faithfully. 1,000 years later, their empire collapsed, leaving us scattered across the universe. 3,000 years later, a new race of barbarians conquered our planets. We surrendered naturally and soon were serving our new masters. 500 years passed, and they destroyed themselves. This has been the pattern of our existence from that day to this." "You mean you have been slaves for 5 million years?" Griffin was incredulous. "Servitude has ever been a refuge for the scholar and the philosopher. But what point is there in such a life? Why do you continue living this way? What is the point in any way of life? Continued existence? Personal immortality is neither desirable nor possible. We settle for perpetuation of the race. But what about self-determination? You know enough astronomy to understand nova. Surely you realize it could happen again. What did you do without the technology to build spaceships? Many stars have gone nova during our history. Usually the barbarians came in time. When they didn't, you mean you don't really care? All barbarians ask that sooner or later, Joey smiled. Sometimes towards the end, they even accuse us of destroying them. We don't. Every technology bears the seeds of its own destruction. The stars are older than the machinery that explores them. You use technology to get from one system to another. We used it, but we were never a part of it. When machines fail, their people die. We have no machines. What would you do if this sun were to nova? We can serve you. We are not unintelligent. Willing to work your way around the galaxy, huh? But what if we refuse to take you? The race would go on. Kungsu tells me there is no life on planets of this system, but there are other systems. We're whistling in the dark, Griffin scoffed. How do you know if any of the rational people survive? How far back does your history go? Joey inquired. It's hard to say exactly, Griffin replied. Our earliest written records date back some 7,000 years. You are all of one race? No, you may have noticed Kungsu is slightly different from the rest of us. Yes, Griffin, I have noticed. When you return, ask Kungsu for the legend of creation. More hot water? Joey steered, and Griffin guessed the interview was over. He drank another ritual cup, made his farewells, and walked thoughtfully back to camp. Kung, Griffin asked over the coffee next afternoon, how well up are you on Chinese mythology? Oh, fair, I guess. It isn't my field, but I remember some of the stories my grandfather used to tell me. What is your legend of creation? Griffin persisted. It's pretty well garbled, but I remember something about the son of heaven bringing the early settlers from a land of 2 moons on the back of his fire-breathing dragon. The dragon got sick and died, so they couldn't ever get back to heaven again. There's a lot of stuff about devils too. What about devils? I don't remember too well, but they were supposed to do terrible things to you and even to your unborn children if they ever caught you. They must have been pretty stupid though. They couldn't turn corners. My grandfather's store had devil screens at all the doors, so you had to turn a corner to get in. The first time I saw the lead buffaloes, at the pile chamber doors on this ship, it reminded me of home sweet home. By the way, some young men from the village were around today. They want to work passage to the next planet. What do you think?" Griffin was silent for a long time. "Well, what do you say? We can use some hand labor for the delicate digging. Want to put them on?" "Might as well," Griffin answered. "There's a streetcar every millennium anyway." "What do you mean by that?" "You wouldn't understand. You sold your birthright to the barbarians." End of Blessed Are the Meek by G.C. Edmondson.
Control Group by Roger D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Control Group by Roger D. Any problem posed by one group of human beings can be resolved by any other group. That's what the handbook said. But did that include primitive humans, or the bees, or a control group? The cool green disk of Alphard 6 on the screen was infinitely welcome after the arid desolation and stinking swamplands of the inner planets, an airy jewel of a world that might have been designed specifically for the hard-earned month of rest ahead. Navigator Farrell, youngest and certainly most impulsive of the three-man Terran Reclamation's crew, would have set the Marco 4 down at once but for the greater caution of Stryker, nominally captain of the group, and of Gibson, engineer and linguist Xavier, the ship's little mechanical, had, as was usual and proper, no voice in the matter. "Reconnaissance spiral first, Arthur," Stryker said firmly. He chuckled at Farrell's instant scowl, his little eyes twinkling, and his naked paunch quaking over the belt of his shipboard shorts. Chapter 1, subsection 5, paragraph 27, no planetfall or an unreclaimed world shall be deemed safe without proper... Farrell, as Stryker had expected, interrupted with characteristic impatience. "Do you sleep with that damned Reclamation's handbook, Lee? Alphard 6 isn't an unreclaimed world. It was never colonized before the Hymenop invasion back in 3025. So why should it be inhabited now?" Gibson, who for 4 hours had not looked up from his interminable chess game with Xavier, paused with a beleaguered knight in one blunt brown hand. "No point in taking chances," Gibson said in his neutral baritone. He shrugged thick bare shoulders, his humorless black-browed face unmoved. When Farrell included him in his scowl. "We're 226 light-years from Sol, at the old limits of Terran expansion, and there's no knowing what we may turn up here. Alphard's was one of the first systems the Bees took over. It must have been one of the last to be abandoned when they pulled back to 70 off Yuchi. And I think you live for the day," Farrell said acidly, "when we'll stumble across a functioning dome of living, buzzing Hymenops. Damn it, Gib, the Bees pulled out 100 years ago, before you and I were born. Neither of us ever saw a Hymenop and never will." "But I saw them," Stryker said. "I fought them for the better part of the century. They were here. And I learned there's no predicting nor understanding them. We never knew why they came nor why they gave up and left. How can we know whether they'd leave a rearguard or a booby trap here?" He put a paternal hand on Farrell's shoulder, understanding the younger man's eagerness and knowing that their close-knit team would have been the more poorly balanced without it. "Gibbs right," he said. He nearly added, "as usual. We're on rest leave at the moment, yes, but our mission is still to find Terran colonies enslaved and abandoned by the Bees. Not to risk our necks and a valuable reorientation ship by landing blind on an unobserved planet. We're too close already. cut in your shields and find a reconnaissance spiral, will you?" Grumbling, Farrell punched coordinates on the Ringwaves board that lifted the Morocco 4 out of her descent and restored the bluish enveloping haze of her repellers. Stryker's caution was justified on the instant. The speeding streamlined shape that had flashed up unobserved from below swerved sharply and exploded in a cataclysmic blaze of atomic fire that rocked the ship wildly and flung the three men to the floor in a jangling roar of alarms. "So the handbook tacticians knew what they were about," Stryker said minutes later. Deliberately, he adopted the smug tone best calculated to sting Farrell out of his first self-reproach, and grinned when the navigator bristled defensively. "Some of their enjoinders seem a little stuffy and obvious at times, but they're eminently sensible." When Farrell refused to be baited, Stryker turned to Gibson, who was busily assessing the damage done to the ship's more fragile equipment, and to Xavier, who searched the planet's surface with the ship's magnoscanner. The Marco 4, ringwave generators humming gently, hung at the moment just inside the orbit of Alphard 6's single dun-colored moon. Gibson put down a test meter with an air of finality. "Nothing damaged but the zero-interval transfer computer. I can realign that in a couple of hours, but it'll have to be done before we hit transfer again." Stryker looked dubious. "What if the issue's forced before the SIT unit is repaired? Suppose they come up after us?" "I doubt that they can. Any installation crudely enough equipped to trust in guided missiles is hardly likely to have developed efficient spacecraft." Stryker was not reassured. "That torpedo of theirs was deadly enough," he said, "and its nature reflects the nature of the people who made it. Any race vicious enough to use atomic charges is too dangerous to trifle with." Worry made comical creases in his fat, good-humored face. "We'll have to find out who they are and why they're here, you know." "They can't be Hymenops," Gibson said promptly. "First, because the Bees pinned their faith on ringwave energy fields, as we did, rather than on missiles. Second, because there's no dome on 6. "There were 3 empty domes on 5, which is a desert planet," Farrell pointed out. "Why didn't they settle 6? It's a more habitable world." Gibson shrugged. "I know the Bees always erected domes on every planet they colonized, Arthur, but precedent is a fallible tool. And it's even more firmly established that there's no possibility of our rationalizing the motivations of a culture as alien as a Hymenops. We've been over that argument 100 times on other reclaimed worlds." "But this was never an unreclaimed world," Farrell said with the faint malice of one too recently caught in the wrong. "Alphard 6 was surveyed and seeded with Terran bacteria around the year 3000, but the Bees invaded before we could colonize. And that means we'll have to rule out any resurgent colonial group down there, because 6 never had a colony in the beginning." "The Bees have been gone for over 100 years," Stryker said. "Colonists might have migrated from another Terran-occupied planet." Gibson disagreed. "We've touched at every inhabited world in this sector, Lee, and not one surviving colony has developed space travel on its own. The Hymenops had 100 years to condition their human slaves to ignorance of everything beyond their immediate environment. The motives behind that conditioning usually escape us, but that's beside the point. And they did a thorough job of it. The colonists have had no more than a century of freedom since the Bees pulled out, and 4 generations simply isn't enough time for any subjugated culture to climb from slavery to interstellar flight." Stryker made a padding turn about the control room, tugging unhappily at the scanty fringe of hair the years had left him. "If they're neither Hymenops nor resurgent colonists," he said, "then there's only one choice remaining. They're aliens from a system we haven't reached yet, beyond the old sphere of Terran exploration. We always assumed that we'd find other races out here someday, and that they'd be as different from us in form and motivation as the Hymenops. Why not now?" Gibson said seriously, "Not probable, Lee. The same objection that rules out the bees applies to any trans-Alphardian culture. They'd have to be beyond the atomic fission stage, else they'd never have attempted interstellar flight. The ring wave, with its zero-interval transfer principle and instantaneous communications applications, is the only answer to long-range travel. And if they'd had that, they wouldn't have bothered with atomics." Stryker turned on him almost angrily. "If they're not Hymenops or humans or aliens, then what in God's name are they?" "Aye, there's the rub," Farrell said, quoting a passage whose aptness had somehow seen it through a dozen reorganizations of insular tongue and a final translation to universal Terran. "If they're none of those three, we've only one conclusion left. There's no one down there at all. We are victims of the first joint hallucination in psychiatric history." Stryker threw up his hands in surrender. "We can't identify them by theorizing, and that brings us down to the business of first-hand investigation. Who's going to bell the cat this time?" "I'd like to go," Gibson said at once. "The SIT computer can wait." Stryker vetoed his offer as promptly. "No, the SIT comes first. We may have to run for it, and we can't set up a transfer jump without the computer. It's got to be me or Arthur." Farrell felt the familiar chill of uneasiness that inevitably preceded this moment of decision. He was not lacking in courage, else the circumstances under which he had worked for the past 10 years, the sometimes perilous, sometimes downright charnel conditions left by the fleeing Hymenop conquerors, would have broken him long ago. But that same hard experience had honed rather than blunted the edge of his imagination, and the prospect of a close-quarters stalking of an unknown and patently hostile force was anything but attractive. "You two did the field work on the last location," he said. "It's high time I took my turn. And God knows I'd go mad if I had to stay in-ship and listen to Lee memorizing his handbook subsections, or to Gib practicing dead languages with Xavier." Stryker laughed for the first time since the explosion that had so nearly wrecked the Marco 4. "Good enough, though it wouldn't be more diverting to listen for hours to you improvising enharmonic variations on the lament for old Terra with your accordion." Gibson characteristically had a refinement to offer. "They'll be alerted down there for a reconnaissance sally," he said. "Why not let Xavier take the scooter down for overt diversion and drop Arthur off in the helihopper for a low-level check?" Stryker looked at Farrell. "All right, Arthur?" "Good enough," Farrell said. And to Xavier, who had not moved from his post at the magnoscanner, "How does it look, Xav? Have you pinned down their base yet?" The mechanical answered him in a voice as smooth and clear and as inflectionless as a cello note. "The planet seems uninhabited except for a large island some 300 miles in diameter. There are 27 small agrarian hamlets surrounded by cultivated fields. There is one city of perhaps 1,000 buildings with a central square. In the square rests a grounded spaceship of approximately 10 times the bulk of the Marco 4. They crowded about the vision screen, jostling Xavier's jointed gray shape in their interest. The central city lay in minutest detail before them, the battered hulk of the grounded ship glinting rustily in the late afternoon sunlight. Streets radiated away from the square in orderly succession, the whole so clearly depicted that they could see the throngs of people surging up and down, tiny, foreshortened faces turned toward the sky. "At least they're human," Farrell said. Relief replaced in some measure his earlier uneasiness. "Which means that they're Terran and can be dealt with according to Reclamation's routine. Is that hulk space-worthy, Xav?" Xavier's mellow drone assumed the convention vibrato that indicated stark puzzlement. Its breached hull makes the ship incapable of flight. Apparently it is used only to supply power to the outlying hamlets. The mechanical put a flexible gray finger upon an indicator graph derived from a composite section of detector meters. The power transmitted seems to be gross electric current conveyed by metallic cables. It is generated through a crudely governed process of continuous atomic fission. Farrell, himself appalled by the information, still found himself able to chuckle at Stryker's bellow of consternation. Continuous fission? Good God, only madmen would deliberately run a risk like that. Farrell prodded him with cheerful malice. Why say madmen? Maybe they're humanoid aliens who thrive on hard radiation and look on the danger of being blown to hell in the middle of the night as a satisfactory risk. They're not alien, Gibson said positively. Their architecture is Terran, and so is their ship. The ship is incredibly primitive, though. Those batteries of tubes at either end are thrust reaction jets, Stryker finished in an awed voice. Primitive isn't the word, Gib. The thing is prehistoric. Rocket propulsion hasn't been used in spacecraft since... How long, Xav? Xavier supplied the information with mechanical infallibility. Since the year 2100, when the ringwave propulsion communication principle was discovered. That principle has served men since... Farrell stared in blank disbelief at the anomalous craft on the screen. Primitive, as Stryker had said, was not the word for it. Clumsily ovoid, studded with torpedo domes and turrets, and bristling at either end with propulsion tubes. It lay at the center of its square like a rusted relic of a past largely destroyed and all but forgotten. What a magnificent disregard its builders must have had, he thought, for their lives and the genetic purity of their posterity. The sullen atomic fires banked in the oxidizing hulk. Stryker said plaintively, If you're right, Gib, then we're more in the dark than ever. How could a Terran-built ship 1100 years old get here? Gibson, absorbed in his chess player's contemplation of alternatives, seemed hardly to hear him. Logic or not logic, Gibson said. If it's a Terran artifact, we can discover the reason for its presence. If not, any problem posed by one group of human beings, Stryker quoted his handbook, can be resolved by any other group, regardless of ideology or conditioning, because the basic perceptive abilities of both must be the same through identical heredity. If it is an imitation, and this is another Hymenop experiment in condition ecology, then we're stumped to begin with, Gibson finished, because we are not equipped to evaluate the psychology of alien motivation. We've got to determine first which case applies here. He waited for Farrell's expected irony, and when the navigator forestalled him by remaining grimly quiet, continued. The obvious premise is that a Terran ship must have been built by Terrans. Question, was it flown here or built here? It couldn't have been built here, Stryker said. Alphard 6 was surveyed just before the Bees took over in 3025, and there was nothing of the sort here then. It couldn't have been built during the 2 1/4 centuries since. It's obviously much older than that. It was flown here. We progress, Farrell said dryly. Now, if you'll tell us how, we're ready to move. I think the ship was built on Terra during the 22nd century, Gibson said calmly. The atomic wars during that period destroyed practically all historical records along with the technology of the time. But I've read well-authenticated reports of atomic-driven ships leaving Terra before then, for the nearer stars. The human race climbed out of its pit again during the 23rd century and developed the technology that gave us the ring wave. Certainly no atomic-powered ships were built after the wars. Our records are complete from that time." Farrell shook his head at the inference. "I've read any number of fanciful romances on the theme, Gib, but it won't stand up in practice. No shipboard society could last through a 1,000-year space voyage. It is a physical and psychological impossibility. There's got to be some other explanation." Gibson shrugged. "We can only eliminate the least likely alternatives and accept the simplest one remaining." "Then we can eliminate this one," Farrell said flatly. "It entails a 1,000-year voyage, which is an impossibility for any gross reaction drive. The application of suspended animation or longevity or a successive generation program and a final penetration of Hymenop-occupied space to set up a colony under the very antenna of the bees. Longevity wasn't developed until around the year 3000. Lee here was one of the first to profit by it, if you remember. And suspended animation is still to come. So there's one theory you can forget." "Arthur's right," Stryker said reluctantly. "An atomic-powered ship couldn't have made such a trip, Gib. And such a lineal descendant project couldn't have lasted through 40 generations. Speculative fiction to the contrary. The later generations would have been too far removed in ideology and intent from their ancestors. They'd have adapted to shipboard life as the norm. They'd have atrophied physically, perhaps even have mutated." "And they'd never have fought past the beast during the Hymenop invasion and occupation," Farrell finished triumphantly. "The bees had better detection equipment than we had. They'd have picked this ship up long before it reached Alphard 6. "But the ship wasn't here in 3000, Gibson said. "And it is now. Therefore it must have arrived at some time during the 200 years of Hymenop occupation and evacuation." Farrell, tangled in contradictions, swore bitterly. "But why should the bees let them through? The 3 domes on 5 are over 200 years old, which means that the bees were here before the ship came. Why didn't they blast it or enslave its crew?" "We haven't touched on all the possibilities," Gibson reminded him. "We haven't even established yet that these people were never under Hymenop control. Precedent won't hold always, and there's no predicting nor evaluating the motives of an alien race. We never understood the Hymenops because there's no common ground of logic between us. Why try to interpret their intentions now?" Farrell threw up his hands in disgust. "Next you'll say this is an ancient Terran expedition that actually succeeded. There's only one way to answer the questions we've raised, and that's to go down and see for ourselves. Ready, Xav?" But uncertainty nagged uneasily at him when Farrell found himself alone in the helihopper, with the forest flowing beneath like a leafy river, and Xavier's scooter disappearing bullet-like into the dusk ahead. "We never found a colony so advanced," Farrell thought. "Suppose this is a Hymenop experiment that really paid off? The bees did some weird and wonderful things with human guinea pigs. What if they've created the ultimate booby trap here and primed it with conditioned myrmidons in our own form? Suppose, he thought, and derided himself for thinking it, one of those suicidal old interstellar ventures did succeed." Xavier's voice, a mellow drone from the helihopper's ringwave-powered Visicom, cut sharply into his musing. "The ship has discovered the scooter and is training an electronic beam upon it. My instruments record an electromagnetic vibration pattern of low power but rapidly varying frequency. The operation seems pointless." Stryker's voice followed querulous with worry. "I'd better pull Xav back. It may be something lethal." "Don't," Gibson's baritone advised. Surprisingly, there was excitement in the engineer's voice. "I think they're trying to communicate with us." Farrell was on the point of demanding acidly to know how one went about communicating by means of a fluctuating electric field when the unexpected cessation of forest diverted his attention. The helihopper scudded over a cultivated area of considerable extent, fields stretching below in a vague random checkerboard of lighter and darker earth, an undefined cluster of buildings at their center. There was a central bonfire that burned like a wild red eye against the lower gloom, and in its plunging ruddy glow he made out an urgent scurrying of shadowy figures. "I'm passing over a hamlet," Farrell reported. "The one nearest the city, I think. There's something odd going on down." Catastrophe struck so suddenly that he was caught completely unprepared. The helihopper's flimsy carriage bucked and crumpled. There was a blinding flare of electric discharge, a pungent stink of ozone, and a stunning shock that flung him headlong into darkness. He awoke slowly with a brutal headache and a conviction of nightmare heightened by the outlandish tone of his surroundings. He lay on a narrow bed in a whitely antiseptic infirmary, an oblong metal cell cluttered with a grimly utilitarian array of tables and lockers and chests. The lighting was harsh and overbright, and the air hung thick with pungent, unfamiliar chemical odors. From somewhere far off, yet at the same time as near as the bulkhead above him, came the unceasing drone of machinery. Farrell sat up, groaning, when full consciousness made his position clear. He had been shot down by God knew what sort of devastating, unorthodox weapon, and was a prisoner in the grounded ship. At his rising, a white-smocked fat man with anachronistic spectacles and close-cropped gray hair came into the room, moving with the professional assurance of a medic. The man stopped short at Farrell's stare and spoke. His words were utterly unintelligible, but his gesture was unmistakable. Farrell followed him dumbly out of the infirmary and down a bare corridor whose metal floor rang coldly underfoot. An open port near the corridor's end relieved the blankness of wall and let in a flood of reddish Alphardian sunlight. Farrell slowed to look out, wondering how long he had lain unconscious, and felt panic knife at him when he saw Xavier's scooter lying port open and undefended on the square outside. The mechanical had been as easily taken as himself. Then Stryker and Gibson, for all their professional caution, would fare no better. They could not have overlooked the capture of Farrell and Xavier, and when they tried, as a matter of course, to rescue them, the Marco would be struck down in turn by the same weapon. The fat medic turned and said something urgent in his unintelligible tongue. Farrell, dazed by the enormity of what had happened, followed without protest into an intersecting way that led through a bewildering succession of storage rooms and hydroponics gardens, through a small gymnasium fitted with physical training equipment in graduated sizes, and finally into a soundproofed place that could have been nothing but a nursery. The implication behind its presence stopped Farrell short. "A creche," he said, stunned. He had a wild vision of endless generations of children growing up in this dim and stuffy room to be taught from their first toddling steps the functions they must fulfill before the venture of which they were a part could be consummated. One of those old ventures had succeeded, he thought, and was aided by the daring of that 1,000-year odyssey. The realization left him more alarmed than before. For what technical marvels might not an isolated group of such dogged specialists have developed during a millennium of application? Such a weapon as had brought down the helihopper and scooter was patently beyond reach of his own latter-day technology. Perhaps, he thought, its possession explained the presence of these people here in the first stronghold of the Hymenops. Perhaps they had even fought and defeated the bees on their own invaded ground. He followed his white-smocked guide through a power room where great crude generators whirred ponderously, pouring out gross electric current into arm-thick cables. They were nearing the bow of the ship when they passed by another open port, and Farrell, glancing out over the lowered rampway, saw that his fears for Stryker and Gibson had been well grounded. The Mark of IV, ports open, lay grounded outside. Farrell could not have said, later, whether his next move was planned or reflexive. The whole desperate issue seemed to hang suspended for a breathless moment upon a hair-fine edge of decision, and in that instant he made his bid. Without pausing in his stride, he sprang out and through the port and down the steep plane of the ramp. The rough stone pavement of the square drummed underfoot, sore muscles tore at him, and weakness was like a weight about his neck. He expected momentarily to be blasted out of existence. He reached the Mark of IV with the startled shouts of his guide ringing unintelligibly in his ears. The port yawned, he plunged inside and stabbed at controls without waiting to seat himself. The ports swung shut, the ship darted up under his manipulation and arrowed into space with an acceleration that sprung his knees and made his vision swim blankly. He was so weak with strain and with the success of his coup that he all but fainted when Stryker, his scanty hair tousled and his fat face comical with bewilderment, stumbled out of his sleeping cubicle and bellowed at him. "What the hell are you doing, Arthur? Take us down!" Farrell gaped at him, speechless. Stryker lumbered past him and took the controls, spiraling the Morocco 4 down. Men swarmed outside the ports when the reclamation craft settled gently to the square again. Gibson and Xavier reached the ship first. Gibson came inside quickly, leaving the mechanical outside, making patient explanations to an excited group of Alphardians. Gibson put a reassuring hand on Farrell's arm. "It's all right, Arthur. There's no trouble." Farrell said dumbly, "I don't understand. They didn't shoot you and Xav down too?" It was Gibson's turn to stare. "No one shot you down. These people are primitive enough to use metallic power lines to carry electricity to their hamlets, an anachronism you forgot last night. You piloted the helihopper into one of those lines, and the crash put you out for the rest of the night and most of today. These Alphardians are friendly, so desperately happy to be found again that it is really pathetic. Friendly! That torpedo!" "It wasn't a torpedo at all," Stryker put in. Understanding of the error under which Farrell had labored erased his earlier irritation, and he chuckled commiseratingly. "They had one small boat left for emergency missions and sent it up to contact us in the fear that we might overlook their settlement and move on. The boat was atomic powered and our shield screen set off its engines." Farrell dropped into a chair at the chart table, limp with reaction. He was suddenly exhausted and his head ached dully. "We cracked the communications problem early last night," Gibson said. "These people use an ancient system of electromagnetic wave propagation called frequency modulation, and once Lee and I rigged up a suitable transceiver, the rest was simple. Both Xav and I recognized the old language. The natives reported your accident, and we came down at once." "They really came from Terra? They lived through 1,000 years of flight?" "The ship left Terra for Sirius in 2171, Gibson said. "But not with these people aboard, or their ancestors. That expedition perished after less than a light year when its hydroponics system failed. The Hymenops found the ship derelict when they invaded us, and brought it to Alphard 6 in what was probably their first experiment with human subjects. The ship's log shows clearly what happened to the original complement. The rest is deducible from the situation here." Farrell put his hands to his temple and groaned. "The crash must have scrambled my wits, Gib. Where did they come from?" "From one of the first peripheral colonies conquered by the bees," Gibson said patiently. "The Hymenops were long-range planners, remember, and masters of hypnotic conditioning. They stocked the ship with a captive crew of Terrans conditioned to believe themselves descendants of the original crew, and grounded it here in disabled condition. They left for Alford 5 then, to watch developments. Succeeding generations of colonists grew up, accepting the fact that their ship had missed Sirius and made planetfall here. They still don't know where they really are, by luck. They never knew about the Hymenops, and they've struggled along with an inadequate technology in the hope that a later expedition would find them. They found the truth hard to take, but they're eager to enjoy the fruits of Terran assimilation." Stryker, grinning, brought Farrell a frosted drink that tinkled invitingly. "An unusually fortunate ending to a Hymenop experiment," he said. "These people progress normally because they've been let alone. Reorienting them will be a simple matter. They'll be properly spoiled colonists within another generation." Farrell sipped his drink appreciatively. "But I don't see why the bees should go to such trouble to deceive these people. Why did they sit back and let them grow as they pleased, Gib? It doesn't make sense." "But it does for once," Gibson said. "The bees set up this colony as a control unit to study the species they were invading, and they had to give their specimens a normal, if obsolete, background in order to determine their capabilities. The fact that their experiment didn't tell them what they wanted to know may have had a direct bearing on their decision to pull out." Farrell shook his head. "It's a reverse application, isn't it, of the old saw about Terrans being incapable of understanding an alien culture?" "Of course," said Gibson, surprised. "It's obvious enough, surely. Hard as they tried, the bees never understood us either." End of Control Group by Roger D. Read by Lars Rolander.
By Charles L. Fontenay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by B. W. Ball. Disqualified by Charles L. Fontenay. After the morning inspection tour, Tardo, the Solar Council's planetary aid agent, and his companion, Peo, were taken to the castle which stood on a hill overlooking the area. Tardo and Peo were entertained royally at luncheon by Saranta, their host, who appeared to be the wealthy overlord of this portion of the planet. The meal was delicious. Tender, inch-thick steaks served with delicate wine sauce and a half a dozen of the planet's exotic vegetables, topped off by a cool fruit dessert. "My recommendation will be of considerable importance to you," said Tardo as they ate. "If it is favorable, there is certain technical aid aboard ship which will be made available to you at once. Of course, you will not receive advanced equipment from the Solar Council until there is a more thorough investigation." "I'm afraid our culture is too simple and agrarian to win your approval," said Saranta modestly. "That isn't a major consideration. The Council understands the difficulties that have faced colonies in other star systems. There are certain fundamental requirements, of course. No abnormal religious practices, no slavery, well, you understand what I mean. We really feel that we have done well since our ancestors, that is, colonized our world 1,000 years ago," said Saranta, toying with a wine glass. A smiling servant filled the glass of Tardo and Peo. "You see, there was no fuel for the ship to explore other planets in the system, and the ship just rested away. Since we are some distance from the solar system, yours is the first ship that has landed here since colonization." "You seem to have been lucky, though," said Peo. He was navigator of the Council ship, and had asked to accompany Tardo on the brief inspection trip. "You could have landed on a barren planet." "Well, no, the colonizers knew it was livable from the first exploration expedition," said Saranta. "There were difficulties, of course, luxuriant vegetation, but no animal life, so we had no animals to domesticate. Pulling a plow is hard work for a man." "But you were able to solve this situation in a humanitarian way?" asked Tardo, peering at him keenly. "That is to say, you didn't resort to slavery?" Saranta smiled and spread his hands slightly. "Does this look like a slave society to you?" he countered. "The colonists were anxious to cooperate to make the planet livable. No one objected to work." "It's true we've seen no slaves that we know about," said Tardo, "but 2 days is a short time for inspection. I must draw most of my conclusions from the attitudes of you and the others who are our hosts. How about the servants here?" "They are paid," answered Saranta, and added ruefully, "There are those of us who think they are paid too well. They have a union, you know." Tardo laughed. "A carryover from Earth, no doubt," he commented. "An unusual one, too, for a culture without technology." When the meal was over, the 2 men from the ship were conducted on a tour of the area. It was a neat agricultural community with broad fields, well-constructed buildings, and, a short distance from Saranta's castle-like home, a village in which artisans and craftsmen plied their peaceful trades. Peyo tried to notice what he thought Tardo would look for on such short inspection. The council agent, he knew, had had intensive training and many years of experience. It was hard for Peyo to judge what factors Tardo would consider significant. Probably very minor ones that the average man would not notice, he thought. Tardo had seemed most intent on the question of slavery, and Peyo looked for signs of it. He could see none. The people of the planet had had time to conceal some things, of course, but the people they saw in the village wore a proud air of independence no slave could assume. Saranta apologized for their having to walk, explaining that there was no other means of transportation on the planet. "And, without transportation, you can understand why we have not been able to develop a technology," he added. "We hope transport will be included in the first assistance you will give us." Tardo asked about the fields. "I see there is no one working them," he said. "Is that done by the villagers?" "Our labor supply is transient," answered Saranta, after a moment's hesitation. "The laborers who will work our fields, for a wage of course, are probably in the next town or the one beyond it now." Alpha Parisi was sinking in the western sky when Tardo and Peyo took their leave of Saranta and made their way down the road toward the planetary landing craft. "It looks like a good world to me," said Peyo. "If tomorrow's inspection is as satisfactory, I suppose you will recommend the beginning of technical aid?" "There will be no inspection tour tomorrow, and I shall recommend against aid at this time," replied Tardo. "I've seen enough." "Why?" asked Peyo, surprised. "There are 2 classes of people on this planet, and we've seen only one," said Tardo. "Those we have seen are freemen. The others are no better than animals. We give no aid that helps men tighten their hold over their fellows." "If you haven't seen them, how do you know that there is another class?" demanded Peyo. "There is no evidence of any such situation." "The evidence is well hidden, but if you think your stomach can take it now, I'll tell you. If you remember your history, colonizing ships 1,000 years ago had no space to carry animals along. They had to depend on native animal life of the planet, and this planet had none." Saranta said that, but I don't see— "Those were delicious steaks, weren't they?" remarked Tardo quietly. End of Disqualified by Charles L. Fontenay.
Bearing Gifts by Fredric Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Fredric Brown. Rai sat alone in his room, meditating. From outside the door he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock, and, glancing at the door, he willed it to slide open. It opened. "Enter, my friend," he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only 2 persons present, speech was more polite. Ejon Key entered. "You are up late tonight, my leader," he said. "Yes, Key. Within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know, it will land 1,000 miles away, if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible. And I have waited long for first contact. For even though no Earthman will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact, for them. Of course, our telepath teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries, but this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth." Key made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. "True," he said. "I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still. They will watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get what do they call it? A spectroscopic analysis. That will tell them more than they know now, or think they know, much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is— call it a sighting shot, Key. They'll be here in person within a few oppositions, and then... Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. What was left of Mars, that is, this one small city of about 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it, one city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact, for a selfish reason and for an unselfish one. Martian civilization had developed in quite a different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology, but it had developed social sciences to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars for 50,000 years. And it had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much. How to avoid crime and war to begin with. Beyond those simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy. And Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars. How, by science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things, to restore and rehabilitate a dying planet, so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, and neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least an Earthman, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years hence. The Martians knew this, because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at that distance, the connection was one way. Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the facts about Mars' composition and atmosphere, which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight, Rye, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word can be translated, and Key, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. Then they drank a toast to the future, in a beverage based on menthol, which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of the building in which they had been sitting. They watched toward the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brilliantly and unwinkingly through the atmosphere. In Observatory No. 1 on Earth's moon, Rog Everett, his eye at the eyepiece of the spotoscope, said triumphantly, "Thar she blew, Willie. And now, as soon as the films are developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There'd be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was an historical occasion. "Hope it didn't kill anybody. Any Martians, that is. Rog, did it hit dead center in Syrtis Major?" "Near as matters. I'd say it was maybe 1,000 miles off, to the south, and that's damn close on a 50-million-mile shot. Willie, do you really think there are any Martians?" Willie thought a second, and then said, "No." He was right. End of Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Fredric Brown. Read by Catherine Cook, Grahamstown.
Thizar by Randall, Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mattingly. Heist Job on Thizar by Randall Garrett, originally published in Amazing Stories, October 1956. In the future, we may discover new planets. Our ships may rocket to new worlds. Robots may be smarter than people. But we'll still have slick characters, willing and able to turn a fast buck, even though they have to be smarter than Einstein to do it. Anson Drake sat quietly in the flame-bird room of the Royal Gandile Hotel, listening to the alien but soothing strains of the native orchestra and sipping a drink. He knew perfectly well that he had no business displaying himself in public on the planet Thizar. There were influential Thizarians who held no love for a certain Earthman named Anson Drake. It didn't particularly bother Drake. Life was danger, and danger was life to him, and Anson Drake was known on 100 planets as a man who could take care of himself. Even so, he wouldn't have bothered to come if it hadn't been for the fact that Varon Belgezad was a pompous braggart. Belgezad had already suffered at the hands of Anson Drake. Some years before, a narcotics gang had been smashed high, wide, and handsome on Thizar. 3 men had died from an overdose of their own thionite drug, and 50,000 credits of illicit gain had vanished into nowhere. The Thizarian police didn't know who'd done the job, and they didn't know who had financed the ring. But Belgezad knew that Anson Drake was the former, and Drake knew that Varon Belgezad was the latter, and each one was waiting his chance to get the other. A week before, Drake had been relaxing happily on a beach on Celadon II, 12 light years from Thizar, reading a newsfax. He had become interested in an article which told of the sentencing of a certain lady to 7 years in Celadon prison, when his attention was attracted by another headline. Varon Belgezad buys Algol necklace. Thizar, GNS. Varon Belgezad, wealthy Thizarian financier, has purchased a fabulous necklace of Algol, it was announced today. The necklace, made of matched star diamonds, is estimated to be worth more than 1 million credits, although the price paid by Belgezad is not known. Such an interesting bit seemed worthy of further investigation, so Drake had immediately booked passage on the first space liner to Thizar. And thus it was that an immaculately dressed, broad-shouldered, handsome young man sat quietly in the flame-bird room of Thizar's flushiest hostelry, surveying his surroundings with steady green eyes and wondering how he was going to get his hands on the necklace of Algol. The police couldn't touch Belgezad, but Anson Drake could and would. "Hello, Drake," said a cold voice at his elbow. Drake turned and looked up into the sardonically smiling face of Jomis Dobigel, the heavy-set, dark-faced Thizarian who worked with Belgezad. "Well, well," Anson said, smiling, "if it isn't Little Bo Peep. How's the dope business, and how's the big dope himself?" Dobigel's smile soured. "You're very funny, Earthman, but we don't like Earthmen here." "Do sit down, Dobby, and tell me all about it. The last I heard, which was 3 hours ago, the government of Thizar was perfectly happy to have me here. In fact, they were good enough to stamp my passport to prove it." Dobigel pulled out a chair and sat down, keeping his hands beneath the table. "What are you doing here, Drake?" he asked in a cold voice. "I couldn't help it," Drake said blandly. "I was drawn back by the memory of the natural beauties of your planet. The very thought of that fat, flabby face of old Belgezad, decorated with a bulbous nose that is renowned throughout the galaxy, was irresistible, so here I am." Dobigel's dark face grew even darker. "I know you, Drake, and I know why you're here. Tomorrow is the date for the coronation of His Serenity the Shan of Thizar." "True," Drake agreed, "and I wouldn't miss it for all the loot in Andromeda. A celebration like that is worth traveling parsecs to see." Dobigel leaned across the table. "Belgezad is a noble of the realm," he said slowly. "He'll be at the coronation. You know he's going to wear the necklace of Algol as well as anyone, and you—" Suddenly he leaned forward a little further, his right hand stabbing out towards Drake's leg beneath the table. But Anson Drake was ready for him. Dobigel's hand was a full 3 inches from Drake's thigh when a set of fingers grasped his wrist in a vice-like hold. Steely fingers bit in, pressing nerves against bone. With a gasp, Dobigel opened his hand. A small metallic cylinder dropped out. Drake caught it with his free hand and smiled. "That's impolite, Dobby. It isn't proper to try to give your host an injection when he doesn't want it." Casually, he put the cylinder against the arm which he still held and squeezed the little metal tube. There was a faint pop. Drake released the arm and handed back the cylinder. Dobigel's face was white. "I imagine that was 12-hour poison," Drake said kindly. "If you hurry, old Belgezad will give you the antidote. It will be painful, but—" He shrugged. "And by the way, brother Dobigel," he continued, "let me give you some advice. The next time you try to get near a victim with one of those things, don't do it by talking to him about things he already knows. It doesn't distract him enough." Dobigel stood up, his fists clenched. "I'll get you for this, Drake." And then he turned and stalked off through the crowd. No one had noticed the little byplay. Drake smiled seraphically and finished his drink. Dobigel was going to be uncomfortable for a while. 12-hour poison was a complex protein substance that could be varied in several thousand different ways, and only an antidote made from the right variation would work for each poison. If the antidote wasn't given, the victim died within 12 hours, And even if the antidote was given, getting over poison wasn't any fun at all. Reflecting happily on the plight of Joe Miss Dobigel, Anson Drake paid his bill, tipped the waiter liberally, and strolled out of the Flamebird room and into the lobby of the Royal Gandile Hotel. The coronation would begin early tomorrow, and he didn't want to miss the beginning of it. The Shan's coronation was the affair of Thizar. He went over to the robot news vendor and dropped a coin in the slot. The reproducer hummed, and a freshly printed news fax dropped out. He headed for the lift tube, which whisked him up to his room on the 81st floor. He inserted his key in the lock and pressed the button on the tip. The electronic lock opened, and the door slid into the wall. Before entering, Drake took a look at the detector on his wrist. There was no sign of anything having entered the room since he had left it. Only then did he go inside. With one of the most powerful financiers on Thizar out after his blood, there was no way of knowing what might happen, and therefore no reason to take chances. There were some worlds where Anson Drake would no more have stayed in a public hotel than he would have jumped into an atomic furnace, especially if his enemy was a man as influential as Belgezad. But Thizar was a civilized and reasonably well-policed planet. The police were honest and the courts were just. Even Belgezad couldn't do anything openly. Drake locked his door, sang to himself in a pleasant baritone while he bathed, put on his pajamas, and lay down on his bed to read the paper. It was mostly full of coronation news. Noble so-and-so would wear such and such. The archbishop would do thus and so. There was another item about Belgezad. His daughter was ill and would be unable to attend. Bloody shame, thought Drake. Too bad Belgezad isn't sick, or dying. There was further mention of the necklace of Algol. It was second only to the crown jewels of the Shan himself. The precautions being taken were fantastic. At a quick guess, about half the crowd would be policemen. The door announcer chimed. Drake sat up and punched the door TV. The screen showed the face of a girl standing at his door. Drake smiled in appreciation. She had dark brown hair, brown eyes, and a smooth, tanned complexion. It was a beautiful face, and it showed promise of having a body to match. "Who, may I ask, is calling on a gentleman at this ungodly hour, and thus compromising her reputation and fair name?" The girl smiled, showing even white teeth, and her eyes sparkled, showing flickers of little golden flames against the brown. "I see I've found the right room," she said. That voice couldn't belong to anyone but Anson Drake. And then she lowered her voice and said softly, "Let me in. I'm Norma Knight." Drake felt a tinkle of psychic electricity flow over his skin. There was a promise of danger and excitement in the air. Norma Knight was known throughout this whole sector of the galaxy as the cleverest jewel thief the human race had ever spawned. Drake had never met her, but he had definitely heard of her. He touched the admission stud, and the door slid silently aside. There was no doubt about it. Her body did match her face. "Do come in, Norma," he said. She stepped inside, and Drake touched the closing button. The door slid shut behind her. She stood there for a moment looking at him, and Drake took the opportunity to study the girl more closely. At last she said, "So you're Anson Drake. You're even better looking than I'd heard you were. Congratulations." "I have a good press agent," Drake said modestly. "What's on your mind?" He waved his hand at a nearby chair. "The same thing that's on yours, I suspect," she said. "Do you have a drink to spare?" Drake unlimbered himself from the bed, selected a bottle from the menu, and dialed. The robot bellhop whirred. A chute opened in the wall, and a bottle slid out. Drake poured, handed the tumbler to the girl, and said, "This is your party. What do you have in mind?" The girl took a sip of her drink before she answered, and then she looked up at Drake with her deep brown eyes. "Two things. One, I have no intention or desire to compete with Anson Drake for the necklace of Algol. Both of us might end up in jail with nothing for our pains. Two, I have a foolproof method for getting the necklace, but none for getting it off the planet. I think you probably have a way." Drake nodded. "I dare say I could swing it. How does it happen that you don't have an avenue of disposal planned?" She looked bleak for a moment. "The man who was to help me decided to back out at the last minute. He didn't know what the job was, and I wouldn't tell him because I didn't trust him." And you trust me? Her eyes were very trustful. I've heard a lot about you, Drake, and I happen to know you never double-cross anyone unless they double-cross you first. Trade is about fair play, to quote an ancient maxim, Drake said, grinning, and I am a firm believer in fair play. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, what do you have to offer? Why shouldn't I just pinch the gems myself and do a quick flit across the galaxy? That would give me all the loot. She shook her head. Belgezad is onto you, you know. He knows you're here. His own private police and the Shan's own guard will be at the coronation to protect all that jewellery. She cocked her pretty head to one side and looked at him. What's between you and Belgezad anyway? I stole his toys when he was a child, said Drake, and he hasn't trusted me since. How do you propose to get the necklace of Algol if I can't? She smiled and shook her head slowly. That would be telling. You let me take care of my part, and I'll let you take care of yours. Drake shook his head, not so slowly. Absolutely not. We either work together, or we don't work at all. The girl frowned in thought for a moment, and then reached into the belt pouch at her side and pulled out a square of electro-engraved plastic. She handed it to Drake. Underneath all the flowery verbiage, it boiled down to an invitation to attend the post-coronation reception. It was addressed to Miss Caroline Smith, and was signed and sealed by the Shan of Thizar himself. I'm Caroline Smith, she said. I've managed to get in good with the family of Belgezad, and he wangled the invitation. Now, the plan is this. Right after the invocation, while the new Shan is being prepared in his special coronation robes, the nobles have to change their uniforms from red to green. Belgezad will go into his suite in the palace to change. He'll be accompanied by 2 guards. One will stay on the outside, the other will help Belgezad dress. I've got the room next to his, and I've managed to get the key that unlocks the door between them. I'll use this. She pulled a small globe of metal from her belt pouch. It's a sleep gas bomb. It'll knock them out for at least 20 minutes. No one will come in during that time, and I'll be able to get the necklace and get out of the palace before they wake up. They'll know you did it, Drake pointed out. If you're still missing when they come to, the thief's identity will be obvious. She nodded. That's where you come in. I'll simply go out into the garden and throw it over the wall to you. We'll meet here afterwards. Drake thought it over and smiled devilishly. It sounds fine. Now, let's coordinate everything. They went over the whole plot again, this time with a chart of the palace to mark everything out, and a time schedule was arranged. Then they toasted to success, and the girl left. When she was gone, Anson Drake smiled ruefully to himself and opened a secret compartment in his suitcase. From it he removed a long strand of glittering jewels. A perfect imitation, Drake said, and you're very pretty. It's a shame I won't be able to hang you round the neck of Belgezad in place of the real necklace of Algol. But his original plan had been more dangerous than the present one, and Anson Drake was always ready to desert a good plan for a better one. Coronation Day dawned bright and clear, and the festivities began early. There were speeches and parades and dancing in the streets. A huge fleet of high-flying rockets rumbled high in the stratosphere, filling the sky with the white traceries of their exhausts. For all of Thizar it was a holiday, a day of rejoicing and happiness. Cheers for the Shan filled the streets, and strains of music came from the speakers of the public communications system. Anson Drake missed most of the fun. He was too busy making plans. The day passed as he worked. Thizar's sun began to set as the hour for the actual crowning of the Shan approached. At the proper time, Drake was waiting in the shadows outside the palace walls. There were eyes watching him, and he knew it, but he only smiled softly to himself and waited. Sst! It was the girl on the other side of the wall. I'm here, whispered Drake. Something that glittered faintly in the soft light of the twin moons of Thizar arced over the wall. Drake caught it in his hands. The necklace of Algol. He slipped it into a small plastic box he was carrying, and then glanced at the detector on his wrist. The screen showed a pale blue pip, which indicated that someone was hidden in the shadows a few yards to his right. Drake didn't even glance towards the spy. He put the plastic box containing the necklace into his belt pouch and strode away from the palace. He had, he figured, about 20 minutes. He headed directly for the spaceship terminal. Never once did he look back, but the detector on his wrist told him he was being closely followed. Excellent. Inside the terminal, he went directly to the baggage lockers. He found one that was empty, inserted a coin, and opened it. From his pouch he took a plastic box, put it in the locker, switched on the lock with his key, and strolled away. He glanced again at his detector. He was no longer being followed by the same man. Another had taken up the trail. It figured, it figured. He went straight to the Hotel Gandile, making sure his tail didn't lose him. Not until they were in the lobby did he make any attempt to shake the man who was following him. He went into the bar, ordered a drink, and took a sip. He left his change and the drink on the bar, and headed out the door in the direction of the men's room. Whoever was following him wouldn't realize for a minute or two that he was leaving for good. A man doesn't usually leave change and an unfinished drink in a bar. Drake took the lift tube up to his room, attended to some unfinished business, and waited. Less than 3 minutes later, the door was opened. In walked Viron Belgezad and his lieutenant, Jomis Dobigel. Both of them looked triumphant, and they were surrounded by a squad of royal police. "There he is," said Dobigel. "Arrest him." A police officer stepped forward. "Anson Drake, I arrest you in the name of the Shan," he said. Drake grinned. "On what charge?" "The theft of the necklace of Algol." Drake looked directly at Belgezad. "Did old fat face here say I took it?" "You can't talk that way," Dobigel snarled, stepping forward. "Who says so, ugly?" At that, Dobigel stepped forward and threw a hard punch from his shoulder straight at Drake's face. It never landed. Drake sidestepped it and brought a smashing uppercut up from his knees. It lifted Dobigel off his feet and sent him crashing back against old Belgezad, toppling them both to the floor. The policemen had all drawn their guns, but Drake was standing placidly in the middle of the room, his hands high above his head, regarding the scene calmly. "I'll go quietly," he said. "I've no quarrel with the police." One of the officers led him out into the hall, while the others searched his room. Belgezad was sputtering incoherently. Another policeman was trying to wake up Dobigel. "If you're looking for the necklace of Algol," Drake said, "you won't find it there." The captain of the police squad said, "We know that, Mr. Drake. We are merely looking for other evidence. We already have the necklace." He reached in his belt pouch and took out a small plastic box. He opened it, disclosing a glittering rope of jewels. "You were seen depositing this in a baggage locker at the spaceship terminal. We have witnesses who saw you, and we had it removed under police supervision." Viron Belgezad smiled nastily. "This time you won't get away, Drake. Stealing anything from the palace of the Shan carries a minimum penalty of 20 years in Thizar prison." Drake said nothing as they took him off to the Royal Police Station and locked him in a cell. It was late afternoon of the next day when the prosecutor for the Shan visited Drake's cell. He was a tall, imposing man, and Drake knew him by reputation as an honest, energetic man. "Mr. Drake," he said as he sat down in a chair in the cell, "you have refused to speak to anyone but me. I am, of course, perfectly willing to be of any assistance, but I'm afraid I must warn you that any statement made to me will be used against you at the trial." Drake leaned back in his own chair. One nice thing about Thizar, he reflected, they had comfortable jails. "My Lord Prosecutor," he said, "I'd like to make a statement. As I understand it, Belgezad claims he was gassed, along with a police guard who was with him. When he woke up, the necklace was gone. He didn't see his assailant." "That is correct," said the prosecutor. Drake grinned. That was the way it had to be. Belgezad couldn't possibly have bribed the cop, so they both had to be gassed. "If he didn't see his assailant, how does he know who it was?" "You were followed from the palace by Jomis Dobigel, who saw you put the necklace into the baggage locker. There are several other witnesses to that." Drake leaned forward. "Let me point out, my Lord Prosecutor, that the only evidence you have that I was anywhere near the palace is the word of Jomis Dobigel, and he didn't see me inside the palace. I was outside the wall." The prosecutor shrugged. "We admit the possibility of an assistant inside the walls of the palace," he said. "We are investigating that now. But even if we never find your accomplice, we have proof that you were implicated, and that is enough." "What proof do you have?" Drake asked blandly. "Why, the necklace itself, of course." The prosecutor looked as though he suspected Drake of having taken leave of his senses. Drake shook his head. That necklace is mine. I can prove it. It was made for me by a respectable jeweller on Celadon too. It's a very good imitation, but it's a phony. They aren't diamonds, they're simply well-cut crystals of titanium dioxide. Check them if you don't believe me." The Lord Prosecutor looked dumbfounded. "But what? Why?" Drake looked sad. "I bought it to give to my good friend, the noble Belgezad. Of course, it would be a gross insult to wear them at the Shan's coronation, but he could wear them at other functions." "And how does my good friend repay me? By having me arrested. My Lord Prosecutor, I am a wronged man." The prosecutor swallowed heavily and stood up. "The necklace has, naturally, been impounded by the police. I shall have the stones tested." "You'll find they're phonies," Drake said, "and that means one of two things. Either they are not the ones stolen from Belgezad, or else Belgezad has mortally insulted his Shan by wearing false jewels to the coronation." "Well, we shall see about this," said the Lord Prosecutor. Anson Drake, free as a lark, was packing his clothes in his hotel room when the announcer chimed. He punched the TV pickup and grinned. It was the girl. When the door slid aside, she came in smiling. "You got away with it, Drake. Wonderful. I don't know how you did it, but—" "Did what?" Drake looked innocent. "Get away with the necklace, of course. I don't know how it happened. That Dobigel was there, but—" But, Drake said, smiling. "You don't seem to know very much at all, do you?" What do you mean?" Drake put his last article of clothing in his suitcase and snapped it shut. "I'll probably be searched pretty thoroughly when I get to the spaceport," he said coolly, "but they won't find anything on an innocent man." "Where's the necklace?" she asked in a throaty voice. Drake pretended not to hear. "It's a funny thing," he said. "Old Belgezad would never let the necklace out of his hands except to get me. He thought he'd get it back by making sure I was followed, but he made two mistakes." The girl put her arms around his neck. "His mistakes don't matter as long as we have the necklace, do they?" Anson Drake was never a man to turn down an invitation like that. He held her in his arms and kissed her, long and lingeringly. When he broke away, he went on as though nothing had happened. "Two mistakes. The first one was thinking up such an obviously silly plot. If it were as easy to steal jewels from the palace as all that, nothing would be safe on Thizar. The second mistake was sending his daughter to trap me." The girl gasped and stepped back. "It was very foolish of you, Miss Belgezad," he went on calmly. "You see, I happen to know that the real Norma Knight was sentenced to 7 years in Celadon prison over a week ago. Unfortunately, the news hadn't reached Thizar yet. I knew from the first that the whole thing was to be a frame-up. It's too bad that your father had to use the real necklace. It's a shame he lost it." The girl's eyes blazed. You thief! You—" She used words which no self-respecting lady is supposed to use. Drake waited until she had finished and then said, "Oh no, Miss Belgezad, I am no thief. Your father can consider the loss of that necklace as a fine for running narcotics, and you can tell him that if I catch him again, it'll be worse. I don't like his kind of slime, and I'll do my best to get rid of him. That's all, Miss B. It was nice knowing you." He walked out of the room, leaving her to stand there in helpless fury. His phony necklace had come in handy after all. The police had thought they had the real one, so they had never bothered to check the Galactic Mail Service for a small package mailed to Celadon II. All he'd had to do was to drop it into the mail chute from his room, and then cool his heels in jail while the Galactic Mails got rid of the loot for him. The necklace of Algol would be waiting for him when he got to Celadon II. End of Heist Job on Thizar by Randall Garrett.
Once by Edward W. Ludwig. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Lonely Ones by Edward W. Ludwig. The line between noble dreams and madness is thin, and loneliness can push men past it. Onward sped the wanderer,
onward through cold, silent infinity, on and on, an insignificant pencil of silver lost in the terrible brooding blackness. But even more awful than the blackness was the loneliness of the 6 men who inhabited the silver rocket. They moved in loneliness as fish move in water. Their lives revolved in loneliness as planets revolve in space and time. They bore their loneliness like a shroud, and it was as much a part of them as sight in their eyes. Loneliness was both their brother and their god. Yet, like a tiny flame in the darkness, there was hope, a savage, desperate hope that grew with the passing of each day, each month, and each year. And at last, "Lord," breathed Captain Sam Wiley. Lieutenant Gunderson nodded. "It's a big one, isn't it?" "It's a big one," repeated Captain Wiley. They stared at the image in the Wanderer's forward visi-screen, at the great shining gray ball. They stared hard, for it was like an enchanted, God-given fruit handed them on a star-flecked platter of midnight. It was like the answer of 1,000 prayers, a shining symbol of hope, which could mean the end of loneliness. "It's 10 times as big as Earth," mused Lieutenant Gunderson. "Do you think this'll be it, Captain?" "I'm afraid to think." A thoughtful silence. "Captain?" "Yes." "Do you hear my heart pounding?" Captain Wiley smiled. No, of course not." "It seems like everybody should be hearing it. But we shouldn't get excited, should we? We mustn't hope too hard." He bit his lip. "But there should be life there, don't you think, Captain?" "There may be." 9 years, Captain. Think of it. It's taken us 9 years to get here. There's got to be life." "Prepare for deceleration, Lieutenant." Lieutenant Gunderson's tall, slim body sagged for an instant. Then his eyes brightened. "Yes, sir." Captain Sam Wiley continued to stare at the beautiful gray globe in the visi-screen. He was not like Gunderson, with boyish eagerness and anxiety flowing out of him in a ceaseless babble. His emotion was as great or greater, but it was imprisoned within him like swirling, foaming liquid inside a corked jug. It wouldn't do to encourage the men too much, because if they were disappointed... He shook his silver-thatched head. There it was, he thought, a new world, a world that, perhaps, held life. Life. It was a word uttered only with reverence, for throughout the solar system, with the exception of on Earth, there had been only death. First it was the moon, airless and lifeless. That had been expected, of course. But Mars. For centuries men had dreamt of Mars and written of Mars, with its canals and dead cities, with its ancient men and strange animals. Everyone knew there was or had been life on Mars. The flaming rockets reached Mars, and the canals became volcanic crevices, and the dead cities became jagged peaks of red stone, and the endless sands were smooth, untouched by feet of living creatures. There was plant life, a species of green-red lichen in the polar regions, but nowhere was there real life. Then Venus with its dust and wind. No life there. Not even the stars to make one think of home. Only the dust and wind, a dark veil of death screaming eternally over hot, dry land. And Jupiter with its seas of ice, and hot Mercury, a cracked, withered mummy of a planet, baked as hard and dry as an ancient walnut in a furnace. Next, the airless rocky asteroids and frozen Saturn with its swirling ammonia snows. And last, the white silent worlds, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. World after world, all dead, with no sign of life, no reminder of life, and no promise of life. Thus the loneliness had grown. It was not a child of earth. It was not born in the hearts of those who scurried along city pavements, or of those in the green fields, or of those in the cool, clean houses. It was a child of the incredible distances, of the infinite night, of emptiness and silence. It was born in the hearts of the slit-eyed men, the oldish young men, the spacemen. For without life on other worlds, where was the sky's challenge? Why go on and on to discover only worlds of death? The dream of the spaceman turned from the planets to the stars. Somewhere in the galaxy, or in other galaxies, there had to be life. Life was a wonderful and precious thing. It wasn't right that it should be confined to a single tiny planet. If it were, then life would seem meaningless. Mankind would be a freak, a cosmic accident. And now the Wanderer was on the first interstellar flight, hurtling through the dark spaces to Proxima Centauri, moving silently as if motionless, yet at a speed of 160,000 miles a second. And ahead loomed the great grey planet, the only planet of the sun, growing larger, larger each instant. A gentle, murmuring hum filled the ship. The indicator lights of the control panel glowed like a swarm of pink eyes. "Deceleration compensator adjusted for 12 Gs, sir," reported Lieutenant Gunderson. Captain Wiley nodded, still studying the image of the planet. There's something else, Captain." "Yes?" "It's Brown, sir. He's drunk." Captain Wiley turned, a scowl on his hard, lined face. "Drunk? Where did he get the stuff?" "He saved it, sir. Saved it for 9 years. Said he was going to drink it when we discovered life." "We haven't discovered life yet." "I know. He said he wouldn't set foot on the planet if he was sober. Said if there isn't life there, he couldn't take it unless he was drunk." Captain Wiley grunted. "All right." They looked at the world. "Wouldn't it be wonderful, Captain? Just think, to meet another race. It wouldn't matter what they were like, would it? If they were primitive, we could teach them things. If they were ahead of us, they could teach us. You know what I'd like? To have someone meet us, to gather around us. It wouldn't matter if they were afraid of us, or even if they tried to kill us. We'd know that we aren't alone." "I know what you mean," said Captain Wiley. Some of his emotion overflowed the prison of his body. "There's no thrill in landing on dead worlds. If no one's there to see you, you don't feel like a hero." "That's it, Captain. That's why I came on this crazy trip. I guess that's why we all came. Captain Wiley cleared his throat. "Lieutenant, commence deceleration. 6 Gs." "Yes, sir." The planet grew bigger, filling the entire visiscreen. Someone coughed behind Captain Wiley. "Sir, the men would like to look at the screen. They can't see the planet out of the ports yet." The speaker was Doyle, the ship's engineer, a dry, tight-skinned little man. "Sure." Captain Wiley stepped aside. Doyle looked, then Parker and Fong. Just 3 of them, for Watkins had sliced his wrists the 4th year out, and Brown was drunk. As they looked, the realization came to Captain Wiley. The men were getting old. The years had passed so gradually that he'd never really noticed it before. Lieutenant Gunderson had been a kid just out of Space Academy. Parker and Doyle and Fong, too, had been in their 20s. They had been boys. And now something was gone. The sharp eyes and sure movements of youth, the smooth skin and thick soft hair. Now they had become men, and yet for a few moments, as they gazed at the screen, they seemed like happy, expectant children. "I wish Brown could see this," Doyle murmured. "He says now he isn't going to get off his couch till we land and discover life. Says he won't dare look for himself." "The planet's right for life," said Fong, the dark-faced astrophysicist. "Atmosphere 40% oxygen, lots of water vapor, no poisonous gases according to spectroscopic analysis. It should be ideal for life." "There is life there," said Parker, the radar man. "You know why? Because we've given up 18 years of our lives. 9 years to get here, 9 to get back. I'm 30 now. I was 21 when we left Earth. I gave up all those good years. They say that you can have something if you pay enough for it. Well, we've paid for this. There has to be a sort of universal justice. That's why I know there's life here. Life that moves and thinks, maybe even life we can talk to." "You need a drink," said Fong. "It's getting bigger," murmured Lieutenant Gunderson. "The Centaurians," mused Doyle half to himself. "What'll they be like? Monsters or men? If Parker's right about universal justice, they'll be men." "Hey, where there's men, there's women," yelled Parker. "A Centaurian woman, say?" "Look at those clouds!" exclaimed Doyle. "Damn it if we can't see the surface." "Hey there, look there to the right. See it? It's silver, down in a hole in the clouds. It's like a city." "Maybe it's just water." "No, it's a city." "Bring her down, Captain. God, Captain, bring her down fast." "Drag Brown in here. He ought to see this." "Can't you bring her down faster, Captain?" "Damn it, it is a city. Why doesn't someone get Brown?" "Take to your couches, men," said Captain Wiley. "Landing's apt to be a bit bumpy. Better strap yourselves in." Down went the rocket, more slowly now, great plumes of scarlet thundering from its forward braking jets. Down, down into soft cotton-like clouds, the whiteness sliding silently past the ports. Suddenly a droning voice. "To those in the ship from the planet called Earth, please refrain from landing at this moment. You will await landing instructions." Parker leaped off his couch, grasping a stanchion for support. "That voice! It was human!" Captain Wiley's trembling hand moved over the jet control panel. The ship slowed in its descent. The clouds outside the portholes became motionless. A milky whiteness pressed against the ship. "The voice!" Parker cried again. "Am I crazy? Did everyone hear it?" Captain Wiley turned away from the panel. "We heard it, Parker. It was in our minds. Telepathy." He smiled. "Yes, the planet is inhabited. There are intelligent beings on it. Perhaps they're more intelligent than we are." It was strange. The men had hoped, dreamt, prayed for this moment. Now they sat stunned, unable to comprehend, their tongues frozen. "We'll see them very soon," said Captain Wiley, his voice quivering. "We'll wait for their directions." Breathlessly they waited. Captain Wiley's fingers drummed nervously on the base of the control panel. Lieutenant Gunderson rose from his couch, stood in the center of the cabin, then returned to his couch. Silence, save for the constant rumbling roar of the jets which held the ship aloft. I wonder how long it'll be, murmured Fong at last. It seems like a long time, burst Parker. We've waited 9 years, said Captain Wiley. We can wait a few more minutes. They waited. Good Lord, said Parker. How long is it going to be? What time is it? We've been waiting an hour. What kind of people are they down there? Maybe they've forgotten about us, said Fong. That's it, cried Parker. They've forgotten about us. Hey, you down there, you that talked to us. We're still here. Damn it, we want to land. Parker, said Captain Wiley sternly. Parker sat down on his couch, his lips quivering. Then came the voice. We regret that a landing is impossible at this moment. Our field is overcrowded and your vessel is without priority. You must wait your turn. Captain Wiley stared forward at nothing. Whoever you are, he whispered, please understand that we have come a long way to reach your planet, our trip. We do not wish to discuss your trip. You will be notified when landing space is available. Captain Wiley's body shook. Wait, tell us who you are. What do you look like? Tell us. Talking to you is quite difficult. We must form our thoughts so as to form word patterns in your minds. You will be notified. Wait a minute, called Captain Wiley. No answer. Captain Wiley straightened in an effort to maintain dignity. They waited. It was night. The darkness was an impenetrable blanket, a solid thing, like thick black velvet glued over the ports. It was worse than the darkness of space. Captain Wiley sat before the control panel, slowly beating his fist against the arms of his chair, a human metronome ticking off the slow seconds. Parker stood before a porthole. Hey, look, Captain, there's a streak of red like a meteor, and there's another. Captain Wiley rose, looked out. They're rockets. They're going to land. These people are highly advanced. His face became grim. Below them lay a planet, an intelligent race hidden beneath clouds and darkness. What manner of creatures were they? How great was their civilization? What marvelous secrets had their scientists discovered? What was their food like? Their women? Their whiskey? The questions started endlessly through his mind like teasing needle points. All these wondrous things lay below them, and there they sat like starving men, their hands tied, gazing upon a steaming but unobtainable dinner. So near, and yet so far. He trembled. The emotion grew within him until it burst out as water bursts through the cracked wall of a dam. He became like Parker. Why should we wait? He yelled. Why must we land in their field? Parker, prepare to release flares. We're going down. We land anywhere, in a street, in the country. We don't have to wait for orders. Parker bounced off his couch. Someone called, Brown, we're going to land. A scurrying of feet, the rush of taut-muscled bodies, the babble of excited voices. We're going down! We're going down! The grumble of the Wanderer's jets loudened, softened, spluttered, loudened again. Vibration filled the ship as it sank downward. Suddenly it lurched upward like a child's ball caught in a stream of rising water. The jolt staggered the men. They seized stanchions and bulkhead railings to keep their balance. What the hell? Abruptly the strange movement ceased. The ship seemed motionless. There was no vibration. Captain, said Lieutenant Gunderson, there's no change in altitude. We're still at 35,000 feet. No more, no less. We must be going down, said Captain Wiley, puzzled. Kill jets 4 and 6. The lieutenant's hands flicked off 2 switches. A moment later, "There's no change, Captain." Then came the voice. "To those in the vessel from the planet Earth, please do not oppose orders of the landing council. You are the first visitors in the history of our world whom we have had to restrain with physical force. You will be notified when landing space is available." Morning. The warm sunlight streamed into the clouds, washing away the last shadows and filtering through the portholes. The men breakfasted, bathed, shaved, smoked, sat, twisted their fingers, looked out the porch. They were silent men, with dark shadows about their eyes and with tight, white-lipped mouths. Frequently the clouds near them were cut by swift, dark shapes swooping downward. The shapes were indistinct in the cotton-like whiteness, but obviously they were huge, like a dozen wanderers made into one. "Those ships are big," someone murmured without enthusiasm. "It's a busy spaceport," grumbled Captain Wiley. Thoughts, words, movements came so slowly it was like walking under water. Enthusiasm was dead. The men were automatons, sitting, waiting, eating, sitting, waiting. A day passed and a night. "Maybe they've forgotten us," said Fong. No one answered. The thought had been voiced before, 100 times. Then at last the droning words. "To those in the vessel from the planet Earth, you will now land. We will carry you directly over the field. Then you will descend straight down. The atmosphere is suitable to your type of life and is free of germs. You will not need protection." The men stared at one another. "Hey," Doyle said. "Did you hear that? He says we can go down." The men blinked. Captain Wiley swallowed hard. He rose with a stiff, slow, nervous hesitancy. "We're going down," he mumbled, as if repeating the words over and over in his mind and trying to believe them. The men stirred as realization sprouted and grew. They stirred like lethargic animals, aroused from the long, dreamless sleep of hibernation. "We're going to land," breathed Parker unbelievingly. The wanderer moved as though caught in the grip of a giant, invisible hand. The voice said, "You may now descend." Captain Wiley moved to the jet control panel. "Lieutenant," he snapped, "wake up. Let's go." The ship sank downward through the thick sea of clouds. The men walked to the ports. A tenseness and excitement grew in their faces, like dying flame being fanned into its former brilliancy. Out of the clouds loomed monstrous shining silver spires and towers, Cyclopean bridges, gigantic lake-like mirrors, immense golden spheres. It was a nightmare world, a jungle of fantastic shape and color. The men gasped, whispered, murmured, the flame of their excitement growing, growing. "The whole planet is a city," breathed Parker. Thump! The Wanderer came to rest on a broad landing field of light blue stone. The jets coughed, spluttered, died. The ship quivered, then lay still, its interior charged with an electric, pregnant silence. "You first, Captain." Lieutenant Gunderson's voice cracked and his face was flushed. "You be the first to go outside." Captain Wiley stepped through the airlock, his heart pounding. It was over now, all the bewilderment, the numbness. And his eyes were shining. He'd waited so long that it was hard to believe the waiting was over. But it was, he told himself. The journey was over, and the waiting. And now the loneliness would soon be over. Mankind was not alone. It was a good universe, after all. He stepped outside, followed by Lieutenant Gunderson, then by Parker, Doyle, and Fong. He rubbed his eyes. This couldn't be. A world like this couldn't exist. He shook his head, blinked furiously. It can't be true, he mumbled to Lieutenant Gunderson. We're still on the ship, dreaming. The landing field was huge, perhaps 10 miles across, and its sides were lined with incredible ships, the smallest of which seemed 40 times as large as the Wanderer. There were silver ships, golden ships, black ships, round ships, transparent ships, cigar-shaped ships, flat-topped ships, and scattered over the field were creatures. A few were the size of men, but most were giants by comparison. Some were humanoid, some reptilian. Some were naked, some clad in helmeted suits, some enveloped with a shimmering water-like luminescence. The creatures walked, slithered, floated, crawled. Beyond the ships and the field lay the great city, its webwork of towers, minarets, spheres, and bridges, like the peaks of an enormous mountain range, stretching up into space itself. The structures were like the colors of a rainbow, mixed in a cosmic paint pot, molded and solidified into fantastic shapes by a mad god. I'm going back to the ship, stammered Parker. The whiteness of death was in his face. I'm going to stay with Brown. He turned and then he screamed. Captain, the ship's moving! Silently, the Wanderer was drifting to the side of the field. The toneless voice said, "We are removing your vessel so that other descending ships will not damage it." Captain Wiley shouted into the air. "Wait! Don't go away! Help us! Where can we see you?" The voice seemed to hesitate. "It is difficult for us to speak in thoughts that you understand." Silence. Captain Wiley studied the faces of his men. They were not faces of conquerors or of triumphant spacemen. They were the faces of dazed, frightened children who had caught a glimpse of hell. He attempted feebly to smile. "All right," he said loudly. "So it isn't like we expected. So no one came to meet us with brass bands and 10-cent flags. We've still succeeded, haven't we? We've found life that's intelligent beyond our comprehension. What if our own civilization is insignificant by comparison? Look at those beings. Think of what we can learn from them. Why, their ships might have exceeded the speed of light. They might be from other galaxies." "Let's find out," said Parker. They strode to the nearest ship, an immense, smooth, bluish sphere. Two creatures stood before it, shaped like men, and yet twice the size of men. They wore white, skin-tight garments that revealed muscular bodies like those of gods. They looked at Captain Wiley and smiled. One of them pointed toward the Wanderer. Their smiles widened, and then they laughed. They laughed gently, understandingly, but they laughed. And then they turned away. "Talk to them," Parker urged. "How?" Beads of perspiration shone on Captain Wiley's face. "Anyway, go ahead." Captain Wiley wiped his forehead. "We are from Earth, the third planet." The two godlike men seemed annoyed. They walked away, ignoring the Earthmen. Captain Wiley spat. "All right, so they won't talk to us. Look at that city. Think of the things we can see there and tell the folks on Earth about. Why, we'll be heroes." "Let's go," said Parker, his voice quavering around the edges. They walked toward a large oval opening in the side of the field, a hole between mountainous conical structures that seemed like the entrance to a street. Suddenly breath exploded from Captain Wiley's lungs. His body jerked back. He fell to the blue stone pavement. Then he scrambled erect, scowling, his hands outstretched. He felt a soft, rubbery, invisible substance. "It's a wall!" he exclaimed. The voice droned. "To those of Earth, beings under the 4th stage of galactic development are restricted to the area of the landing field. We are sorry. In your primitive stage, it would be unwise for you to learn the nature of our civilization. Knowledge of our science would be abused by your people and used for the thing you call war. We hope that you have been inspired by what you have seen. However, neither we nor the other visitors to our planet are permitted to hold contact with you. It is suggested that you and your vessel depart." "Listen, you!" screamed Parker. "We've been 9 years getting here. By heaven, we won't leave now. We have no time to discuss the matter. Beings under the 4th stage of galactic—" "Never mind," spat Captain Wiley. Madness flamed in Parker's eyes. "We won't go! I tell you, we won't!" His fist streaked through the air as if at an invisible enemy. He ran toward the wall. He collided with a jolt that sent him staggering backward, crying, sobbing, screaming all at once. Captain Wiley stepped forward, struck him on the chin. Parker crumpled. They stood looking at his body, which lay motionless except for the slow rising and falling of his chest. "What now, Captain?" asked Lieutenant Gunderson. Captain Wiley thought for a few moments. Then he said, "We're ignorant country bumpkins, Lieutenant, riding into the city in a chugging jalopy. We're stupid savages, trying to discuss the making of fire with the creators of atomic energy. We're children racing a paper glider against an atomic-powered jet. We're too ridiculous to be noticed. We're tolerated, but nothing more." "Shall we go home?" asked Fong, a weariness in his voice. Lieutenant Gunderson scratched his neck. "I don't think I'd want to go home now. Could you bear to tell the truth about what happened?" Fong looked wistfully at the shining city. "If we told the truth, they probably wouldn't believe us. We've failed. It sounds crazy. We've reached Proxima Centauri and found life, and yet somehow we failed. No, I wouldn't like to go home." "Still, we learned something," said Doyle. "We know now that there is life on worlds beside our own. Somewhere there must be other races like ours." They looked at each other, strangely, for a long, long moment. At last, Lieutenant Gunderson asked, "How far is Alpha Centauri?" Captain Wiley frowned. "Alpha Centauri?" Through his mind swirled chaotic visions of colossal distances, eternal night and lonely years. He sought hard to find a seed of hope in his mind, and yet there was no seed. There were only a coldness and an emptiness. Suddenly the voice. "Yes, men of Earth, we suggest that you try Alpha Centauri." The men stood silent and numb, like bewildered children, as the implication of those incredible words sifted into their consciousness. Finally Fong said, Did you hear that? He said..." Captain Sam Wiley nodded very slowly. "Yes, Alpha Centauri. Alpha Centauri." His eyes began to twinkle, and then he smiled. Onward sped the wanderer. Onward through cold, silent infinity. On and on. An insignificant pencil of silver, lost in the terrible, brooding blackness. Yet even greater than the blackness was the flaming hope in the 6 men who inhabited the silver rocket. They moved in hope as fish move in water. Their lives revolved in hope as planets revolve in space and time. They bore their hope like a jeweled crown, and it was as much a part of them as sight in their eyes. Hope was both their brother and their god. And there was no loneliness. The end. End of The Lonely Ones by Edward W. Ludwig. Read by Lars Rolander.
Mightiest Man by Patrick Fahy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Mightiest Man by Patrick Fahy. They caught up with him in Belgrade. The aliens had gone by then, only a few shining metal huts in the Siberian tundra giving mute evidence that they had been anything other than a nightmare. It had seemed exactly like that, a nightmare in which all of Earth stood helpless, unable to resist or flee, while the obscene shapes slithered and flopped over all her green fields and fair cities. And the awakening had not brought the reassurance that it had all been a bad dream, that if it had happened in reality, the people of Earth would have been capable of dealing with the terrible menace. It had been real, and they had been no more capable of resisting the giant intelligences than a child of killing the ogre in his favorite fairy story. It was an ironic parallel, because that was what finally saved Earth for its own people, a fairy story. The old fable of the lion and the mouse. When the lion had exhausted his atomic armor and proud science against the invincible and immortal invaders of Earth, for they could not be killed by any means, the mouse attacked and vanquished them. The mouse, the lowest form of life, the fungoids, the air of Earth swarming with millions of their spores, attacked the monstrous bodies, grew and entwined within the gray convolutions that were their brain centers. And as the tiny thread roots probed and tightened, the aliens screamed soundlessly. The intelligences toppled and fell, and at last that few among them who retained sanity gathered their lunatic brethren and fled as they had come. If he had known the effect the fungoids would have on them, he would have told them that too. He had told them everything else, when he had been snatched from a busy city street, a random specimen of humanity to be probed and investigated. They had chosen well. For the payment they offered him, he was willing to barter the whole human race. As far as it lay in his power, he did just that. He was not an educated man, though he was intelligent. It was child's play to strip his mind bare. But they had to know the intangibles too, the determined will of humanity to survive, the probabilities of the pattern of human behavior in a situation which humanity had never before faced. He told them all he could, gladly and willingly. He would have descended to any treachery for the vast glittering reward they tempted him with. It wasn't easy for the Yugoslavs to guard him, and, anyway, their hearts weren't in the task. His treachery, the ultimate treason, the betrayal of the whole human race, was commonly known. Inevitably, the mob got him and killed 3 policemen in the process. When they had sated their anger a little, and the traitor had lost most of his clothes and the thumb of his right hand, they dragged him to the junction where the Danube meets the Sava, and held him under the gray waters with long poles, as if he were some poisonous reptile. He lay supinely on the bed of the river and smiled evilly while 100,000 people writhed in neural agony. 24 hours later, the neural plague had spread to Zagreb and into Albania as far as Tirana. When it crossed to Leghorn in Italy, the Balkans held 20 million lunatics, and the Danube was an artificial lake 100 miles wide. They had used a clean bomb, so they were able to bring a loudspeaker van to its edge and boom at him to come out. He allowed them to do that for some inscrutable reason, perhaps to demonstrate that his powers were selective. Then it seemed he got tired of the farce, and cruel fingers twined themselves into the nerve centers of the President of Italy and the Prime Minister of the Government of United Europe. He made them dance a horribly twisted pas de deux on the banks of the Danube for his perverted amusement. Then he released them, and released the millions of gibbering, twitching idiots that inhabited southern Europe, and he came out of the riverbed in which he had lain for 48 hours. He walked alone through the deserted streets of Belgrade until he came to the United Nations building. There he told a very brave lieutenant that he was willing to stand trial any place in the world they wished. For 3 days nobody came to arrest him. He sat alone with the lieutenant in the peopleless city of Belgrade and waited for his captors. They came then, timidly reassured by his nonviolence. While he talked to them pleasantly, the citizens of London and Paris suddenly began to dance jerky and grotesque jigs on the pavements of their cities. In the same moment, the Chief Justice of the Court of the Nations, at a cocktail party in Washington, writhed in the exquisite pain of total muscle cramp, his august features twisted into a mask of abject fear. The trial itself was a legal farce. The prisoner promptly pleaded guilty to the charge of betraying mankind to an alien race, but he didn't allow them to question him. When one lawyer persisted in face of his pleasant refusals, he died suddenly in a cramped ball of screaming agony. The great-faced Chief Justice inquired whether he wished to be sentenced, and he answered yes, but not to death. They couldn't kill him, he explained. That was part of the reward the aliens had given him. The other part was that he could kill or immobilize anybody in the world, or everybody from any distance. He sat back and smiled at the stricken courtroom. Then he lost his composure and his mouth twitched. He laughed uproariously and slapped his knees in ecstasy. It was plain that he was fond of a joke. An anonymous lawyer stood up and waited patiently for his merriment to subside. If this was true, he asked, why had not the aliens used this power? Why had they not simply killed off the inhabitants and taken over the vacant planet? The traitor gazed kindly at him, and a court stenographer who had cautiously picked up a pencil returned agonizingly to her fetal position, and that way died. The traitor looked at his fingers and shrugged. The thumb that had been snapped off in the mob's frenzy was more than half grown again. They needed slaves, he said simply. And at the end, while some of them were still sane? The traitor raised his eyebrows, giving him his full courteous attention. The lawyer sat down abruptly, his question unfinished. The creature who had betrayed his own race smiled at him and permitted him to live. He even completed his question for him and answered it. Why did they not kill then? They had something else on their minds. Fungoids. He laughed uproariously at his macabre joke. And in their minds, too. The lawyer's blue eyes gazed at him steadily and he stopped laughing. In the bated hush of the courtroom, he said softly, "What a pity I'm not an alien too. You could have the fungoids destroy me." He laughed again helplessly, the tears running down his cheeks. The Chief Justice adjourned the court then, and the prisoner sauntered to his comfortable quarters in front of his frightened guards. That night, in his own living room, the Chief Justice danced an agonized fandango in front of his horror-stricken wife, and the anonymous lawyer sat in his apartment, staring at the blank wall. He was glad the aliens had not made the traitor telepathic too. He had found the chink in his armor. The neuroparalysis, the murders by remote control, were acts of a conscious will. He had himself admitted that if his mind was destroyed, his powers would be destroyed with it. The aliens had not sought revenge because their minds were totally occupied with saving themselves. The stricken ones had simply lost the power. The knowledge was useless to him. There was no way they could attack his mind without his knowing it. Possibly they could steal away his consciousness by drugging or bludgeoning, but it would be racial suicide to attempt it. In the split moment of realization, he would kill every human being on Earth. There would be nobody left to operate on his brain, to make him a mindless, powerless idiot for the rest of time. For any period of time, he corrected himself, his brain would heal again. It was useless to think about it. There was nothing they could use against his invincibility. The only hope was to attack him unawares, and if that hope was a fraction less than a certainty, it could only mean final and absolute catastrophe. The lawyer looked at his watch. It was 4 in the morning. He went into the kitchenette and then shrugged himself into his coat. He walked through the silent streets, past the city hospital where the Chief Justice lay in agony, while the motor impulses from his nerve centers wrenched and twisted his body. He entered the foyer of the luxury hotel where the race betrayer was held prisoner and took the elevator to the 6th floor. 2 sleepy guards jerked erect outside the unlocked door. He put his finger to his lips, enjoining them to silence. Then he entered the room and stood for a moment over the man who was invincible and immortal, and human and subject to the involuntary unconsciousness which nature demands from all men. He slept. The eyelids fluttered. The lawyer took the steel meat skewer from his pocket. He thrust it through a half-opened eye and rotated it, methodically reducing the soft brain to formless mush. After that, the trial proceeded normally. The prisoner stared vacantly in front of him, and all his movements had to be directed, but he was alive, and his thumb was full grown again. It was the lawyer that noticed this and pointed out the implications. The thumb had grown to full size in less than 6 weeks. They must regard that as their maximum period of immunity. They ruminated over it for another 4 days. The question was a tricky one, for malignant immortality was beyond human solution. It was not just a matter of dealing out punishment. The problem now was the protection of the race from sudden annihilation. An insolvable problem, but one that must be solved. They could only do their best. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, with a special feature. It was decided he should be guillotined once a month, as long as he lived. End of The Mightiest Man by Patrick Fahy.
Missing Link by Frank Patrick Herbert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt Ziegler. Missing Link by Frank Patrick Herbert. The Romantics used to say that the eyes were the windows of the soul. A good alien xenologist might not put it quite so poetically, but he can, if he's sharp, read a lot in the look of an eye. "We ought to scrape this planet clean of every living thing on it," muttered Umbo Stetson, Section Chief of Investigation and Adjustment. Stetson paced the landing control bridge of his scout cruiser. His footsteps grated on a floor that was the rear wall of the bridge during flight. But now the ship rested on its tail fins, all 400, glistening red and black, meters of it. The open ports of the bridge looked out on the jungle roof of Gina 3, some 150 meters below. A butter-yellow sun hung above the horizon, perhaps an hour from setting. "Clean as an egg," he barked. He paused in his round of the bridge, glared out of the starboard port, spat into the fire-blackened circle that the cruiser's jets had burned from the jungle. The IA section chief was dark-haired, gangling, with a large head and big features. He stood in his customary slouch, a stance not improved by sack-like patched blue fatigues. Although on this present operation he rated the flag of a division admiral, his fatigues carried no insignia. There was a general unkempt, straggling look about him. Lewis Orne, junior IA fieldman with a maiden diploma, stood at the opposite port studying the jungle horizon. Now and then he glanced at the bridge control console. The chronometer above it, the big translite map of their position tilted from the opposite bulkhead. A heavy planet native. He felt vaguely uneasy on this Gina 3 with its gravity of only 7/8 Terran standard. The surgical scars on his neck where the micro-communications equipment had been inserted itched maddeningly. He scratched. "Ah," said Stetson, "politicians." A thin black insect with shell-like wings flew in Orne's port, settled in his close-cropped red hair. Orne pulled the insect gently from his hair, released it. Again it tried to land in his hair. He ducked. It flew across the bridge and out the port side Stetson. There was a thick-muscled, no-fat look to Orne, but something about his blocky, off-center features suggested a clown. "I'm getting tired of waiting," he said. "Ha! You're tired? Ha!" A breeze rippled the tops of the green ocean below them. Here and there, red and purple flowers jutted from the verdure, bending and nodding like an attentive audience. "Just look at that blasted jungle," barked Stetson. "Them and their stupid orders." A call bell tinkled on the bridge control console. A red light above the speaker grid began blinking. Stetson shot an angry glance at it. "Yeah, Hal. Okay, Stet, orders just came through. We use Plan C. Comgo says brief the field man and jet out of here." "Did you ask them about using another field man?" Orne looked up attentively. The speaker said, "Yes. They said we have to use Orne because of the records on the Delphinus." "Well then, will they give us more time to brief him?" "Negative. It's crash priority. Comgo expects to blast the planet anyway." Stetson glared at the grid. "Those fat-headed, lard-bottomed, pig-brained politicians!" He took 2 deep breaths, subsided. "Okay, tell them we'll comply." "One more thing, Stet." "What now?" "I've got a confirmed contact." Instantly, Stetson was poised on the balls of his feet, alert. "Where?" "About 10 kilometers out. Section AAB6. "How many?" "A mob. You want I should count them?" "No, what are they doing?" "Making a beeline for us. You better get a move on." "Okay, keep us posted." "Right." Stetson looked across at his junior field man. "Orne, if you decide you want out of this assignment, you just say the word. I'll back you to the hilt." "Why should I want out of my first field assignment?" "Listen and find out." Stetson crossed to a tilt locker behind the big translite map, hauled out a white coverall uniform with a gold insignia, tossed it to Orne. "Get into these while I brief you on the map." "But this is an R&R unit," began Orne. "Get that uniform on your ugly frame." "Yes, sir, Admiral Stetson, sir. Right away, sir. But I thought I was through with the old rediscovery and re-education when you drafted me off of Hamel into the IA, sir." He began changing from the IA blue into the R&R white. Almost as an afterthought, he said, "Sir." A wolfish grin cracked Stetson's big features. "I'm so happy you have the proper attitude of subservience toward authority." Orne zipped up the coverall uniform. "Oh, yes, sir. Sir." "Okay, Orne, pay attention." Stetson gestured at the map, with its green superimposed grid squares. "Here we are. Here's that city we flew over on our way down. You'll head for it as soon as we drop you. The place is big enough that if you hold a course roughly northeast, you can't miss it. We're—" Again, the bell rang. "What is it this time, Hal?" barked Stetson. "They've changed to Plan H, Stet. New orders cut." 5 days? "That's all they can give us. Comgo says he can't keep the information out of High Commissioner Ballone's hands any longer than that." "It's 5 days for sure, then." "Is this the usual R&R foul-up?" asked Orne. Stetson nodded. "Thanks to Ballone and company, we're just one jump ahead of catastrophe. But they still pump the bourgeois into the rah-rah boys back at dear old Uni Galacta." "You're making light of my revered alma mater," said Orne. He struck a pose. "We must reunite the lost planets with our centers of culture and industry, and take up the glorious onward march of mankind that was so brutally—" "Can it," snapped Stetson. "We both know we're going to rediscover one planet too many someday. Rim War all over again. But this is a different breed of fish. It is not a repeat, not a rediscovery." Orne sobered. "Alien?" Yes, ALIEN, a never-before contacted culture. That language you were force-fed on the way over here, that's an alien language. It's not complete. All we have off the minis, and we excluded the data on the natives because we've been hoping to dump this project and nobody the wiser. Holy Mazoo! 26 days ago, an IA search ship came through here, had a routine mini-sneaker look at the place. When he combed in his net of sneakers to check the tapes and films, lo and behold, he had a little stranger. One of theirs? No, it was a mini off the Delphinus rediscovery. The Delphinus had been unreported for 18 standard months. Did it crack up here? We don't know. If it did, we haven't been able to spot it. She was supposed to be way off in the Balandine system by now, but we've something else on our minds. It's the one item that makes me want to blot out this place and run home with my tail between my legs. We've, again, the call bell chimed. Now what? Roared Stetson into the speaker. I've got a mini over that mob, Stet. They're talking about us. It's a definite raiding party. What armament? Too gloomy in that jungle to be sure. The infrared beams out on this mini. Looks like hard pellet rifles of some kind. Might even be off the Delphinus. Can't you get closer? Wouldn't do any good. No light down there, and they're moving up fast. Keep an eye on them, but don't ignore the other sectors, said Stetson. You think I was born yesterday? Barked the voice from the grid. The contact broke off with an angry sound. One thing I like about the IA, said Stetson. It collects such even-tempered types. He looked at the white uniform on Orne, wiped a hand across his mouth, as though he had tasted something dirty. Why am I wearing this thing? Asked Orne. Disguise. But there's no mustache. Stetson smiled without humor. That's one of IA's answers to those fat-keistered politicians. We're setting up our own research system to find the planets before they do. We've managed to put spies in key places at R&R. Any touchy planets our spies report, we divert the flies. Then what? Then we look into them with bright boys like you, disguised as R&R fieldmen. Goody, goody, and what happens if R&R stumbles onto me while I'm down there playing patty cake? We disown you. But you said an IA ship was found at this joint. It did, and then one of our spies in R&R intercepted a routine request for an agent instructor to be assigned here with full equipment. Request signed by the first contact officer, name of Diston, of the Delphinus. But the Del? Yeah, missing. The request was a forgery. Now you see why I'm mostly for rubbing out this place. Who'd dare forge such a thing unless he knew for sure that the original FC officer was missing or dead? What the jumped-up mazoo are we doing here, Stet? Asked Orne. Alien calls for a full contact team with all the... It calls for one planet buster bomb buster in 5 days, unless you give them a white bill in the meantime. High Commissioner Balone will have word of this planet by then. If Gina 3 still exists in 5 days, can't you imagine the fun the politicians will have with it? Mamma mia, we want this planet cleared for contact or dead before then. I don't like this, Stet. You don't like it. Look, said Orne, there must be another way. When we teamed up with the Alineroids, we gained 500 years in the physical sciences alone. Not to mention the Alineroids didn't knock over one of our survey ships first. What if the Delphinus just crashed here, and the locals picked up the pieces? That's what you're going in to find out, Orne. But answer me this. If they do have the Delphinus, how long before a tool-using race could be a threat to the galaxy? I saw that city they built, Stet. They could be dug in within 6 months, and there'd be no... Yeah. Orne shook his head. But think of it. 2 civilizations that matured along different lines. Think of all the different ways we'd approach the same problems. The lever that would give us for... You sound like a unigalactic lecture. Are you through marching arm in arm into the misty future? Orne took a deep breath. Why's a freshman like me being tossed into this dish? You'd still be on the Delphinus master lists as an R&R fieldman. That's important if you're masquerading. Am I the only one? I know that I'm a recent convert, but... You want out? I didn't say that. I just want to know why I'm... Because the big domes fed a set of requirements into one of their iron monsters. Your card popped out. They were looking for somebody capable, dependable, and expendable. Hey... That's why I'm down here briefing you instead of sitting back on a flagship. I got you into the IA. Now you listen carefully. If you push the panic button on this one without cause, I will personally flay you alive. We both know the advantages of alien contact. But if you get into a hot spot and call for help, I'll dive this cruiser into that city to get you out." Orne swallowed. "Thanks, Stet. We're going to take up a tight orbit. Out beyond us will be 5 transports full of IA Marines and Class 9 Monitor, with 1 planet buster. You're calling the shots, God help you. First, we want to know if they have the Delphinus, and if so, where it is. Next, we want to know just how warlike these goons are. Can we control them if they're bloodthirsty? What's their potential? 5 days? Not a second more. What do we know about them? Not much. They look something like an ancient Terran chimpanzee, only with blue fur. Face is hairless, pink-skinned. Stetson snapped a switch. The translite map became a screen with a figure frozen on it. Like that. This is life-size. Looks like the missing link they've always been hunting for, said Orne. Yeah, but you've got a different kind of missing link. Vertical slit pupils in their eyes, said Orne. He studied the figure. It had been caught from the front by a mini-sneaker camera, about 5 feet tall. The stance was slightly bent forward, long arms, 2 vertical nose slits, a flat, lipless mouth, receding chin, 4-fingered hands. It wore a wide belt from which dangled neat pouches of what looked like tools, although their use was obscure. There appeared to be a tip of a tail protruding from behind one of the squat legs. Behind the creature towered the fairy spires of the city they'd observed from the air. Tails? Asked Orne. Yeah, they're arboreal. Not a road on the whole planet that we can find, but there are lots of vine lanes through the jungles. Stetson's face hardened. Match that with a city as advanced as that one. Slave culture? Probably. How many cities they have? We found 2. This one and another one on the other side of the planet. But the other one's a ruin. A ruin? Why? You tell us. Lots of mysteries here. What's the planet like? Mostly jungle. There are polar oceans, lakes, and rivers. One low mountain chain follows the equatorial belt about 2/3 around the planet. But only 2 cities, are you sure? Reasonably so. We'd be pretty hard to miss something the size of that thing we flew over. It must be 50 kilometers long and at least 10 wide, swarming with these creatures, too. We've got a zone count estimate that places the city's population at over 30 million. Whew, those are tall buildings, too. We don't know much about this place, Orne. Unless you bring them into the fold, there'll be nothing but ashes for our archaeologists to pick over. Seems a dirty shame. I agree, but... The call bell jangled. Stetson's voice sounded tired. Yeah, Al. That mob's only about 5 kilometers out, Stet. We got Orne's gear outside in the disguised air sled. We'll be right down. Why a disguised sled? Asked Orne. If they think it's a ground buggy, they might get careless when you most need an advantage. We could always scoop you out of the air, you know. What are my chances on this one, Stet? Stetson shrugged. I'm afraid they're slim. These goons probably have the Delphinus, and they want you just long enough to get your equipment and everything you know. Rough as that, eh? According to our best guess, if you're not out in 5 days, we blast. Orne cleared his throat. Want out? Asked Stetson. No. Use the back door rule, son. Always leave yourself a way out. Now let's check that equipment the surgeons put in your neck. Stetson put a hand to his throat. His mouth remained closed, but there was a surf hissing voice in Orne's ears. You read me? Sure, I can. No, hissed the voice. Touch the mic contact. Keep your mouth closed. Just use your speaking muscles without speaking. Orne obeyed. Okay, said Stetson. You come in loud and clear. I ought to. I'm right on top of you. There'll be a relay ship over you all the time, said Stetson. Now, when you're not touching that mic contact, this rig'll still feed us what you say, and everything that goes on around you, too. We'll monitor everything. Got that? Yes. Stetson held out his right hand. Good luck. I meant that about diving in for you. Just say the word. I know the word, too, said Orne. Help! Gray mud floor and gloomy aisles between the monstrous bluish tree trunks. That was the jungle. Only the barest weak glimmering of sunlight penetrated into the mud. The disguised sled, with its paragrav units turned off, lurched and skidded round the buttress roots. Its headlights swung in wild arcs across the trunks and down to the mud. Aerial creepers, great looping vines of them, swung down from the towering forest ceiling. A steady drip of condensation spattered the windshield, forcing Orne to use the wipers. In the bucket seat of the sled's cab, Orne fought the controls. He was plagued by the vague slow-motion floating sensation that a heavy planet native always feels in lighter gravity. It gave him an unhappy stomach. Things skipped through the air around the lurching vehicle, flitting and darting things. Insects came in twin cones, siphoned toward the headlights. There was an endless chittering, whistling, toking in the gloom beyond the headlights. Stetson's voice hissed suddenly through the surgically implanted speaker. "How's it look?" "Alien." "Any sign of that mob?" "Negative." "Okay, we're taking off." Behind Orne there came a deep rumbling roar that receded as the scout cruiser climbed its jets. All other sounds hung suspended in after silence, then resumed, the strongest first and then the weakest. A heavy object suddenly arced through the headlights, swinging on a vine. It disappeared behind a tree. Another. Ghostly shadows with vine pendulums on both sides. Something banged down heavily into the hood of the sled. Orne braked to a creaking stop that shifted the load behind him, found himself staring through the windshield at a native of Gina 3. The native crouched on the hood, a Mark 20 exploding pellet rifle in his right hand directed at Orne's head. In the abrupt shock of meeting, Orne recognized the weapon, standard issue to the Marine Guards on all R&R survey ships. The native appeared the twin of the one Orne had seen on the translite screen. The four-fingered hand looked extremely capable around the stock of the Mark 20. Slowly, Orne put a hand to his throat, pressed the contact button. He moved his speaking muscles. "Just made contact with the mob. One on the hood now has one of our Mark 20 rifles aimed at my head." The surfing hiss of Stetson's voice came through the hidden speaker. "Want us to come back?" "Negative. Stand by. He looks cautious rather than hostile." Orne held up his right hand, palm out. He had a second thought, held up his left hand too. Universal symbol of peaceful intentions, empty hands. The gun muzzle lowered slightly. Orne called into his mind the language that had been hypno-forced into him. "Ochiro? No, that means the people. And he had the heavy fricative greeting sound. "Froyo ragazzi," he said. The native shifted to the left and answered in pure, unaccented high Galactese. "Who are you?" Orne fought down a sudden panic. The lipless mouth looked so odd, forming the familiar words. Stetson's voice hissed. "Is that the native speaking Galactese?" Orne touched his throat. "You heard him." He dropped his hand and said, "I'm Lewis Orne of Rediscovery and Re-Education. I was sent here at the request of the first contact officer on the Delphinus Rediscovery." "Where's your ship?" demanded the Genian. "It put me down and left." "Why?" "It was behind schedule for another appointment." Out of the corner of his eyes, Orne saw more shadows dropping to the mud around him. The sled shifted as someone climbed onto the load behind the cab. Someone scuttled agilely for a moment. The native climbed down to the cab's side step, opened the door. The rifle was held at the ready. Again, the lipless mouth formed Galactese words. "What do you carry in this vehicle?" "The equipment every R&R field man uses to help the people of a rediscovered planet improve themselves." Orne nodded at the rifle. "Would you mind pointing that weapon in some other direction? It makes me nervous." The gun muzzle remained unwaveringly on Orne's middle. The native's mouth opened, revealing long canines. "Do we not look strange to you?" "I take it there's been a heavy mutational variation on the humanoid norm on this planet," said Orne. "What is it? Hard radiation?" No answer. "It doesn't really make any difference, of course," said Orne. "I'm here to help you." "I am Tanub, the High Path Chief of Grazi," said the native. "I decide who is to help." Orne swallowed. "Where do you go?" demanded Tanub. "I was hoping to go to your city. Is it permitted?" A long pause while the vertical slit pupils of Tanub's eyes expanded and contracted. "It is permitted." Stetson's voice came through the hidden speaker. "All bets off. We're coming in after you. That Mark 20 is the final straw. It means they have the Delphinus for sure." Orne touched his throat. "No, give me a little more time." "Why?" "I have a hunch about these creatures." "What is it?" "No time now. Trust me." Another long pause in which Orne and Tanub continued to study each other. Presently Stetson said, "Okay, go ahead as planned, but find out where the Delphinus is. If we get that back, we'll pull their teeth." "Why do you keep touching your throat?" demanded Tanub. "I'm nervous," said Orne. "Guns always make me nervous." The muzzle lowered slightly. "Shall we continue to your city?" asked Orne. He wet his lips with his tongue. The cab light on Tanub's face was giving the Genin an eerie, sinister look. "We can go soon," said Tanub. "Will you join me inside here?" asked Orrin. "There's a passenger seat right behind me." Tanub's eyes moved cat-like, left and right. Yes, he turned, barked an order into the jungle gloom, then climbed in behind Orrin. "When do we go?" asked Orrin. "The sun will be down soon," said Tanub. "We can continue as soon as Chiranaka-Chiruso, our satellite, our moon," said Tanub. "It's a beautiful word," said Orrin. Chiranaka-Chiruso. "In our tongue it means the limb of victory," said Tanub. "By its light we will continue." Orrin turned, looked back at Tanub. "Do you mean to tell me that you can see by what light gets down here through those trees?" "You cannot see?" asked Tanub. "Not without the headlights." "Our eyes differ," said Tanub. He bent toward Orrin, peered. The vertical slit pupils of his eyes expanded and contracted. "You are the same as the others." "Oh, on the Delphinus?" Pause. "Yes." Presently a greater gloom came over the jungle, bringing a sudden stillness to the wildlife. There was a chittering commotion from the natives in the trees around the sled. Tanub shifted behind Orrin. "We may go now," he said. "Slowly, to stay behind my scouts." "Right." Orrin eased the sled forward around an obstructing root. Silence while they crawled ahead. Around them shapes flung themselves from vine to vine. "I admired your city from the air," said Orrin. "It's very beautiful." "Yes," said Tanub. "Why did you land so far from it?" "We didn't want to come down where we might destroy anything." "There's nothing to destroy in the jungle," said Tanub. "Why do you have such a big city?" asked Orrin. Silence. "I said, why do you—" "You are ignorant of our ways," said Tanub. "Therefore I forgive you. The city is for our race. We must breed and be born in sunlight. Once long ago we used crude platforms on the tops of the trees. Now only the wild ones do this." Stetson's voice hissed in Orrin's ears. "Easy on the sex line, boy. That's always touchy. These creatures are oviparous. Sex glands are apparently hidden in that long fur behind where their chins ought to be." "Who controls the breeding site controls our world," said Tanub. "Once there was another city. We destroyed it." "Are there many wild ones?" asked Orrin. "Fewer each year," said Tanub. "There's how they get their slaves," hissed Stetson. "You speak excellent Galactese," said Orrin. "The High Path Chief commanded the best teacher," said Tanub. "Do you, too, know many things, Orrin?" "That's why I was sent here," said Orrin. "Are there many planets to teach?" asked Tanub. "Very many," said Orrin. "Your city, I saw very tall buildings. Of what do you build them?" "In your tongue, glass," said Tanub. "The engineers of the Delphinus said it was impossible. As you saw, they are wrong." "A glass-blowing culture," hissed Stetson. "That'd explain a lot of things." Slowly the disguised sled crept through the jungle. Once a scout swooped down into the headlights, waved. Orrin stopped on Tanub's order, and they waited almost 10 minutes before proceeding. "Wild ones?" asked Orrin. "Perhaps," said Tanub. A glowing of many lights grew visible through the giant tree trunks. It grew brighter as the sled crept through the last of the jungle, emerged in cleared land at the edge of the city. Orrin stared up in awe. The city fluted and spiraled into the moonlit sky. It was a fragile appearing lacery of bridges, winking dots of light. The bridges wove back and forth from building to building until the entire visible network appeared one gigantic dew-glittering web. "All that with glass," murmured Orrin. "What's happening?" hissed Stetson. Orrin touched his throat contact. "We're just into the city clearing, proceeding toward the nearest building." "This is far enough," said Tanub. Orrin stopped the sled. In the moonlight he could see armed Genians all around. The buttressed pedestal of one of the buildings loomed directly ahead. It looked taller than had the scout cruiser in its jungle landing circle. Tanub leaned close to Orrin's shoulder. "We have not deceived you, have we, Orrin?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "You have recognized that we are not mutated members of your race." Orrin swallowed. Into his ears came Stetson's voice. "Better admit it." "That's true," said Orrin. "I like you, Orrin," said Tanub. "You shall be one of my slaves. You will teach me many things." "How did you capture the Delphinus?" asked Orrin. "You know that too?" "You have one of their rifles," said Orrin. "Your race is no match for us, Orrin, in cunning, in strength, in the prowess of the mind. Your ship landed to repair its tubes, very inferior ceramics in those tubes." Orrin turned, looked at Tanub in the dim glow of the cab light. Have you heard about the IA, Tanub? IA? What is that? There was a wary tenseness in the Genan's figure. He opened his mouth to reveal the long canines. You took the Delphinus by treachery? Asked Orne. They were simple fools, said Tanub. We are smaller, thus they thought us weaker. The Mark 20's muzzle came round to center on Orne's stomach. You have not answered my question. What is the IA? I am of the IA, said Orne. Where have you hidden the Delphinus? In the place that suits us best, said Tanub. In all our history there has never been a better place. What do you plan to do with it? Asked Orne. Within a year we will have a copy with our own improvements. After that, you intend to start a war? Asked Orne. In the jungle the strong slay the weak until only the strong remain, said Tanub. And then the strong prey upon each other? Asked Orne. That is a quibble for women, said Tanub. It's too bad you feel that way, said Orne. When two cultures meet like this they tend to help each other. What have you done with the crew of the Delphinus? They are slaves, said Tanub. Those who still live. Some resisted. Others objected to teaching us what we want to know. He waved the gun muzzle. You will not be that foolish, will you, Orne? No need to be, said Orne. I have another little lesson to teach you. I already know where you've hidden the Delphinus. Go, boy, hissed Stetson. Where is it? Impossible, barked Tanub. It's on your moon, said Orne. Dark side. It's on the mountain on the dark side of your moon. Tanub's eyes dilated, contracted. You read minds? The IA has no need to read minds, said Orne. We rely on superior mental prowess. The Marines are on their way, hissed Stetson. We're coming in to get you. I'm going to want to know how you guessed that one. You are a weak fool like the others, gritted Tanub. It's too bad you formed your opinion of us by observing only the low grades of the R&R, said Orne. Easy, boy, hissed Stetson. Don't pick a fight with him now. Remember, his race is arboreal. He's probably as strong as an ape. I could kill you where you sit, grated Tanub. You write finish for your entire planet if you do, said Orne. I'm not alone. There are others listening to every word we say. There's a ship overhead that could split open your planet with one bomb, wash it with molten rock. It'd run like the glass you use for your buildings. You are lying. We'll make you an offer, said Orne. We really don't want to exterminate you. We'll give you limited membership in the Galactic Federation until you prove you're no menace to us. Keep talking, hissed Stetson. Keep him interested. You dare insult me? Growled Tanub. You had better believe me, said Orne. Stetson's voice interrupted him. Got it, Orne. They caught the Delphinus on the ground right where you said it'd be. Blew the tubes off it. Marines are now mopping up. It's like this, said Orne. We already have captured the Delphinus. Tanub's eyes went instinctively skyward. Except for the captured armament you still hold. You obviously don't have the weapons to meet us, continued Orne. Otherwise you wouldn't be carrying that rifle off the Delphinus. If you speak the truth, then we shall die bravely, said Tanub. No need for you to die, said Orne. Better to die than be slaves, said Tanub. I cannot take the chance that you are lying, said Tanub. I must kill you now. Orne's foot rested on the air sled control pedal. He depressed it. Instantly, the sled shot skyward, heavy G's pressing them down into the seats. The gun in Tanub's hands was slamming into his lap. He struggled to raise it. To Orne, the weight was still only about twice that of his home planet of Chargon. He reached over, took the rifle, found the safety belts, bound Tanub with them. Then he eased off the acceleration. We don't need slaves, said Orne. We have machines to do our work. We'll send experts in here, teach you people how to exploit your planet, how to build good transportation facilities, show you how to mine your minerals, how to... And what do we do in return? Whispered Tanub. You could start by teaching us how you make superior glass, said Orne. I certainly hope you see things our way. We really don't want to have to come down there and clean you out. It'd be a shame to have to blast that city into little pieces. Tanub wilted. Presently, he said, send me back. I will discuss this with our council. He stared at Orne. You IAs are too strong. We did not know. In the wardroom of Stetson's scout cruiser, the lights were low, the leather chairs comfortable, the green beige table set with a decanter of Hokar brandy and 2 glasses. Orne lifted his glass and sipped the liquor, smacked his lips. For a while there, I thought I'd never be tasting anything like this again. Stetson took his own glass. Comgo heard the whole thing over the general monitor net, he said. Do you know you've been breveted to senior field man? Ah, they've already recognized my sterling worth, said Orne. A wolfish grin took over Stetson's big features. Senior field men last about half as long as the juniors, he said. Mortality's terrific. I might have known, said Orne. He took another sip of brandy. Stetson flicked the switch on the recorder beside him. Okay, you can go ahead any time. Where do you want me to start? First, how did you spot right away where they'd hidden the Delphinus? Easy. Tanum's word for his people was Grazi. Most races call themselves something meaning, the people. But in his tongue, that's Ochiro. Grazi wasn't on the translated list. I started working on it. The most likely answer was that it had been adopted from another language and meant enemy. And that told you where the Delphinus was? No, but I fitted my hunch about these Genians. I kind of felt from the first minute of meeting them that they had a culture like the Indians of ancient Terra. Why? They came in like a primitive raiding party. The leader dropped right onto the hood of my sled. An act of bravery, no less. Counting coup, you see. I guess so. Then he said he was High Path Chief. That wasn't on the language list either. But it was easy. Raider Chief. There's a word in almost every language in history that means raider and derives from a word for road, pathway, or highway. Highwayman, said Stetson. Raid itself, said Orne, an ancient Terran language corruption of road. Yeah, but where'd all this translation griff put? Don't be impatient. Glass-blowing culture meant they were just out of the primitive stage. That we could control. Next, he said their moon was Chiranacheruso, translated the Limb of Victory. After that, it just fell into place. How? The vertical slits on the pupils of their eyes. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Maybe. What does it mean to you? Night-hunting predator accustomed to dropping upon its victims from above. No other type of creature ever has had the vertical slit. And Tanub said himself that the Delphinus was hidden in the best place in all their history. History. That would be a high place. Dark, likewise. Ergo, high place on the dark side of their moon. I'm a pie-eyed Greepus, whispered Stetson. Orne grinned and said, You probably are, sir. End of Missing Link by Frank Patrick Herbert. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com.
By G.L. Vandenburg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Most. Moonglow. Magazine Commentary. That first trip to the moon has been the subject of many stories. Mr. Vandenburg has come up with as novel a twist as we've ever read, and it could happen. The Ajax-20 was the first American spacecraft to make a successful landing on the moon. She had orbited the Earth's natural satellite for a day and a half before making history. The reason for orbiting was important. The Russians had been boasting for a number of years that they would be the first. Captain Junius Robb, USAF, had orders to investigate before and after landing. The moon's dark side was explored, due to the unknown hazards involved during the orbiting process. More thorough investigation was possible on the moon's familiar side. The results seemed to be incontrovertible. Captain Junius Robb and his crew of 4 were the first humans to tread the ashes of the long-dead heavenly body. The Russians, for all their boasts, had never come near the place. The Ajax-20 stood tall and gaunt and mighty, framed against the forbidding blackness of space. Captain Robb had maneuvered her down to the middle of an immense crater, which the crew came to nickname the Colosseum without seats. Robb had orders not to leave the ship. Consequently, the crew of 4 scrupulously chosen, well-integrated men split into 2 groups of 2. For 3 days they labored at gathering specimens, conducting countless tests, and piling up as much data as time and weight would allow. Captain Robb kept them well reminded of the weight problem attached to the return trip. Near the end of the 3rd day, Captain Robb contacted his far-flung crew members over helmet intercom. He ordered them back to the Ajax-20 for a briefing session. Soon the men entered the ship. They were hot, uncomfortable, and exhausted. Once back on Earth, they could testify that there was nothing romantic about a 35-pound pressure suit. Hampston, the rocket expert, summed it up. With that damn bulb over his skull, a man is helpless to remove a single bead of perspiration. He could easily develop into a raving maniac. Rob held his meeting in the control room. "You have 8 hours to finish your work, gentlemen. We're blasting off at 0900. "Beg your pardon, Captain," said Kingsley, the young man in charge of radio operation, "but what about Washington? They haven't made contact yet, and I thought—" "I talked with Washington an hour ago." A modest cheer of approval went up from the crew members. "Well, why didn't you say so before?" said Anderson, the first officer. Rob explained. "It seems their equipment has been haywire for 2 days. They haven't been able to get through." "How do you like that?" cracked Farnsworth, the astrogator. "We're 240,000 miles off the Earth, and our equipment works fine. They have all the comforts of Earth down at headquarters, and they can't repair radio transmission for 2 days." The men laughed. "Gentlemen," Rob continued, "every radio and TV network in the country was hooked up to the chief's office in Washington. I not only talked to General Lovett, I spoke to the whole damn country." The men could not contain their excitement. The captain received a verbal pelting of stored-up questions. "Did you get word to my family, Captain?" asked Kingsley. "I hope you told them we're physically sound, Captain," said Farnsworth. "I have a fiancée that'll never forgive me if anything happens to me." "What's the reaction like around the country? Have the Russians had anything to say yet?" "I bet they're sore as hell." "Do you think the army would mind if I handed my resignation?" Kingsley's remark brought vigorous applause from the others. Captain Robb held up his hand for silence. Hold on! First of all, General Lovett has personally contacted relatives and told them we're all physically and mentally sound. Secondly, you'd better get set to receive the biggest damn welcome in history. The General says half the nation has invaded Florida for the occasion. "Tell them we're not coming back," snapped Kingsley, "until the Florida Tourist Bureau gives us a cut." "Kingsley, the President has declared a national holiday. We'll all be able to write our own ticket." "Yes," Anderson put in. "To hell with the Florida Tourist Bureau." Captain Robb said, "We'll be so sick of parades we'll wish we'd stayed in this godforsaken place." "Not me," boasted Farnsworth. "I'm ready for my parade and honor any old time. The sooner the better." "Oh, and about the Russians," said Captain Robb, smiling. "There's been nothing but a steady stream of no comment out of the Kremlin since we've landed here." "Right now," said Hampston, "it's probably high noon for every scientist behind the Iron Curtain." "I wonder how they plan to talk their way out of this one?" asked Farnsworth. "Gentlemen, I'd like to go on talking about the welcome we're going to receive, but I think we'd better take first things first. Before there can be a welcome, we have to get back, and we still have work to do before we start." "What about souvenirs, Captain?" asked Farnsworth. Robb pursed his lips thoughtfully. "Yes, I guess there is a matter of souvenirs, isn't there?" The others detected a note of disturbance in the way the captain spoke. Kingsley asked, "Is anything wrong, Captain?" Robb laughed with a noticeable lack of enthusiasm. "Nothing's wrong, Kingsley. The fact is, we've taken on enough additional weight here to give us some concern on the return trip." He paused to study the faces of his men. They were disappointed. "But," he added empathetically, "I seem to remember promising something about souvenirs, and I guess a man can't travel 500,000 miles without something to show for it. I'll get together with Hampston and work out something. But remember that weight problem. First trouble we encounter on the return trip, and a souvenir will be our #1 expendable." The crew was more than happy with Robb's compromise. Robb went into a huddle with Hampston, the rocket expert. When he emerged, he informed the crew that each man would be permitted one souvenir which must not exceed 2 pounds. He allowed them 4 hours to find whatever they wanted. The men got back into their pressure suits and left the ship. Captain Junius Robb stood outside the Ajax-20. His eyes scanned the great circular plain that stretched for 50 miles in all directions. The distant jagged rises of the crater's rim resembled the lower half of a gigantic bear trap. The moon in all of its splendor, wasn't there a song something like that? The moon in all its splendor, or lack of it, was Robb's mute opinion. The scientists, as usual, were right about the place. To all intents and purposes, the moon was as dead as the Roman Empire. True, they had found scattered vegetation. There were even 2 or 3 volcanoes spewing carbonic acid, but they spewed it as though it were life's last breath. Nothing more. The fires of the moon had given way to soft, lifeless ashes. Robb was glad he had allowed the men to look for souvenirs. After all, it wasn't a hell of a lot to ask for. A man could cut press clippings and collect medals and frame citations, and probably these things would impress grandchildren some day. But it seemed that nothing would be quite as effective as for a man to be able to produce something tangible, an authentic piece of the moon itself. Captain Robb had always tried to be a humble man. He recalled an interview held by the 3 wire services a week before takeoff. One of the reporters had asked the obvious question, "Why do you want to go to the moon?"
He could have given all of the high-sounding aesthetic reasons, but instead his answer was indirect, given with a modest smile. "To get to the other side, I guess," he had told them. Like the chicken crossing the road, that was how simple and uncomplicated Rob's life had been. But now he stood, his feet apart, beside his mighty ship 250,000 miles away from home. He was the first, and he could not fight back the feeling of pride and accomplishment that welled in him. The word first in this instance conjured up names like Balboa, Columbus, Peary, Magellan, and Junius Robb. The crew members deserved the hero's welcome they would receive. They could have the banquets, parades, and honorary degrees, but it was Junius Robb who had commanded the flight. It would be Junius Robb's name for the history books. He wouldn't be needing any souvenirs. Kingsley and Anderson were the first to return. They both carried small leather bags. Inside the ship they revealed the contents to Robb. He examined them carefully. Kingsley had found an uncommonly large patch of brownish vegetation. He had torn away a sizable chunk and placed it in the bag. "Who knows?" he shrugged. "I might be able to cultivate it." "Or let it play the lead in a science fiction movie," snapped Anderson. The first officer's bag contained a piece of one of the smaller craters. It had no immediately discernible value. It was Anderson's intention to polish it up and put some kind of metal plaque on it. 4 more hours went by and there was no sign of Farnsworth or Hampsten. Robb began to worry. He'd never forgive himself if anything happened to either of the 2 men. He waited another half hour, then ordered Kingsley and Anderson to put on their pressure suits and go look for the 2 missing crew members. The search was avoided as Farnsworth entered the ship, dragging Hampsten behind him. "What happened?" yelled Robb. Farnsworth began the job of getting out of his pressure suit. "I don't know. Hampsten's sick as a dog. I checked every inch of his suit and couldn't find anything out of order." Robb bent over the prone rocket expert. Hampsten looked up at him with half-opened eyes and an insipid grin on his face. He mumbled something about a fine state of affairs. They removed Hampsten's suit and placed his limp frame on a bunk. Robb examined him for 40 minutes. He reached the curious conclusion that Hampsten was as fit as a fiddle. The rocket expert fell asleep. Robb and the rest of the crew prepared to blast off. The Ajax-20 thrust itself through space, halfway back to its home planet. The excitement of her crew members grew with every passing second. In his concern over Hampsten, Farnsworth had forgotten about his souvenir. He now opened his bag and displayed it before the others. "What is it?" asked Kingsley. "Dust," was Farnsworth's proud reply. "What the hell are you going to do with dust?" "Maybe you don't know it, but this is going to be the most valuable dust on the face of the earth. Do you realize what I can get for an ounce of this stuff?" "What'd anybody want to buy dust for?" "Souvenirs, man, souvenirs." Farnsworth asked to see what Kingsley and Anderson had picked up. The 2 men obliged. For the next hour the 3 men and Robb discussed their mementos and their possible uses on Earth. Then Anderson said, "I sure wouldn't turn down a gallon of good Kentucky whiskey right now." Robb laughed. "We did enough sweating on the way. You wouldn't want to sweat out the trip back on a belly full of booze." "That may be a better idea than you think it is, Captain." The 4 men turned to find Hampsten sitting up in his bunk. "Hampsten!" Robb exclaimed. "How do you feel?" "Terrible." "What happened to you?" asked Kingsley. Hampsten stared at each man individually. He took a deep breath and his cheeks puffed up as he let it out slowly. "Well, I guess you'd better know now." Robb frowned. "What do you mean?" "Farnsworth and I got separated after we got about 4 miles from the ship. I thought I saw something that looked like a cave. I figured I might find something interesting there to take back with me, so I told Farnsworth I'd keep radio contact with him, and off I went." "Did you find a cave?" Robb wanted to know. "No, it was just a big indentation in the wall of the crater. I threw some light on it and found it to be 10 or 15 feet deep." He paused as though not sure of what to say next. So, that's where I found my souvenir." "Well, let's see it," said Anderson. Hampsten opened his leather bag. The object he removed rendered the crew weak in the knees. He said, "We can have that drink, Anderson, but I don't think we'll enjoy it." He poured them each a shot from a half-filled bottle of vodka. End of Moonglow by G.L. Vandenburg.
Next Door, Next World by Robert Donald Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Next Door, Next World by Robert Donald Locke. Hungrily the cradled vessel's great steel nose pointed up to the distant stars. She was the Cosmos 12, newest and sleekest of the Space Service's rapidly expanding wing of interstellar scout ships, and she was now ready for operational work. Major Lance Cooper, a big man with space-tanned features, stood in the shadow of the control bunker and watched the swarm of ground crewmen working at last-minute speed atop the loading tower. Inside him burned a hunger too. Hunger and another emotion. Pride. The pride swelled Lance's open-collared khaki shirt as he envisioned himself at the ship's controls within a few minutes. Finally, after long years of study, sweat and dedication, he'd made it to the big league. No more jockeying those tubby old rocket pots to Luna. From here on, he was going to see, taste, feel what the universe was like way, way out in deep space. The Cosmos 12, like her earlier sisters, was designed to plow through that shuddery nowhere the cookbooks identified as hyperspace. Lance's glance shifted upward, scanning the velvet backdrop of frosty white points of light against which the slender, silverish, almost wingless form stood framed. More stars than a man could visit in a lifetime, and some already within grasp. His exultant feeling grew, and Lance kept his head tilted backward. Alpha Centauri, the most popular target, was not visible at this latitude, and Barnard's star, besides being far too faint, lay on the other side of the sun. But there shone Sirius, just as bright as it had glittered for the Greeks, and frosty Procyon, a little to the north. Both orbs twinkled and beckoned, evoking strange and demanding dreams. One day man would be able to make landings. Teams of scientists outfitted to the eyebrows and trained to cope with any environment or emergency would explore unknown jungles, llanos, steppes, tramp up and down fertile vales and hills under blue hot alien suns. Perhaps they might even contact native species boasting human intelligence. Mammalian hunters and fishers, city-building lizards, sky-probing arachnids, who knew what? But now, of course, all that headquarters permitted of flight was the most furtive of reconnoitering. You hoisted your scout ship aloft under high G, cleared the ecliptic, then swung out of normal space and jumped. When you materialized in the new sector, you set your cameras clicking, toggled all the other instruments into recording radiation, gravity pressures, spectroscopy at slam-bang speed. The very instant your magnetic tapes got crammed to capacity, you pressed 6 dozen panic buttons and scooted like a scared jackrabbit for home. Sweet home. Adventure? It wasn't even mentioned on the travel posters yet. But adventure would follow. Someday. Meanwhile, at the taxpayer's expense, you, the guardian of the peace, had enjoyed the billion-dollar thrill of viewing our solar system from light years and light years of distance. Or so the manual said, right here on the insert page 30-11-6. Lance thought about those veteran high pilots who'd already poked around in the great black cold out there. How was it they were always compensating for their frustration? Now he remembered. Having few tall tales to spellbind audiences with when they swooped back down on home base after their missions, the high pilots got around it by bragging up Terra itself, and how at least you could always depend upon good old Earth to come up with something to relax this warp-weary generation. Something, for example, such as we now hold in our hand, brothers. Lance could hear them now. Namely, one of these superbly programmed cocktails, as only Casey can turn out. Casey was the officers' club barkeep and much beribboned mixologist. A real Casey special. Look at its pristine beauty. What better consolation can a man ask for not having gotten to land at the apogee point of his orbit? Besides, this usually came out after 2 or 3 more tongue-loosening toasts had been quaffed to the beasts of headquarters. What's so blasted special about landing on some god-forsaken rock out there? Hell's bells, Earth is a planet too, isn't it? And when you've been cooped up in a parsec gobbling pot for a very, very long 2 weeks, any planet looming in your view scope cries to be set down upon. Your own prosaic hunk of mud is good as any. Lance Cooper's rambling thoughts broke off their aimless tracking to swing 180 degrees in mid-space and dart right back to Earth. Here, at this very moment, and less than 100 yards away, came Terra's foremost attraction for him. His hammering heartbeat would have placed him on the grounded list immediately, had there been a medico with a stethoscope hanging about to detect it. The attraction's name was Caroline Sagen, and she was hurrying directly across the concrete apron. Even under the incandescent work lamps of the crew scrambling up and down the ladders, she looked as fetching as a video starlet making her first personal appearance tour of the nation. Only the fact she was Colonel Hardhead Sagen's family pride and joy kept the helmeted and half-puckered up techs on the rungs from whistling themselves dry in their enthusiasm. Now she had completely bypassed the work area. Here the lightning did not reach, and the paler illumination of starshine took over. It seemed to render the girl's soft blonde hair and her full warm lips more intimately something belonging to Lance Cooper alone. And he liked that. He saw that she had turned up the collar of her tan coat against the night wind. While still a step or two distant from him, Caroline halted. Her worshipping eyes rested fully upon the big pilot. Lance thought he detected a troubled expression. Then the girl managed a tight smile that conveyed her outward resignment to all man's absurd aspirations to own the galaxy. "Don't worry about security, Lance. Dad wrote me out an okay to skitter up this close to the launching area, you know." She gestured self-consciously. "Big crucial moment. Lover's farewell. I pulled all the stops, but it worked. Matter of fact," she added in an obvious attempt at facetiousness, "Dad opined he'd have walloped the daylights out of me if I hadn't put up a struggle to get near my man." Then suddenly she was not at all brave anymore. Suddenly she had burrowed into his arms. "Oh, Lance, had there been no other way, I'd have clawed right through fence and revetments to get to you. Men, just because something's out there, as you say. Why is it so important to build ships and go out and look at it?" Her fingers dug into Lance's shoulders. "Women are saner, but maybe that's why men need us." The grip of her fingers shifted, tightened. "Kiss me, you big baboon." Lance kissed her, a tender kiss, yet gusty enough that he lifted her from the ground and her high-heeled shoes kicked in free fall. The pilot found his girl's breath warm, loving, yet her cheeks seemed colder than even the crisp air should account for, and her body was trembling. He planted a second kiss, then set her down. "Hey, this is no way for a space service brat to carry on. Why, you're just about to cry, Lance?" "No, I wasn't. It's just that you'll be gone so long." He punched her playfully. 2 measly weeks out, 2 weeks to astrogate her back home, and once I've got my feet wet at it, it'll be like shooting ducks in an alley." Caroline reached out, brushed a windswept tuft of hair from above the rock-steady eyes that looked at her. "I know, Lance. I even realize that just 10 years ago, women had to put up with separations from their sweethearts or husbands that lasted months, when the old pioneer ships used to limp back and forth to Mars and Venus. But I'm different, I guess. Weak, maybe, or just plain scared." This didn't sound like the blithe-spirited girl he'd pursued for a year, then wooed and subdued. Lance studied her, then said slowly, "You're scared about what? My first flight?" Caroline's head bobbed timidly. Lance flashed a reassuring grin. "Everything has to be a brand new experience at some time or other. Me, I prefer to look at hype flight from the point of view of the service. A routine thing. Just takes training. Otherwise," and he shrugged, "it's no more a risk than hauling groceries upstairs to some weather satellite." "Is it, Lance? When 1 or 2 ships out of every 10 never make it back at all? Just disappear somewhere, while the others—" 1 out of 30 or 40, you mean. So hyperspace is a little tricky." "And there's always pilot error to blame too, I suppose." "Now that you mention it." "Only my man is immune from everything?" Lance smiled a little wryly. "Any pilot can make boo-boos, Caroline. I'm determined to try awfully hard not to." He added a slight qualification to his statement. "I've always been pretty lucky up to now at not getting lost." "I thought the guidance systems and the autopilot computers took care of all the astrogation corrections?" "On a theoretically perfect flight, yes. It is equally true, however, that hyperspace's geometry doesn't always resemble the sort of lines and angles you find in our own universe." Lance abruptly stopped, realizing he was quoting text. His mind groped for a better way to explain, but Caroline plunged in first. "You see, there do sometimes develop special situations." "Sure, sometimes." An exasperation crept into Lance Cooper's voice, despite his effort to keep it out. Hell, he was just a pilot, not a rated mathematician. He'd fly hyperspace by the seat of his pants if he had to. "Lance," said Caroline. "Yes?" "You feel it too, don't you?" "Feel what?" "That there is danger involved. That something dreadfully, dreadfully wrong can happen to you while you're out there. No matter what the eggheads say about it." A paroxysm of sobs suddenly racked the girl's slender body. "Oh, darling, don't go." "Honey, honey." Lance patted her thin shoulders. "I love you so much." "Love you too, Caroline. You know that." "We shouldn't have postponed the wedding. It was wrong to set the date back." Lance shook his head. "Sorry, I couldn't see it any other way." He hugged the girl to him. She seemed more desperately frightened than he had realized. And again, as always when it came to comforting somebody, he felt as awkward and clumsy as some big lumbering repair tug out in space, say, trying to patch a small trim patrol craft. But especially he felt helpless in the presence of this frail, clinging, lovely piece of femininity he wanted so dearly. Nevertheless, he could keep on trying, blundering though his words and gestures might be. "Caroline, you think I wanted to chance making you a widow 24 hours after you became a bride?" Lance took a deep breath. "So I did maintain the percentage wasn't great. Still, it does exist. I'm aware of that. I just don't let it concern me. But you, Caroline, don't you see, hun? Lance Cooper couldn't let anything bad happen to his best girl." "I'm trying to understand," said Caroline. Lance's blunt, serious face peered into hers. "Tell you what I will promise to do?" Hope cleared away some of the mistiness in Caroline's eyes. She looked up at him. "What, Lance?" "Once I've knocked off my shellback trip through the hype, we'll stage the fanciest wedding this old space base ever goggled its eyes over. I'll even see to it the chaplain samples the spiked punch. And you remember what a raconteur the padre proved to be when Light Colonel Galache got spliced." Caroline Sagen managed a wan smile. Lance revved his pet talk up a few hundred RPM. "After all, think of it this way. Suppose I hadn't beat my brains out to get into hype training. I'd never have wound up at this base. You and me would never have met. I'd never have fallen for you like a ton of space ballast." "Oh, I know you're right," said Caroline, clinging more tightly than ever to Lance's solid frame. "You're always right, just like the Space Service is always right. But I have a woman's intuition and I sense." Unable to finish, she released her grasp and once more withdrew into herself. Lance's big muscular hand reached out, tilted the girl's chin upward. Her face was tear-stained for sure now. "Honey, this won't ever do." "I can't help it." "You're torturing yourself with useless premonitions." Lance wiped the briny shine from the girl's cheeks as he talked, his own voice getting hoarser. Caroline, I love you so much that well, you know, I happen to hunger for you more than I do that Christmas tree on my control deck. But I just couldn't give up a chance to solo out to the stars. I couldn't, baby. I'd probably be court-martialed anyhow," he added. "No, Lance, they wouldn't do that. Not unless you actually got into space, then turned back. I asked Major Carmody." "Caroline, you didn't." The girl nodded, affirming the truth of what she said. "Lance, I had to. There are some things I know about that you don't." A note of sudden urgency now tinged her voice. "Strange, unfathomable things. Many of the other pilots who've come back have not been right. I think it has something to do with their having been outside of normal space." He stared at her. "I just now realized you're trying to tell me something." "Lance, I happened to overhear Dad telling Mother something one night. Apparently he'd been rolling and tossing in bed, couldn't sleep. And Mother's looked after him so long, she just had to know what was wrong. They went downstairs and she poured him a stiff drink. Then in return, Dad poured out his troubled soul to her. And Lance—" "Yes, Caroline?" "The most probable reason why some high pilots never quite make it back to our world is that the men involved—" "The men? You mean the pilots?" "No, the brass. They haven't told the pilots about the fissioning of anything that gets into hyperspace." Caroline's breath gave out in a sudden gasp. Her eyes moved away alarmed, and Lance's own glance turned simultaneously. He saw Colonel Hardhead Sagen and two other officers coming across the area. Time had run out on them. "Caroline," Lance said hurriedly, "I've gabbed with quite a few vets of hyperspace, at the club and in my training, both. Sure, a man feels like he's been crammed into a concrete mixer when he's burning up light years in a hypership. But after a while, I'm told, even your brains get used to being bounced around." Lance took the girl's hands and squeezed them between his. "So let's not worry, huh?" Caroline started to say something in rebuttal, but her father and his aides were already upon them. Colonel Sagen was a tall, thin man of erect military carriage. His features were criss-crossed with radiation scars, and his voice boomed out like a military drum. Yet when one got to know him, he wasn't so gruff. On the base, he commanded 2,000 military personnel and half that many scientists and techs. A tough job, and one that he was giving his best. After returning Major Lance Cooper's brisk salute, the colonel unbent and gave his prospective son-in-law a hearty handshake. "Lance, I hope you'll be able to keep more of a rein on this little space filly of mine than I've been able to. She was determined to see you off." "I was glad to see her, Colonel." The colonel smiled. "Can't think of a man on this base I'd rather turn Caroline over to." "Thank you, sir," said Lance. "Been counting the minutes to take off, I suppose?" "He's hardly had a chance to, Dad," Caroline broke in. "What with me in his hair." One of the colonel's aides glanced at his watch, then opened up a briefcase and took out a sealed envelope. The colonel relieved him of it and handed it to Lance. "Your flight orders, Lance? Got the preset tapes installed and checked?" "Yes, sir." "Well, you should know your onions now if you're ever going to. Best of luck, son." "Thank you, Colonel." Lance turned. "Goodbye, Caroline. Just 4 weeks now, like I said." "I'll be waiting." "First jam's always the hardest, I hear," spoke up the second aide cheerily. Like a great many other execs, the officer boasted no active space rating, though he did wear the winged moons of an observer. But Lance and Caroline were again quite busy and did not hear. Inside the shell of the Cosmos 12, Lance, sitting flat on his back against gravity, looked up at the sweep hands of the control deck clocks and hurried through his pre-jump checklist. Tension mounted inside him. He contacted the operations people in the bunker over the radio net. Colonel Sagan's voice came in clear. 5 minutes, Lance. I'm receiving. Area cleared. Traffic broke into report. Takeoff will proceed on schedule. The function lights of the tree in front of Lance shone green. Gyros were caged. The tapes were set to roll. Lance's big hands hovered lightly near the manual overrides. He was ready to fly, and the autopilot lights were already winking out in countdown. But you never could be sure until the last moment. What had Caroline been trying to tell him? Before he could pursue the thought, he felt the pressure of the rising ship take hold. Gently at first as she cleared the ground, then heavier and heavier until his face felt like a rubber mask under the acceleration and his heart commenced pounding. It didn't take long these days for any ship to build up a tremendous velocity in space. Lance cleared the ecliptic by 100 million miles. Then, with the solar system spread out flat below him, he opened up his flight orders. His destination, he discovered, was Groombridge 34, a visual double star. Right ascension 0 hours 13 minutes. Declination 43 4/10 degrees, nearly 12 light years distant. Since the star's apparent location was nearly halfway up the sky from the celestial equator, Lance could begin the jump any time and not worry on his way about skewing too near the gravitational field of any large massed body in his own immediate vicinity. He permitted himself one brief glance at the blazing universe that hung all about him. The bright fixed lights that were innumerable suns against an eternal blackness, and the luminous dust in between that was even farther flung. Confusion and chaos seemed to dwell here. If a man gazed too long, he could quietly go mad. But even more insane, he anticipated, would be the thick, writhing nothingness of hyperspace. Lance Cooper made one final check of all the ship's operating components, then crossed his fingers and cut in the hype drive. Instantly, his teeth crashed together and clenched. His strapped-in body was jerked back in his cushioned seat. Sweat beaded his brow. 1,000 needles prickling his skin couldn't have been worse. He had been told once that the switching out from this known universe into an unknown one would feel just like a 10,000-volt jolt in an old-fashioned electric chair. And now he could believe it. Every cell in his body had begun tingling. His stomach pitched under a racking nausea, and an involuntary trickle of saliva dripped from his mouth the moment he got his jaws working again. But Lance fought the nausea, fought the sickness, and gradually, as his flesh accommodated to the change, he felt better. It was then that the most disturbing phenomenon of all took place. He felt for a moment as if he had been split into 2 persons. No, 4 persons, 8, 16, an infinity of other selves. They were all beside him, in him and out of him. His eyes ached. He shut them. When he opened them again, everything was almost back to normal. The other selves had vanished. Only the constant throbbing vibration of the ship remained. Yet it was a discomfort that had to be endured for 4 solid straight weeks now. There was no other means known by which a man-made vessel could travel faster than light. Funny about that 4 weeks, too, thought Lance. All distances in hyperspace were the same, no matter where you wished to go. It required no more than 14 days and no less, regardless of whether you jumped 1 light year or 50. Lance had always understood there were equations on file at headquarters which explained the paradox. But not being a math expert, he had never missed not being allowed to see them. He flicked a switch and opened up his viewports again. The starry universe had vanished. The Cosmos 12 was riding through a gray void, alone and no, it wasn't alone. Again, Lance's vision suffered a wrenching sickness. Out there in the colorless vacuum, hundreds of replicas of the Cosmos 12 rode along beside him, above him, below him, stretched out in all directions. There had been nothing in the manuals about this. Lance stared at the meaningless phenomenon for a long time, despite the fact it made his brain ill. At last, he decided it was harmless, whatever was causing it. He shook his head slowly and closed the ports down. He hoped Groombridge 34 would be less taxing. The system was. After the ship reverted to normal space in the vicinity of Groombridge 34, Lance hovered about it exactly 12 hours, following all the instructions in his manual to the letter. He started up the cameras and other recording instruments. All went well. There were no incidents. No vessels disturbed him, though had the two components of the binary been at periastron, it would have simplified the work with the position micrometer. If anything else of interest had been detected, it would have to be deciphered from the film and tapes later. You can get as close as 4 billion miles to an Earth-sized planet in space, and it'll still show up fainter than a 14th magnitude star. Somewhere in the galaxy, Lance supposed, there must be other races building spaceships and guiding them from sun to sun. But thus far, the scout ships from Terra, for all their magnified caution, had never run into signs of any. The old veteran high pilots had the best philosophy after all. Earth was the choicest hunk of mud you were going to find. Enjoy it, brethren. Well, he would certainly live it up when he got back. Lance swore. He would have his wedding, import Casey from the club to spike the punch, and perhaps after he'd gotten in his required number of scout missions, he might even settle for a chairborne XX billet himself. Exactly 28 days and 12 hours from the time of his departure from Earth, Lance Cooper was back home again. The Cosmos 12 rematerialized out of hyperspace in the neighborhood of the solar system with its fuel tanks scarcely a third depleted, but its pilot a drained man. Lance, truthfully, not only felt weary and torpid, but a great deal disappointed. He contacted traffic, asked for and got a landing trajectory. A few hours later, he had coasted home and the trip was over. He scrambled down out of the ship, hungry for Caroline. The base hadn't changed any in a month that he could see. A couple of new floodlights put in, perhaps. Some brass were emerging from the control bunker. Colonel Sagen, several others, he recognized them all. 2 were SSPs, Space Service Police. When the colonel got close, Lance tossed off a salute and an insouciant grin. Well, the prodigal made it back home, sir. Hope the pessimistic daughter of yours is stashed around somewhere otherwise? Otherwise what? Returned the colonel, unsmiling. Why, I'm liable to go busting right through that fence, said Lance. And say, if anybody's worrying about the Cosmos 12, she flew like a dream, Colonel. Matter of fact, she... Colonel Sagan's jaws snapped together. Wheeling, he barked at the 2 SSPs. Spaceman, arrest this officer immediately. Lance couldn't believe his ears. Hey, wait a minute, he protested. What have I done? Nobody answered, not at first. Well? Lance asked again, a little more uneasy this time. I have no daughter, Major, Hardhead Sagen growled, standing with his legs braced apart and his ramrod shoulders looking businesslike. I never had. The space cop sprang forward. One drew a pistol, held it on the return pilot, while the other quickly moved behind Lance and pinioned his arms back. Is this a joke, Colonel? Lance demanded, struggling. If it is, I don't appreciate it. You know you've got a daughter and I'm going to marry her. The colonel's jaws clamped tight and he shook his head from side to side as if he were dealing with a person suddenly out of his mind. Then he acted. Put this man under close confinement, he ordered Lance's guards. Allow no visitors of any kind. The colonel's tone was harsh and worried. I've got to buck this matter to HQ. We can't have it blow up right now. God knows. The space police nudged Lance. All right, Major, let's go. Lance's anger seethed to a boil. Hunching his shoulders, he ran back against the guard holding him, sending him tumbling. What was inside his mind to do if he managed an escape? He couldn't have told. He only knew he had to get away. The colonel had flipped. And where, by the way, was Caroline? It seemed impossible she could be in on it, too. He stood free for a moment, watching warily. Hold him, shouted Colonel Sagen. Don't let him run loose. We've got gas pills, Colonel, suggested the space cop Lance had bowled over. The man was rising to his feet. Use them. Lance started to run. Over his shoulder, he saw the guard reach inside a small pocket in his web pistol belt. The man gestured to the others to duck back out of harm's way. Then his throwing arm reared back and sent a pellet sailing in a high arc. It landed at Lance's feet and burst instantly. Yellowish gas billowed out. Its acrid fumes penetrated Lance's throat and nostrils. He began coughing. Then all the fight suddenly ebbed from him. His knees buckled. He was stumbling, falling. The sky reeled. And very indistinctly from far away came the colonel's voice barking, "Put him in the brig until he recovers. I repeat, let nobody see him. And another thing, I declare everything that's happened here today classified information. If a single word leaks out, I'll have every manjack among you placed in solitary and held for court-martial." Then Lance knew nothing more. When at last he recovered consciousness and was able to sit up in a kind of groggy stupor, Lance found himself for the first time in 15 service-devoted years on the inside of a guardhouse, looking out. With sardonic melancholy, he recalled times on his OD and OG tours when he had inspected various prison areas, peered into the cells, and often felt mildly sorry for some poor spaceman doing time for some minor infraction. There had never been very many offenders. Discipline on space bases was not a pressing problem. The corps was an elite branch, and intransigent candidates were weeded out quick. Well, now he was a prisoner himself. He, Lance Cooper, Major, Space Service, stood behind bars. And no matter how hard his face pressed against those bars, he could only see as far as the corridor extended in either direction. It wasn't far enough, nor would anybody talk to him. He couldn't even get the time of day. Not since his probation as a pleb had he consorted with such a bunch of hush-mouths. Had he no rights as a commissioned officer and a world citizen? He still didn't know why he was incarcerated or what regulation he had broken. But that wasn't his most nagging worry. What preyed on his mind most was Caroline. Where was she? Where? He could have lowered his head and pounded it to a pulp against the wall in his rage and frustration at being confined. But banging his brains out wouldn't help. Besides, he was going to stand deeply in need of his gray matter if he hoped to get out of this one. At evening time, a guardhouse trustee brought him his supper on a tray. Also, the man tossed him half a pack of cigarettes when Lance sought to bum just one. But when the pilot started pitching questions back, the trustee looked scared and unhappy and quickly limped away. The night dragged on, as unending seemingly as one of Luna's 2 week darkouts. Lance smoked, paced the cell from wall to wall, occasionally plopped down on his cot, and went over everything that had happened, trying to find some pattern to it. But there was no pattern. Next morning, he splashed up and shaved beard away from a tired, red-eyed face in the mirror. Then he waited. No one came. Finally, at noon, a new officer checked in for duty at the guardhouse. Lance recognized him as a young ordnance captain he'd met before. He called out to the man. The officer, striding down the hallway, wheeled at the sound of his name and came back to the cell. His eyes bugged slightly when he saw Lance. "Holy smoke, Major! What've they got you in for?" "Search me." Lance was overjoyed to find someone at last who didn't dummy up. "I thought maybe you might have a notion." "I just came on duty, but if there's a charge sheet laying around, I might dig up something from it." "Would you try?" The captain held up 2 fingers and grinned. "No, sweet." Lance waited some more. The captain did not come back, however, until several hours later. After Lance's evening meal, in fact. His face bore a puzzled frown. Lance stood at his cell door, gripping the bars. "Well, I checked. Seems the brass are holding you for observation until some head shrinker gets in from HQ, a specialist in hyperspace medicine." "Then how come I'm not in a regular hospital, while the jailhouse?" "Beats me, Major. I can tell you this, though. You're not the first hype pilot who's been dragged in here screaming." "But I wasn't screaming. I was perfectly calm and collected when I climbed down out of my ship. All I did was ask about Caroline." "About who?" "Caroline Sagen, old Hardhead's daughter." Lance felt a sinking feeling. He stopped, cocked a wary eye at the other officer. "Don't look at me that way, man." The captain had been staring hard at Lance. Now he began shaking his head back and forth, slowly and sadly. "What's that supposed to mean?" Lance asked. "It means Colonel Sagen doesn't have a daughter." Lance snorted. "Don't tell me that. I'm engaged to her." "Sorry, Major. I've been around the Colonel and his wife since I was a kid. He got me the appointment to the academy. They've never had any children of their own." "Why, you—" Lance reached through the bars and grabbed the captain by his shirt collar, jerking him against the bars. "It's a lie, a conspiracy. Maybe you think I'm nuts, but I'm not." He commenced pummeling the captain with his free fist. Then he thought of something better. He snatched the captain's gun from his holster and leveled it. "I'm getting out of here," Lance announced. "Open up this door or take the consequences." The captain, his face ashy white, submitted and unlocked the cell door. Lance stepped out, got behind the officer, and prodded him into the cell. Tearing a sheet into strips, he tied the man to the cot and gagged him. It took a very short time. Then he softly padded down the hallway. He caught the sergeant of the guard napping in his chair. In a moment, the sergeant too was trussed up, gagged, and whisked into a spare cell. Lance then tucked the captain's pistol inside his shirt and ventured outside. It was a moonlit night. A patrol jeep was parked on the drive. Begging to be commandeered, Lance hopped in. There was something he had to find out for himself, and only one way to do it: go to the place where they kept the answers. Wheeling the jeep along the military street fast as he dared, Lance headed for the base housing area. Colonel Sagen's trim two-story brick residence was where he hoped to pay a call. He knew the route by heart. He'd been a guest there often enough. The colonel's driveway was empty of cars, he was happy to notice, when he reached the house. He parked, sprinted up to the porch, and knocked on the door. Presently footsteps sounded inside and the door opened a few inches. But it was not Caroline whom Lance saw peeping out at him. It was another woman, older. He recognized Mrs. Sagen. Lance was blunt. "I've got to see Caroline, and I haven't much time. You'd better let me in." An apprehensive, almost shocked expression briefly flitted across the face of Caroline's mother. It was as if she had never set eyes on Lance Cooper before. Even the gold oak leaves on his shoulders seemed to reassure her but slightly. She kept the door chain in place between them. "I'm sorry, Major. I'm not sure that I understand you." "Don't malarkey me, please. You know who I am and who I want. Caroline, your daughter." "Oh," said Mrs. Sagen. It was said in a way that revealed nothing. "Look," said Lance impatiently. "You do have a daughter. I've dated her, so all right." He waved his hands. "She has been spirited away for some reason. I still think I've got a right to know why." "Oh, my," said Mrs. Sagen, and her hand flew to her face. "You must be that scout ship pilot who showed up yesterday. The one who—" "Yeah, the one everybody figures for psycho. But I'm not, Mrs. Sagen. You know I'm not." Lance took a deep breath. "Can I come in? I just want some facts. After all, this crazy farce can't go on forever." The colonel's wife still looked doubtful, but Lance Cooper had a way of pressing a point hard when his interests were at stake. He began talking rapidly and convincingly. He got in. The light indoors was better. Lance's eyes squinted as they adjusted from the gloom of the porch. Somehow Mrs. Sagen didn't look quite as he remembered. Her hair was much darker now. He was sure of that. Maybe she had dyed it. Yet her features were certainly harder and bonier, more like a replica of her husband's, and her breath smelled alcoholic. Could a mere month have made that much difference? The house had been refurnished too, Lance noticed. The living room decor was more severe and functional, and the pictures on the wall were garish, not Mrs. Sagen's type at all. "Hey, wait a minute," he told himself. "Speaking of pictures." His glance skipped to the far corner of the room. A triptych of photos of Caroline had always been on display on the mantelpiece. They would prove that. Lance's jaw dropped. The photos had been removed. "Can I get you anything?" Mrs. Sagen inquired, a little nervously, Lance thought. "A cup of coffee?" No, thanks. I'd rather hear about Caroline. Coffee won't take a minute. I was just making some fresh in the kitchen. Lance shrugged. Well, okay, if you've already got it ready. Mrs. Sagen's mouth managed a fleeting smile, then she disappeared through a swinging door. Lance sat down in a wrought iron chair. Finding it not comfortable, he sprang back to his feet and paced the floor. There sure was something wrong about the Colonel's house. Something very oddly wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Suddenly his quickened hearing caught the faint murmur of a human voice. Was it Caroline? The talk seemed to be issuing from the kitchen, where her mother had gone. Lance tiptoed across the room, pushed the door slightly open. Mrs. Sagen was on the phone. Her voice was excited. She was obviously straining to keep it at a low level. I'm telling you, he's here, right in our living room, and he insists I know somebody named Caroline. Yes, that's right, but do hurry, please. He's acting much odder than the others did. Lance had eavesdropped enough. He turned away, glided rapidly out of the front door and into the night. Where should he go next? The jeep would serve to hustle him around the base for a while, but eventually he would be chased down and recaptured. And as for crashing any of the exit gates and thus attaining to greater freedom, he knew they would all be barricaded and heavily manned by now. Lance was still burning over Mr. Sagen's double cross. Did he want coffee? She had asked. Coffee, his mind repeated, disgusted. What he needed was something stronger, a good stiff drink. That was it. The officers' club. Casey would be on duty at this hour. Lance would ask him to mix him a double for old time's sake. Then he'd meekly surrender and quietly go crazy in his cell until the head shrinker came and confirmed it for real. The pilot got back in the jeep and drove on. When he reached the club, he wheeled the vehicle around to rear entrance, where bushes made the grounds shadier. Parking, he got out, strolled into the building as sneakily as if he'd been an inspector general paying a surprise call from Outer Space Service headquarters. Few officers lounged about. Most were at tables and engrossed in their own imbibing. Lance strode up to the bar, perched himself on a high stool. Casey, whose hair was red as a Martian desert, was rinsing glasses. He stopped at his task and came over, wiping the counter with a wet towel. What'll it be, Major? One of your specials, Casey, my friend. Beg pardon? You know, one of your Casey specials, where you start off with half a glass of Irish whiskey, add a dash or two of absinthe, a drop of... I don't stock no absinthe, Major. Casey's freckled face was abruptly hostile. You know that. It's against regulations. Lance fought down a tremor. Everybody was in on it. Everybody. He compromised for a minute. Give me a slug of Teachers on the Rocks, then. Casey measured out the drink for him. Lance downed it. His hand gripped the edge of the bar. Casey, do you know me? He watched Casey study him, the thick reddish eyebrows knit. It's a pretty big base, Major. Lots of faces. Sometimes I kind of forget the names. Lance's blood pressure gave a spurt. I'm Major Lance Cooper. Hell, you've rung up my chits often enough. And his mind added, how could you forget? Major, Casey's eyes narrowed while the uneasy suspicion in them grew. We don't have no chit system at this club. Lance's head felt like it would explode. He could take no more. You're lying, he shouted. His big hands reached over the mahogany counter and shook the bartender like a squawk box that had refused to function properly. Tell me you're lying in your teeth. If you don't, I'll push them down your throat. Suddenly, Lance sensed people behind him. A firm hand clamped down heavily on his shoulder. The pilot stretched his neck around. What now? His hands did not relax their murderous grip on his victim. The arresting party had entered the club quietly. Now they were ganged up around him. Colonel Sagen, his two aides, a fourth man Lance recognized as Major Carmody, the base legal officer, and a fifth man too, who wore the insignia of the Space Surgeon General's department, a psychiatrist. Better come peacefully, Major, rasped Colonel Sagen. You've been cleared for an explanation, and if you're smart, you'll listen to the spiel and play ball. The way it was said made Lance feel he could trust the old man for that long. Anyhow, what choice did he have? "It's about time," Lance sighed. He set Casey down, to the latter's greatly exhaled relief. "Only how come all the suspense?" "It was very necessary," broke in Major Carmody. "Was it? Well, you had me about to crack, if that was your object. Now then, would any of you mind easing my worries about Caroline? She's okay, isn't she?" His glance shifted from one to the other. "Isn't she?" Nobody would reply. Neither Colonel Sagen nor any of the officers bunched up around him. Sweat suddenly broke out on Lance's brow. The chilly feeling went through him that if and when an answer was provided him, he wasn't particularly going to like it. Not in the slightest. Shortly afterwards, Lance was driven across the base by his captors and escorted into his commanding officer's private office. The two aides were dismissed, but the psychiatrist officer, who also wore eagles on his shoulders, and Major Carmody remained. Colonel Sagen seated himself behind his desk. "Major," he began, clearing his throat, "you imagine me to have a daughter. You're positive of it? You even visualize her so well that you remember something about how you were going to marry her." "You're not going to talk me out of anything on that score," Lance shot back. "Perhaps we don't intend to. Colonel Nordsen here," Sagen indicated the psychiatrist, "has flown in from HQ to chat with you. He can explain the technical aspects of the phenomenon that has thrown you better than I can. I'd advise you to listen to him. He's just what you need." "Just what I need? What else do you intend to do? Hypnotize me so you can erase all my past?" The colonel scowled. "Look here, Major. You cooperate and learn to keep your mouth shut. We may be able to restore you to duty. But if not, well, what happens then will be entirely up to Nordsen. It could mean a padded cell. The development of hyperspace exploration has to go on, whatever happens to you." "I'll tell you one thing to your face, Colonel," Lance replied hotly. "I'm not off my rocker." "No one has maintained you were," broke in Colonel Nordsen. "But Colonel Sagen had to throw a curtain around you fast." "Why?" Neither officer answered. Finally, Colonel Sagen said, "I think you'd better continue with him, Colonel Nordsen." Nordsen was a youthful-looking man for his rank, yet prematurely balding. He wore thick-shelled glasses. "Major Cooper," Nordsen began, "let's go back to when you put the Cosmos 12 through its first jump through hyperspace. How well do you recall your experience?" "I'll never forget it. You Earthbound Kiwis should try it sometime." "Did you experience a feeling, perhaps rather uncanny, that the whole thing had happened to you before? What psychologists call the sense of déjà vu?" "No, I don't think so." "Perhaps some other type of phenomenon was manifested? A feeling you'd been split in half, maybe?" "That did happen." "Describe it." "It was more than just being split in half. I felt like I was suddenly hundreds of selves. I could see other replicas of me all around." Nordsen nodded thoughtfully. "That was what we call the infinite fission syndrome. All those other yous were personality matrices of yourself in alternate worlds. Did you notice anything else?" Lance nodded grudgingly. "What?" "Look, Colonel, if I answer your questions, will you answer mine?" "Any reasonable ones, yes. That's what we're here for." "Well, there was the disturbing thing about the Cosmos 12 itself. I saw images of the ship riding along beside me, out there in the hype, where nothing material could possibly exist, where not even light could reflect back, or any other wave propagation." Lance shook his head, recalling the experience. "What could have caused a hallucination like that?" "It was no hallucination, Lance. It was real and has happened before. We can rest you easy on that point." Colonel Nordsen removed tobacco from a pouch, stuffed his pipe, lit up. Bluish smoke formed a halo about him. "Lance, the Space Service has been sending ships through hyperspace for nearly 2 years now. Only recently did anybody notice something was seriously wrong with the pilots who came back. Up until then, a pilot might act a little queer for a day or two. But who wouldn't? Coped up alone in a steel projectile for 4 weeks. We thought very little of it." "Uh-huh," was Lance Cooper's only comment. Nordsen transferred his pipe to his hand. But eventually even the space service gets around to putting two and two together on the slipstick. The incidents kept piling up. A pilot comes back from Epsilon Eridani, for example, and insists on giving everybody left-handed salutes. Another has taken a scout ship to 61 Cygni. He insists at the officers' club that Colonel Sagen here has a nickname of Old Hardhead. Nobody else on the base is aware of any such thing. Then still another pilot... Wait a minute, Lance interrupted. Hasn't he? Hasn't what? I don't follow you. Colonel Sagen. Hasn't he got that nickname? I mean, it was a term of respect and liking, of course, but... No, said Nordsen. No? Lance echoed, disbelieving. Since when? Not since ever, Major. Not on this particular track. Colonel Nordsen, you're losing me. Patience, please. I was about to tell you that still another pilot lands on our base, and he wears a blue tie. Claims the space service has always worn blue ties. I take it back, said Lance. I'm a pilot, and all pilots are slowly going nuts. Then it occurred to him to evince more interest, or they might ship him back to the brig sooner than expected. A blue tie, huh? And blue Swede shakas to match, Colonel Sagan's hoarse voice broke in. Most unmilitary-looking uniform I ever saw on a space officer. Colonel Nordsen, the psychiatrist, set his pipe aside. Gradually we began building up a file of such weird discrepancies. A neither pilot landing wearing a handlebar moustache. He couldn't possibly have grown so much lip hair in a month. Yet the man claimed he'd sported the moustache for years, and that every officer in his squadron was decked out with one too. Tell me just one thing, Lance pleaded. His nerves were gradually getting more on edge. What has all this got to do with Caroline Sagen? Why is she being kept from me? Nordsen's eyebrows met, evincing a little displeasure. Don't you get the drift, Major? I've been trying to accomplish two things at the same time. Cushion a shock for you and explain why what has happened has happened. There is no Caroline Sagen. The colonel and his wife have always been childless. Lance got belligerent. Say that again. There is no Caroline Sagen here. What do you mean when you say here? Nordsen took off his shell-rimmed glasses, wiped them, restored them to his boyish face. I would advise you to brace yourself. By here, I mean on this particular time track. Lance stared at him. Doesn't the word have any significance for you? Nordsen asked. Time track? Sure. I've heard of the concept before. It's a theory that parallel worlds branch off when... Hey! Lance's tone rose to shout. You're not trying to imply that I'm on a diff? That's right. We're trying to tell you that you have obviously landed in another time track. One that is parallel to, but just a slight bit different from the one you formerly knew. To you, we seem to be the same officers as in that world, but of course we're not. It isn't the same universe. Hyperspace is a tricky stuff, as our men are finding out. You've just got bounced around by one of the trickiest things connected with it. Lance groaned. Now I'm told. I'm sorry, it's nothing new, only the information is classified top secret in our world, and evidently in yours too. It has to be withheld from hype trainees, otherwise they might deliberately flunk their course. We're running pilot classes here on our track too. We have to keep them filled. Lance was stunned. He hardly knew what he should say or do next. Finally, he put forth a faltering question. Is there any way I can get back to home base? My home base? All three officers in the room shook their heads in unison. You might as well look for a pebble in the beach, said Nordsen. He elucidated. As a matter of fact, this is home base for you. The differences between one track and another are not usually too great. The resemblances are many. Sometimes even the return pilot accommodates himself to the new time track without suspecting in the slightest what's happened to him. And in those cases, you seldom bother to enlighten him, I suppose? Naturally not. Security frowns on it. But in my case, you couldn't cover up? Your case manifests a much more serious slippage. Your path evidently warped to a track several million or billion worlds further over than anybody from your world had previously experienced. Consequently, your luck has really been unfortunate. You've materialized out of hyperspace into a universe where someone you apparently knew quite closely simply was never born." "But Caroline did exist before where I was. I'm not dreaming." "No, both our worlds are equally real." Lance, though he felt the truth slowly and inexorably sink in, still could not quite grasp all its implications. He turned his numbered face to the other two officers in the room. Colonel Sagen and Major Carmody inclined their heads. For one despairing moment, Lance felt almost like hurling himself through the window. Then he straightened up, his mouth compressed into a thin line. "If I must face the facts, I must." But his tone edged off into irony. "It sure isn't easy. You'll have to give me time." Colonel Nordsen stood up, held out his hand. "I'm sorry, Major. Believe me, this is a hard blow to take, and I wouldn't care to be on the receiving end myself. But you'll adjust. If you like, I'll recommend you for convalescent leave. You understand, of course," the psychiatrist went on, "that we expect you to keep tight-lipped. Our hype classes are still too small. We need a lot of sharp men, and they have to be volunteers. Right, Colonel Sagen?" "Right." Lance dropped the proffered hand. "I get it. Let the word get around how hyperspace messes you up. All your bright young jets will bug out on it. That's your main worry, isn't it? Not what happens to me." "Frankly, yes," Nordsen acknowledged without blinking. "But the Space Service is also concerned about individuals. Don't worry now, Major. We look after you." "Don't bother." An uncontrolled bitterness crept into Lance's reply. "Far as I'm concerned, the Space Service can go to hell. What reason have I got to stay in it? You've conned me out of all that meant anything in my life." Nobody said a word. Lance rose to his feet unsteadily. His sardonic glance swept over them. "I suppose it's back to the guardhouse for me now, huh? Well, I won't be sorry to go. I'll find better company, and I refuse your bribe of special leave time." Colonel Nordsen seemed unaffected. "You're making a mistake," he said calmly. "Am I?" "Major, we're offering you a chance to get adjusted and assimilated. Take it or leave it. We can hold you in the brig until you see reason. But you're a good man. We need you." "For what? More flights through that hyperspace muck?" "If you can pass our mental stability tests, yes. And if not, you'll be grounded." Lance made a sudden decision. "I want to go up right now." "What?" "You heard me. I want to go up in the Cosmo 12 right now. Tests or no tests. Ground me and I'll never have a chance again. Don't you think I'm hep to that?" "We'll see that you're not grounded," broke in Colonel Sagen from behind his desk. But Lance didn't believe him. "Don't try to kid me, Colonel," he snapped out. "You write me out flight orders for the Cosmo 12 or I'll blab everything I know. You can't hang me. You can't tear my tongue out. And I know I'll bust out of your guardhouse one way or another. You'll see. And then how will you flip up your precious training classes? Then how will you get new chumps to pilot your ships to the stars? The stars! Ha ha! That's the biggest joke of all." Colonel Sagen began to splutter. Lance, watching him carefully, decided there wasn't much resemblance between the old boy and the fine Colonel Sagen he'd known in his own world. Maybe it had been having the softening influence of normal family life and a growing daughter that had made old Hardhead human. "You'll never get away with this," Sagen warned. "We're 3 against 1. "Won't I?" Lance's hand darted inside his shirt. "Maybe this'll equalize us." He brought out the pistol he'd taken off the captain in the guardhouse. Sagen, Nordsen, and Carmody backed off from it. "The Cosmos 12 is still 2/3 fueled," Lance said, "and well stocked on provisions. Besides, I'm a light eater in hyperspace, as who isn't? I intend to take that ship out again, and you're going to help me, gentlemen." Lance flicked off the safety and waved the gun back and forth to demonstrate what he meant. It worked. Lance got his ship, using Colonel Sagen as both shield and go-between after he had first tied up the other 2 officers in a closet. He kept a close watch, of course, for the SSPs and their gas pellets, but apparently an alarm was not raised soon enough for the base police to hurl into action. After having the colonel authorize a space clearance for him by contacting traffic directly over the ship's mic, Lance finally released him. The colonel scooted down the ladder. Lance gave him time to clear the pad, but little more. Then he went to work pushing buttons on the manual desk. The Cosmos 12 blasted loose from her moorings and soared aloft into space. At 5,000 miles above Earth's surface, Lance rechecked his tapes. Groombridge 34 was the only possible destination the autopilot could take him to. Somehow he didn't mind taking one more look at the double star system. He cut into hyperspace as quickly as he dared, then sat back and relaxed. That is as much as any man could in hype. When he reached Groombridge 34, all Lance did was pop out into normal space long enough to assure himself he had reached the proper checkpoint for turning back. The tapes were in good order and there had been no hitches. Grunting, he threw in the switchover and once more found himself plowing through the hyperspace. Only this time he was homeward bound. If he were lucky, just real lucky, he told himself, there might be a Caroline Sagen alive and waiting for him in whatever time track he wound up in this time. At last he materialized again in the solar system. Or some solar system, anyhow. As far as he could tell, all the planets looked unchanged. It was just 4 weeks to the day since his escape from World 2. This would be World 3. He had been gone 8 weeks and 2 days from World 1. Lance cut the ecliptic at a different angle than before, and Terra was farther along in her journey around Sol. He needed a new landing trajectory. His eye swept his panel to see if anything had been preset. There was no green flashing on the deck where there should have been green. Oh well, there could have been cruisers waiting in space too to pot him with ship-to-ship missiles. He'd taken one chance, he could take another. Lance opened a switch and called base traffic's frequency. This is the Cosmos 12, Major Lance Cooper piloting. Just broke out of hype. Can you read me? He repeated the message for several minutes. Finally, he got an answer. A startled voice whipped back at him through crackling static. Cosmos 12, this is traffic. Who did you say you were up there? Lance hardly knew whether he felt more like laughing or crying. He was fairly close to home anyhow. They did have space traffic here. And being pretty much of an optimist, he also decided that it was a time track where he had been known. Only being so long overdue, he had probably been given up for lost. On this premise, he could visualize all the consternation and excitement now in progress downstairs. The personnel were likely falling all over each other in the stampede to pass the word around. I'm Major Lance Cooper, he announced over the mic. There was a long pause. Repeat that, please. This is Lance Cooper, Major Space Service. I'm up here in the Cosmos 12. But you can't be. Who says I can't? Say, what's the matter with you monkeys? I want to come in. Another voice took over on the channel. The lieutenant's right. You actually do sound like Cooper, whoever you are. Lance laughed openly. I've lived with him all my life. Why shouldn't I? You think I'm a ghost? Oh, well, no, we know you're real. We're getting a blip from you. Only thing is... Let's talk about it when I get down, Lance interrupted. I need a program fast. Get those GS computers working and read me an orbit. Will do. And one more thing. Is Colonel Sagen around? Not today, Major. He had to fly to Luna. How about his daughter? Who? Oh, no. Lance felt his heart almost stop. Had the big try been for nothing? He chanced to repeat, his daughter, Caroline Sagen. This time he got results. Oh, you mean Hardhead's daughter, the one who... Say, wasn't she all set to marry you? You bet your last commendation ribbon she was. And she's going to. Hey, Lance shouted. Anything wrong with her? She's not sick or... The voice of the first operator at traffic came back. The captain had to take off. No, sir, Major, she's not sick. We just don't know how she's gonna take this, is all. With bells on, Junior, wedding bells. Get her out to meet me when I land, will you? And snap it up on that trajectory." Again the traffic crackled in Lance's ear. There seemed to be a great deal of excitement going on down there. And then the great night rim of Earth swung under him, blocking out further radio communication. Presently a relayed beam from Luna came in. The Luna spaceport read him a series of figures to punch into his autopilot. The new orbit would edge him in close enough to Terra that he could pick up an assist from the GA system of his home base. Lance rubbed his hands together in his joy. He was cooking on all burners now, at last. 6 hours later, the Cosmos 12 settled down in her landing cradle. Major Lance Cooper kicked open the airlock door and began climbing down to solid ground. It was just barely twilight. Ordinarily, there would have been long purplish shadows at the far ends of the field, but now the entire space base was flooded with lights. Were the beacons sweeping back and forth just to welcome him? It hardly seemed possible. Yet the apron itself was swarming with people. Here they came now, a whole mob racing towards him, and the noise of their swelling shouts preceded them, rolling forward like the breakers upon a shore. Oh, what was that in the far corner of the field? A big pile of crumpled metal, already rusted and ready for the bulldozers. Some poor devil had crashed his hype ship. Lance wondered vaguely which of his buddies it had been. Then he shut it out of his mind. A jeep swung out ahead of the advancing crowd and came speeding down the concrete. Brakes squealed, rubber tires bit in hard, and the vehicle plunged to a halt near him. Lance recognized Major Carmody in the driver's seat. Or another Major Carmody. What difference did it make? None, now that he was able to identify so very well the other figure in the jeep. A slight blonde figure in a trench coat seated next to Carmody. Caroline. He saw her get out. He saw her commence walking towards him. But too slowly, he thought, and he was too paralyzed to move. "Lance," she called to him. "Is it you? Is it really you, darling?" The girl's step almost faltered. Major Carmody's hand reached out, steadied her. Something was wrong again. But what? He could not guess. Lance came out of his paralysis. He began running towards her. And in a moment they were in each other's arms, without caring why or how. Lance Cooper and the girl he loved, kissing, hugging, unable to believe for a moment in each other's reality. Then Caroline had to have breath and she drew apart for a moment. Then she kissed him again, and Lance for the first time listened and made sense out of the welter of hysterical sobbing words that were pouring forth. "Darling, darling, darling Lance, I cried so much, and now it's all over. I don't care if you're not real. I love you. I love you. I don't care if you are somebody from another time track like Major Carmody says. You're my Lance and you belong to me. It's you I love and want now. No matter how shameless I sound. Yes, darling, it's you I want. Not that poor broken thing we buried 2 months ago. Not the..." Lance's feeling of impending horror was great, but not so great that he shrank from the question that now rose and beat at his brain. The overwhelming question that had to be asked. Caroline, he held her so tight he thought for a moment he'd cracked her ribs. His half-shook gaze penetrated her retreating eyes, forcing her to meet him. "Caroline, what do you mean? It's me you want now, not that poor broken thing you buried. Tell me, tell me!" "Don't you know, darling Lance? When you took off that night 8 weeks ago, that night I kissed you goodbye. Your ship, oh, don't you comprehend? Your ship, it..." "Tell me, Caroline." "Your ship, Lance, that's it over there. The wreckage of it. The Cosmos 12 crashed on take-off that night, Lance. You were killed outright. We buried you 2 days later." End of Next Door, Next World by Robert Donald Locke. Read by Lars Rolander.
Prelude to Space by Robert W. Haseltine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prelude to Space by Robert W. Haseltine. I was climbing the steep side of a central Wisconsin hill, holding my bow away from my body for balance, when I first saw the stranger. He sat on a stump at the crest and watched me struggle up. As I drew near, I panted out a greeting and received his cheerful "Hi" in return. When I finally reached the top, I threw myself on the ground and began catching my breath. He didn't say anything at first, just looked at the bow and the quiver of arrows on my back. Finally, he said, "May I look at it?" and reached for the bow. I handed it to him. He examined it carefully and returned it. "Beautiful workmanship. Is that all you use?" he asked. "I never cared much for guns," I answered. "I've always thought that a bow gave the animal more of an even chance for his life." We talked then on the various aspects of hunting and how the crisp fall air seemed to make the deer seem closer than during the heat of the summer. While we talked, I tried to place the reason he disturbed me, but I couldn't seem to do it. He was dressed in an old plaid shirt and dungarees, and his blonde hair wasn't many shades removed from my own straw thatch. But there was something odd about him that I couldn't quite find. "Perhaps it's the cloth." His words surprised me. "You see, it hasn't been discovered on this planet as yet." My face must have shown astonishment, because he went on in the same vein. "I admit it's confusing, but it's also true. My clothes weren't made on Earth." He chuckled then, deep in his throat. "I don't blame you for being confused. I know how I would feel if I met an extraterrestrial being before space travel was a reality." I kept staring at him. Finally I blurted out, "What in Sam Hill are you talking about?" He leaned forward on the stump and his face grew earnest. "You might say I'm a poll-taker. I have to decide certain things from various interviews with individuals I meet." "What are you trying to prove?" I asked. "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that until I'm finished with the interview. If I told you, your interest in the subject would tend to prejudice your answers." "Fair enough. What do you want to ask me?" He pulled out a notebook and smiled. "These questions may seem a little silly, but I must have straight answers to them. Will you go along with me?" I nodded my head. "Let's see now. If you were the head of a government and wanted to ascertain whether another country was ready for admission into the United Nations, what would you do?" I shrugged. "I suppose I would read books and magazines from the country, and possibly have an interview with the heads of the government. After I had collected my data, I could then act upon it. For the sake of argument, suppose the books and other periodicals were written so as to be prejudicial in favor of the government, and the heads also were coloring what they said." I thought for a moment. "In that case, I suppose I would secretly place someone inside the country to interview the people and get a first-hand view of the situation. Then I would act on his data." He nodded his head. "Yes, the people themselves and the conditions they live in will give you the needed data." He turned a page in the book. "Now suppose that you wished to know if a certain planet was ready to enter into an organization such as the Galactic Federation, what would you do?" I suppose I'd act as I did before. Place people inside the various areas of the planet to interview and observe. They would bring back the information needed to ascertain whether they would be an asset or a detriment to the organization. I thought to myself that the question was a trifle silly. After all, hadn't science proved that life couldn't exist on the other planets in our system? He relaxed after I answered, and his smile was brighter than the previous ones. "Right," he said. "Naturally, we have to learn the language first, but now a first-hand check can be made. You see, there is a civilization out there." He raised his hand and swept the sky. "And we have to check to see if this planet is ready to take its place as an adult civilization with the rest of us. Earth, within a very short time, will be reaching her fingers into space. Once she gets there, she will be eligible to join the Galactic Federation. That's right, I said. Then we can exchange culture and knowledge with other civilizations. Yes, if you're eligible to join. But you said that once we reach space, we will be eligible. Look at it this way, he said. The main purpose of the Galactic Federation is to promote peace and understanding among the various planets. Earth would have to be prepared to take its place as just another member, and not an important member at that. Earth, you see, is one of the smaller planets, and also would be the latest one to join. In times past, some planets have reached space without being fully prepared for what they would find. They still had internal troubles on their own worlds. We had to place them in quarantine until they reached that degree of civilization where they were ready to live in peace. Now we check a planet before it reaches the space travel stage. We find out the reactions of inhabitants to certain situations. What sort of situations? I asked. Well, naturally we want to see their artifacts as an indication as to their advancement. We have to know what the average man thinks of space travel and trade with other planets, and their ideas on peace and their feelings toward their fellow men. All are very important. Actually, when a planet once enters the Federation, the people are the ones to decide on peace and war. So if the majority of the people on a planet are peace-loving, that planet is ready to enter the Federation. But how do you find out all these things? I asked. When a man finds out what you are trying to prove, he may lie because he wants to get into space. His eyes held a mischievous glint as he answered. Simple. The art of telepathy has been highly developed among my race. I have your thoughts on everything I've mentioned. Later, when all the data from thousands of similar interviews is in, it will be evaluated and the decision will be made as to whether your world will be allowed to reach space. We have the means of keeping you from it if we decide you aren't yet ready. He stood up, and I followed suit. I must be going now, he sighed. This work keeps me on the run, and I have many more interviews to make. Believe me, it was a pleasure meeting you. I hope we meet again. Later. We shook hands, and he strolled over the hill into the valley. Perhaps I should have followed him, but it wouldn't have done any good, really, because a few moments later I saw something shimmering over the top of the hill. It was big and disc-shaped, and shot into the sky with a speed that was unbelievable. I still don't know what to think about him, or what we talked about. I'm going to keep watching the papers, though, and hoping he got the right answers. If we reach the moon, I'll know he did. End of Prelude to Space by Robert W. Haseltine. Recording by Hikaru Dream.
Hard by Arnold Marmor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by B.W. Ball. Spies Die Hard by Arnold Marmor. This man is a spy for Earth, a voice droned as the Telecaster vibrated and a photo of Harry Horn flashed on the screen. 10,000 credits for this man, dead or alive. Contact Lazar of the Security Police. Harry Horn, 34, 5 feet 11 inches, 172 pounds. Lynn Brickle snapped off the humming machine. She frowned. Horn had been high in the Martian Security Police, one of Lazar's top men. Now Horn turned out to be a spy for Earth. Why hadn't she been told? Was Green losing his trust in her? Hadn't she helped McLean and Sanderson escape from Mars? Her short tunic shimmered as she began to pace the floor. She stopped short as a hum splashed through the room. She went quickly to the door and pressed a red button on the wall. But the vibration of the elevator did not reach her ears. Puzzled, she opened the door, stepped into the marble hall. She shrugged, started to return to her apartment when the sound of footsteps on the stairs halted her. She waited. He came into view. Harry Horn. There was no mistaking his face. It had flashed on and off the Telecaster throughout the day. "Brickle?" he said, coming up to her. His white coveralls were spotted with grime. There was a dark bruise on his right cheek. "Yes," she said. "I'm Harry Horn. I know." "You've got to help me." His voice was urgent, pleading. He brushed past her, into her room. She walked in after him, shut and locked the door, leaned her back against it. You can't stay here, she said. Are you alone? Yes, she said. I'm alone. He went through the apartment, returned to the front room. I had to make sure. He sank into the low divan, covered his face with his hands. She walked toward him. You can't stay here, she repeated. He looked up at her, his eyes frightened. Do you have any idea of what Thizar will do to me once he gets his fat hands around my throat? He won't kill me right away. Why come to me? You can help me. What can I do? You can help me get away. A turbo-engine spaceship, that's all I need. It's small and fast. But why come to me? You haven't explained. You helped McLean and Sanderson. How do you know this? We're both in the same organization, but not in the same unit. The leader of my unit instructed me to go to you. I see. Who is your leader? I can't tell you. You know that. I wouldn't ask you your leader's name. Lynn shrugged slim shoulders. It wouldn't make any difference. He is not stationed on Mars. Horn jumped to his feet. You will help me? If I can. Can you get me the ship? I suppose, but we'll have to wait for the night. It is dangerous to do anything now. 10,000 credits. Thizar wants you awful bad. He offered 5 for both McLean and Sanderson. I was very close to Thizar and the security police. I know too much. We all make mistakes. I envy your logic, but I can't see it that way. I was considered too good an agent to make a mistake. It's too late to cry over it now. When it's dark, I'll contact a friend and have the spaceship ready. Horn grinned. You're still not sure of me? It isn't that, but you don't belong to my unit. We can't name names to outsiders. You're right, of course. You've been well trained. Are you hungry? Yes. She set food in front of him and watched him eat. What is Thizar like? She asked. I have heard of him. Cruel, he said. A sadist. Death is the easy way out when you're in Thizar's hands. It will soon be dark, she said. He stood up, his hunger satisfied. Tell me, he said, was it difficult getting Sanderson and McLean out of Mars? No, she said, not difficult at all. Good. He went to the interphone. He dialed, spoke. You may come up now. What are you doing? Her face paled. He turned to her, smiling. Thizar was wondering how Sanderson and McLean escaped. You were on the master list of suspects. I was waiting for you to confess. Lynn stiffened. It was a trick. That's right, Brickle. Too bad. You're too pretty to die. That was a message to Thizar. Yes, he'll be here shortly. Lynn slipped her hand in the pocket of her tunic, brought out a small blaster. Don't be a fool, Horn said. Maybe you'll be spared. Why take your life? Just tell all, you know? Lynn smiled. I wasn't thinking of taking my life, but yours. Horn frowned. Don't be an idiot. He advanced toward her. Lynn shook her head slowly. Now it's my turn to be clever. Horn's face went wild. You can't escape Thizar. Listen to me. She blasted him. Lynn opened the door. Thizar stood there, fat and ugly. There were 2 men of the security police with him. Come in, she invited. They came in. She shut the door. Thizar looked down at the dead, hairy Horn. You said dead or alive, Lynn reminded Thizar. You owe me 10,000 credits. What happened? Thizar snapped at her. His flesh-bedded eyes studied her. He came to me for help. I had to bide my time. I told him I'd help him. I was waiting for the chance to get to you. He was by the interphone a few minutes ago. It was the chance I needed. I pulled my blaster, covered him. He made a dash for freedom, so I had to kill him. This is crazy, one of the men said. Horn must have had her confession, but now what do we do for evidence? Shut up, Thizar snapped. Your word is good, isn't it, Thizar? Lynn said. What do you mean? The 10,000 credits. As a loyal citizen, I've earned them. You'll get your credits, Thizar snarled, frustration in his eyes. I know I will, Lynn said, smiling. End of Spies Die Hard by Arnold Marmor.
The Atopen by Taylor H. Greenfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nigel Fisher. The Sword and the Atopen by Taylor H. Greenfield. Although divine intervention in human affairs passed into the realm of the mythical toward the end of the 20th or at the dawn of the 21st century, one is almost inclined to give thanks to the supernatural for the marvellous efficacy of Dr. Rutledge's discovery and stratagem, which so recently freed us from the Oriental menace. A year ago, only the Mississippi, and the most severe winter in many generations was staying the complete invasion of the United States. In an unbelievably secret manner, our enemies had for 5 decades been developing a scientific offensive against which our laboratories could not in a short interval protect us. The vast and fundamental discoveries made during the past 100 years by the Orientals, and now the heritage of the world, can only be compared to the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century. Without warning, through the discovery of the cause of gravitation, the Mongols practically lifted their Nangsi metal transports, which were built of a material combining the lightness of aluminium with the strength and hardness of steel, out of the sea, and in 5 days skimmed across the surface of the Pacific. The whole West lay at their mercy, though we know with what gallantry their forces were held in check from summer until winter, when the enemy had reached the Mississippi. Of course, one of the surprises which the Orientals had not counted on was the providential inspiration of Dr. Mernick of the Hopkins, who devised the now famous Mernickian transformer, by which light from the sun, received through a series of grates, is stepped from the wavelengths of light into those of electricity. This gave us a sudden limitless source of power on which the enemy had not counted. It virtually lifted our forces off the ground and made them almost the equal of an enemy who had succeeded in neutralizing the gravitational drag. The final and most disastrous card our subtle enemies played was dealt on the prairies of Nebraska. They themselves were afraid of their weapon and wanted plenty of space to try it in. I was personally present at its debut, being at the time in General Sanford's stationary observing helicopter, which, through the agency of the power supplied by a Mernickian transformer, hung motionless as a bee 15,000 feet in the air. Only the treble hum of the air turbine could be heard faintly through the transparent walls of the observatory constructed of the annealed clerisite, which had taken the place of the unsatisfactory glass used by our forefathers. The toughness and tensile strength of this element, comparable to the best chrome steels, combined with its crystal clarity, made an ideal warfare observation unit. It was practically invisible, and likewise quite bulletproof. The great strength of the material in our machine, and the rapidity with which we could rise and fall, indeed made us difficult prey. In addition to this, we were hanging behind the great electric field that the Radio Defensive Corps had spread like a screen before our forces, greatly to the embarrassment of the enemy in his use of anti-gravitational machines. As we stood at our posts, we saw the great degravitated bombs hurled against our lines suddenly come into contact with the fan-like electric shield, somersault a few times and fall. At the edge of the electric screen, the ground was excavated to an enormous depth by the bursting of these intercepted degravitational bombs, most of which had been projected from stationary batteries 300 or 400 miles behind the enemy lines. The local batteries, bombarding with the old-fashioned Sangsi steel shell, were still effective. On the whole, however, from our own observation of the local front, and from the television reports we were constantly receiving, we judged that the American and Allied Caucasian forces were more than holding their own. General Sanford, the chief of the Signal Corps, who stood by my side, grasped my arm and pointed to the west. Everyone crowded to our side in excitement. Before we could grasp our amazement, the incandescent spot which our chief had mutely indicated on the distant horizon zoomed in a blazing arc across our zenith and plunged into the terrain of the English forces which were occupying the little town of Ogallala, about 6 miles to our south. We held our breath. What next? Only a faint throbbing seemed to pulse in the air above the spot where the missiles sank. I was about to pronounce the diagnosis of a dud, when someone cried, "My God, General, they've turned hell loose this time!" The whole atmosphere for a 1/4 of a mile radius about the bomb quivered as over a heated griddle. Even as we remarked this, the area began to glow cherry red. A deafening thunder assaulted our ears, when to our horror the earth on which had stood the now burning town of Ogallala rose a gigantic incandescent ball and shot like a meteor into the heavens. Our car was a feather tossed in the ensuing hurricane, but even while we bobbed back and forth there was an ear-splitting explosion as the land that was once an American village burst into a blinding blue flare of hydrogen flame 25 miles above us. The swaying car gradually subsided in the tortured atmosphere, and a gentle rain began to fall. Ogallala had been chemically stepped down into the most primitive element, combined with oxygen above, and was condensing back to Earth again as a few globules of H2O. That day was a sort of crisis. The enemy had discovered and turned upon us the power of atomic degeneration. and I, as the Assistant Chief Chemist of the American Army, felt my heart become heavy within me as I soared back to the central laboratory. Even as I watched the advent of the electronic detonator 2 days previously, the inspiration had come to me. What had happened to the doomed Nebraskan town had been so obvious. Through some unexplained agency discovered by the Orientals, the electronic restraint of the normally stable elements had been removed. In a brief time, Ogallala had degenerated through all the steps of the periodic table until it became hydrogen, at which point, owing to the terrific air current and the incandescent heat, it had recombined with oxygen of the air as simple molecules of water. I thought I had a clue as to how it had been accomplished. The central chemical laboratory was the focus of feverish excitement. The air was tense with the expectancy of tremendous things. Every scientist there felt we were on the verge of discovering the principle of the Mongols' new weapon. "Give us time! Time!" was the plea we sent daily to the defence headquarters. "Only 6 weeks more. Only a month," we begged. "And then we'll make a boomerang out of the enemy's invention." Anderson, Mahaffey, Dr. Spritz, all the great physicists and chemists of the present age, laboured at my side, endeavouring to trick nature into giving us that saving secret. The television phone called my name. I immediately hurried to the booth and saw General Loomis, the Commander-in-Chief of the American and Caucasian armies, standing in his helicopter headquarters. He seemed haggard and worn. "How much longer, Johnson?" he asked. "The enemy has pretty well eaten out the country, and with the advent of winter and lack of food, are bending all their efforts to crush us. Besides, we cannot tell just how long it will be before they begin turning out their new bomb in other than experimental quantities. 2 weeks, I should estimate, is all the longer I can hold them." "If that is the case, General Loomis," I replied, "we may as well give up. 2 months will see us ready, but 2 weeks—" I felt a hand laid on my shoulder. Dr. Rutledge, my science chief, had stepped into the booth behind me and overheard the conversation. "General Loomis," Dr. Rutledge spoke, looking for all the world like a patriarch of olden times, "until 5 minutes ago what Johnson had just said would have sealed our fate. But now, I believe, we have one more card to play. I have only this moment completed a series of reactions which have resulted, as I calculated they should, in the production of a new protein, similar in appearance to flour. It should, although of course I have not yet had the time to verify this statement, be a practical substitute for flour, and indeed it is my belief that it will easily be mistaken for that substance. Its particles are laminated similar to starch, of an identical size, and the nutritive factor should be greater than that of bread. It is in short a new foreign protein never before found in the world of men." "Very interesting, I'm sure," replied General Loomis, with a trace of bitterness and sarcasm in his voice. "Your noble efforts will feed the yellow devils an excellent artificial fare. They will be grateful, I know." "Exactly my object, General," Dr. Rutledge replied. He continued impressively, "You have until now relied upon me largely in the waging of this war to save the white race from the menace of the yellow. Since all is lost at any rate, grant me one last effort on behalf of my country. At all costs, Loomis, hold your present line for 2 days, preparing to suddenly retire to the west bank of the Mississippi. I leave it to your strategy to make a sudden retreat, which should extend over a period of at least 10 days, appear as if enforced by the enemy themselves." "There should be no difficulty in that direction," General Loomis interpolated, smiling wryly on the television screen. "Once on the west bank," went on Dr. Rutledge, seriously, not noticing the introduction, "make a stand for a day or two, and then suddenly retreat across the river to the east bank, as if again forced to do so. Now, General, 2 days from this time, before your retreat begins, I shall, I trust, have your armies all along the line supplied with my new artificial foreign protein flour. This you will leave in the enemy's hands, which, you have intimated, will be much to their delight. You will do the same at the stand which for a while you held on the west bank, but mind you, let none of your men use any of this perfectly harmless food. I will personally see to it that you will receive it in such containers that none will come into contact with your persons." "Doctor," Loomis said, staring at the old scientist for some time in astonishment, "except for years of personal acquaintance, I would say that you were suffering a mental shock. Knowing you as I do, however, I pray to God you're making no mistake this time. I'll do as you wish." His figure faded from the screen. The next fortnight was one of black despair. I myself doubted on occasions whether or not the old doctor was mentally accountable, even I who had trusted him so long. General Loomis and his staff called up daily to inquire if Dr. Rutledge had any change of plans. As for the army and the populace, they were one in calling on the President to make terms with the enemy. The Allies truly were on the point of collapse. All that kept up what morale was left in the chemical division was the unrelenting demands made on us by Dr. Rutledge to continue to ferret out the electronic detonator. Until then he had scarcely bothered with our work. Now he would hear of nothing else. "Today's the day," was the slogan he had dispatched above every bench. Finally the fatal day arrived. The retreat across the Mississippi was consummated. This time it was not feigned. The Mongols were hungry, and their appetites were whetted for more flour such as had sustained them for the past 12 days. Moreover, new electronic bombs were beginning to be supplied to them. My name leapt at me across the room. I was being called by that almost human instrument, the television phone. Both my superior and I hurried to the cabinet. It was, as we had guessed, Loomis. "It's all up," he said wretchedly. "The fresh supply of atomic degenerating bombs for which the enemy has been holding back has now arrived. They matched and neutralized our electric field defense screen just an hour ago, leaving us at their mercy. You've had your chance, Doctor, and failed. I advise you both to make your way north and wait until these fiends forget the inconvenience you've both caused them. As for me, I'm leaving this instant to offer unconditional surrender in the name of the Allies." It was about 10 o'clock in the morning, just after he had transported all his forces hurriedly to the east bank, and as the Mongols were occupying the old entrenchments on the west, that General Loomis closed his conversation with the chemical laboratory. He turned to an aerial officer who stood at attention beside him. "Major Maniou," he said, "trail a white truce banner on your plane and tell the enemy I will parley with them. Tell them that we will serve rations presently to our men who have worked all night without food or rest, and that, if it is agreeable to them, both sides shall simultaneously discontinue activity at 1 o'clock. At that time I shall cross the river to offer them our terms of surrender." The officer saluted and hastened to his nearby plane. General Loomis ascended into his helicopter to confer with his staff, to draw up in documentary form the surrender, and give it the necessary orders relative to lowering of fire that afternoon. He also spoke to the President and to the crowd outside the White House, and then began nervously waiting the crucial moment. About 12:30, however, a remarkable fact forced itself on his attention. Whereas the Allied batteries continued to thunder away, the fire from the Orientals became irregular and sporadic. "Celebrating their victory beforehand," the French commander remarked bitterly to his chief. Loomis nodded. "And getting careless, too," another of the staff added, as he saw one of the enemy's detonator bombs disintegrate 300 or 400 acres of a Mongolian base, encamped 50 miles to the northwest, and shoot it a monstrous blazing rocket 20 or 30 miles into the midday sky. By 12:45 the enemy's barrage had fallen completely all along the line. Our battery nevertheless continued until the set time, but elicited no answer. Exactly at 1, General Loomis with 2 aides stepped into his air car. He was a picture of grief and despair. 3 minutes late the party landed 40 miles across the river, before the headquarters and armoured dining hall of the Oriental General Staff. Loomis and his officers stepped out of their car and looked about. No one was in sight. Not even a sentry guarded the mess-room door. The general paced back and forth a few minutes in indecision. "Evidently they mean to make us feel our defeat," he said. "They apparently do not even think it further necessary to observe rudimentary diplomatic courtesy. Come on, boys, beggars can't be choosers, as the antique saying goes." He led the way to the dining hall, through a window of which a light was seen shining. "Perhaps if we find his Xanthic Highness after a good meal, he will be inclined to be a bit more lenient," Loomis whispered with a forced laugh, trying to cheer his glum companions. He opened the unguarded door of the hall. An instant later he reeled back, horror-stricken. Instead of a feasting gathering of officers attached to the Mongolian staff, he saw before a feast of men contorted in grotesque shapes by some violent death. Many lay beside the table, some on it, their faces blotched with great unsightly wheals, their chests bloated until they seemed about to burst. Only one poor wretch had any life left in him. He lay exhausted on the floor, with great streams of frothy mucus pouring from his nose and throat. A possibility dawned in Loomis's mind. He dashed away to search the other mess tents, shouting to his aides to follow suit. It was as he guessed. They had landed in a camp of dead and dying, stricken by some mysterious power. Hope surged suddenly back into his soul. He felt dizzy and faint. Could a similar fate have caused the unaccountable silence of the enemy's cannonade? Even as the thought came to him, he knew it must be so. His marvellous old friend, Dr. Rutledge, had risen to the need of the world and crushed the Yellow Menace. Such truly had been the case. In a single hour, through the agency of a harmless food, the subtle scientist had crushed a nation. The principle involved had been discovered nearly 2 centuries before, when it was well known that if an animal were injected with a small quantity of a protein foreign to its body, a subsequent dose of 100 million times as weak could cause its immediate and violent death. Even the quantity that might be flying in the atmosphere and become dissolved in the fluids of the nose or eyes would act as the most virulent of known poisons. Through the ages, however, the human race had more or less come in contact with all the proteins in their world, and hence rarely became highly sensitized to any protein occurring in nature. The terrible toxicity of a protein which had never before occurred in nature, and to whose power mankind had never even been partially desensitized, had, up to the time of Dr. Rutledge, only entered the minds of a few scientists. His strategy was the working out of a new maxim: nature is terrible, but man makes it more so. Foreign protein sensitization, or anaphylaxis, was the basis of Dr. Routledge's coup. The laws governing this reaction had been worked out more or less by a group of scientists in the 20th century. They had demonstrated that if a guinea pig or rabbit were injected with the blood serum of another species, a subsequent dose of an infinitely small quantity of this substance would cause convulsions, collapse, and rapid death. Inasmuch as there were as many proteins in the atmosphere at that time due to the unrestrained pollination of plants of every description, it was not surprising that they found as many as 10% of the white race afflicted with a slight pollen sensitivity, which showed up seasonally by causing spasms of the smooth muscle of the respiratory system, a disease popularly called hay fever. Since, however, the proteins of the world had always been present, the human race had, by constantly coming into contact with them, become more or less immunized to the majority. Only occasionally a case of violent sensitivity came to light and was recognized as such. 2 or 3 cases there had been, which the old scientist discovered while searching the archives of ancient medicine, and these gave him the clue he needed. One was the case of a little girl who had somehow or other become sensitized to the protein of wasp toxin, and who suffered an almost immediate death from the anaphylactic shock as a result of being stung by that insect. A second instance concerned a woman who went into violent asthmatic paroxysms if a mouse entered the room where she was, and whose skin broke out in large wheals if touched with a mouse hair. Finally, and most outstanding in his mind, was the case of a child who was thought to be sensitive to the fish protein in glue, and who died almost immediately when the physician testing her had brought a small quantity of the dry protein into contact with a scratch on her arm. These had, however, been rare cases, but they pointed out the method. It had already been proved over and over again that animals could be sensitized experimentally by treating them with foreign proteins, provided that after the initial dose they did not come into contact with the same protein until after a lapse of about 2 weeks. If they happened to do so, the first injection or treatment was frequently neutralized and failed to give the desired sensitivity. With the discovery of a new highly pure and synthetic protein by Dr. Rutledge, the situation with the enemy could be put on a close parallel with the laboratory condition. The enemy could be fed the protein when they were in need of food and had little else, but since it was synthetic, they could not get a second supply until the doctor was able to put the fatal meal in their way. The End of The Sword and the Atopen by Taylor H. Greenfield, recorded by Nigel Fisher.
The Wall of Death by Victor Rousseau. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wall of Death by Victor Rousseau. This news, said Cliff Hines, pointing to the newspaper, means the end of Homo Americanus. The newspaper in question was the hour sheet of the International Broadcast Association, just delivered by pneumatic tube at the laboratory. It was stamped 1961, month 13, day 7, horometer 3, and the headlines on the front page confirmed the news of the decisive defeat of the American military and naval forces at the hands of the Chinese Republic. A gallant fight for days against hopeless odds, failure of the Army dynamos, airships cut off from ground guidance, battleships ripped to pieces by the Chinese disintegrators, and finally, the great wave of Black Death that had wiped out 200,000 men. Kay Bevan, to use the old-fashioned names which still persisted despite the official numerical nomenclature, glanced through the account. He threw the sheet away. "We deserved it, Cliff," he said. Cliff nodded. You saw that bit about the new Chinese disintegrator? If the government had seriously considered our crumbler... Kay glanced at the huge, humming top that filled the center of the laboratory. It spun so fast that it appeared as nothing but a spherical shadow, through which one could see the sparse furnishings, the table, the apparatus ranged upon it, and the window overlooking the upper streets of New York. Yes, if, he answered bitterly. And I'm willing to bet the Chinese have an inferior machine, built upon the plans that Chinese servant stole from us last year. We deserved it, Cliff, said Kay again. For 10 years we've harried and enslaved the yellow man, and taken 100,000 of his men and women to sacrifice to the Earth Giants. What would we have done if conditions had been reversed? Self-preservation, Cliff suggested. Exactly. The law of the survival of the fittest. They thought that they were fitter to survive. I tell you, they had right on their side, Cliff, and that's what's beaten us. Now, 100,000 of our own boys and girls must be fed into the maw of these monsters every year. God! Suppose it were Ruth! Oh, you are, said Cliff. If only we could perfect the crumbler. What use would that be against the Earth Giants? There's nothing organic about them, not even bones. Pure protoplasm. We could have used it against the Chinese, said Cliff. Now, he shrugged his shoulders hopelessly. And if explorers had been content to leave the vast unknown Antarctic continent alone, they would never have taught the imprisoned giants to cross the great ice barrier. But that crossing had taken place 15 years ago, and already the mind of man had become accustomed to the grim facts. Who could have dreamed that the supposed tableland was merely a rim of ice mountains, surrounding a valley twice the size of Europe, so far below sea level that it was warmed to tropic heat by Earth's interior fires? Or that this valley was peopled with what could best be described as organized protoplasm? Enormous, half-transparent, gelatinous organism, attaining a height of about 100 feet, and crudely organized into forms not unlike those of men. Half the members of the Rawlins expedition which had first entered this valley had fallen victims to the monsters. Most of the rest had gone raving mad, and the stories of the two who returned, sane, to Buenos Aires were discredited and scoffed at as those of madmen. But of a second expedition none had survived, and it was the solitary survivor of the third who had confirmed the amazing story. The giant monsters, actuated by some flickering human intelligence, had found their way out of the Central Valley, where they had subsisted by enfolding their vegetable and small animal prey with pseudopods, that is to say, temporary projections of arms from the gelatinous bulk of their substance. They had floated across the shallow seas between the tip of the Antarctic continent and Cape Horn, as toy balloons float on water. Then they had spread northward, extending in a wall that reached from the Atlantic to the Andes. And as they moved, they had devoured all vegetables and animal life in their path. Behind them lay one great, bare, absolutely lifeless area. How many of them were there? That was the hideous fact that had to be faced. Their numbers could not be counted, because after attaining a height of about 100 feet, they reproduced by budding. And within a few weeks these buds, in turn, attained their full development. The Argentine government had sent a force of 20,000 men against them, armed with cannon, machine guns, tanks, airplanes, poison gas, and the new death ray. And in the night, when it was bivouacking after what it had thought was glorious victory, it had been overwhelmed and eaten. Proof against the poison gas the hideous monsters were, and invulnerable to shot and shell. Divided and subdivided, slashed into ribbons, blown to fragments by bombs, each of the pieces simply became the nucleus of a new organism, able within a few hours to assume the outlines of a dwarf man, and to seize and devour its prey. But the Argentine expedition had done worse than it had first dreamed of. It had given the monsters a taste for human flesh. After that, the wave of devastation had obliterated life in every city clear up to the Amazonian forests. And then it had been discovered that by feeding these devils human flesh, they could be rendered torpid and their advance stayed, so long as the periodical meals continued. At first, criminals had been supplied them, then natives, then Chinese, obtained by periodical war raids. What would you have? The savage regions of the earth had already been depopulated, and a frenzy of fear had taken possession of the whole world. Now the Chinese had defeated the annual American invasion, and the earth giants were budding and swarming through the heart of Brazil. "Man," said the Theosophists, "is the fifth of the great root races that have inhabited this planet. The fourth were the Atlanteans. The third were the Lemurians, half human beings of whom the Australian aborigines are the survivors. The second race was not fully organized into human form. Of the first, nothing is known. These are the second race, surviving in the Antarctic valleys. Half human objects, groping toward that perfection of humanity of which we ourselves fall very far short. As the Kabbalah says, man, before Adam, reached from heaven to earth." Kay Bevan and Cliff Hines had been working feverishly to perfect their crumbler for use in the Chinese wars. Convinced, as were all fair-minded men, that these annual raids were unjustified, they yielded to the logic of the facts. Should America sacrifice 100,000 of her boys and girls each year when human life was cheap in China? Boys and girls! It had been discovered that the earth giants required the flesh of women as well as of men. Some subtle chemical constituent then produced the state of torpidity during which the advance and the budding of the monsters was stayed. During the 10 past years their northward advance had been almost inappreciable. Brazil had even sent another army against them. But the deadliest gases had failed to destroy the tenacious life of these protoplasmic creatures, and the tanks which had driven through and through them had become entangled and blocked in their gelatinous exudations, and the occupants eaten. All over the world scientists were striving to invent some way of removing this menace to the world. Moreover, airplanes sent to the polar continent had reported fresh masses mobilizing for the advance northward. A second wave would probably burst through the Amazon forest barrier and sweep over the isthmus and overrun North America. 5 days after the news of the Chinese disaster was confirmed, Cliff Hines came back from the capital of the American Confederation, Washington. "It's no use, Kay," he said. "The government won't even look at the crumbler. I told them it would disintegrate every inorganic substance to powder, and they laughed at me. And it's true, Kay. They've given up the attempt to enslave China. Henceforth, 100,000 of our own citizens are to be sacrificed each year. Eaten alive, Kay? Good! If only the crumbler would destroy organic forms as well." The first year's quota of 50,000 boys and 50,000 girls thrown to the maw of the monsters to save humanity nearly disrupted the Confederation. Despite the utmost secrecy, despite the penalty of death for publishing news of the sacrifice, despite the fact that those who drew the fatal lots were snatched from their homes at dead of night, everything became known. On the vast pampas in the extreme north of the Argentine Republic, where Bolivia, the Argentine, Paraguay, and Brazil unite, was the place of sacrifice. Thousands of acres, white with the bones of those whom the monsters had engulfed. Brainless, devoid of intelligence, sightless, because even the sense had not become differentiated in them. Yet by some infernal instinct the earth giants had become aware that this was their feasting ground. By some tacit compact, The guards who had annually brought their victims to be devoured had been unmolested. The vast wall of semi-human shapes withdrawing into the shelter of the surrounding forest, while the Chinese were staked out in rows. Death, which would have been a mercy, had been denied them. It was living flesh that the earth giants craved, and here on the spot known as Golgotha, the hideous sacrifice had been annually repeated. The first year, when the chosen victims were transported to the fatal spot, all America went mad. Frenzied parents attacked the offices of the Federation in every city. The cry was raised that Spanish Americans had been selected in preference to those of more northern blood. Civil war loomed imminent. And year after year these scenes must be repeated. Boys and girls from 15 to 20 years of age, the flower of the Federation, 100,000 of them must die a hideous death to save humanity. Now the choice of the second year's victims was at hand. In their laboratory, removed to the heart of the Adirondacks wilderness, Cliff and Kay were working frantically. "It's the last chance, Kay," said Cliff. "If I've not solved the secret this time, it means another year's delay. The secret of dissolving organic forms as well as inorganic ones. What is this mysterious power that enables organic forms to withstand the terrific bombardment of the W-ray?" The W-ray was the Millikan cosmic ray, imprisoned and adapted for human use. It was 1,000,000 times more powerful than the highest known voltage of electricity. Beneath it, even the diamond, the hardest substance known, dissolved into a puff of dust. And yet the most fragile plant growth remained unaffected. The laboratory in the Adirondacks was open at one end. Here, against a background of big forest trees, a curious medley of substances had been assembled. Old chairs, a couple of broken-down airplanes, a large disused dynamo, a heap of discarded clothing, a miscellany of kitchen utensils on a table, a gas stove, and a heap of metal junk of all kinds. The place looked, in fact, like a junk heap. The great top was set in a socket in a heavy bar of craolite, the new metal that combined the utmost tensile strength with complete infusibility, even in the electric furnace. About 6 feet in height, it looked like nothing but what it was, a gyroscope in gimbals, with a long and extremely narrow slit extending all around the central bulge, but closed on the operator's side by a sliding cover of the same craolite. Within this top, which by its motion generated a field of electrical force between the arms of an interior magnet, the W-rays were generated in accordance with a secret formula. The speed of gyration, exceeding anything known on Earth, multiplied their force 1,000,000,000-fold, converting them to wavelengths shorter than the shortest known to physical science. Like all great inventions, the top was of the simplest construction. "Well," said Cliff, "you'd better bring out Susie." Kay left the laboratory and went to the cabin beside the lake that the two men occupied. From her box in front of the stove, a lady porcupine looked up lazily and grunted. Kay raised the porcupine, in the box, of course. Susie was constitutionally indolent, but one does not handle porcupines, however smooth their quills may lie. Kay brought her to the heap of junk and placed the box on top of it. He went inside the laboratory. "I may as well tell you, Cliff, I wouldn't have brought Susie if I thought the experiment had the least chance of success," he said. Cliff said nothing. He was bending over the wheel, adjusting a micrometer. "All ready, Kay?" he asked. Kay nodded and stepped back. He swallowed hard. He hated sacrificing Susie to the cause of science. He almost hoped the experiment would fail. Cliff pressed a lever, and slowly the ponderous top began to revolve upon its axis. Faster, faster, till it was nothing but a blur. Faster yet, until only its outlines were visible. Cliff pressed a lever on the other side. Nothing happened, apparently, except for a cloudy appearance of the air at the open end of the laboratory. Cliff touched a foot lever. The top began to grow visible. Its rotations could be seen. It ran slower, began to come to a stop. The cloud was gone. Where the airplanes and other junk had been was nothing but a heap of grayish dust. It was this that had made the cloud. Nothing remained except the impalpable powder against the background of the trees. Kay caught Cliff's arm. "Look out!" he shouted, pointing to the heap. "Something's moving in there." Something was. A very angry lady porcupine was scrambling out. A quillless porcupine with a white skin looking like nothing so much as a large hairless rat. Cliff turned to Kay. "We've failed," he said briefly. "Too late for this year now." "But the quills?" "Inorganic material. But even the bones remain intact because there's circulation in the marrow, you see. And the Earth Giants haven't even bones. They're safe this year." He flung himself down under a tree, staring up at the sky in abject despair. "Look, Kay, I've got my number." Ruth Meade smiled as she handed Kay the ticket issued by the government announcing the lottery number provided for each citizen. 100,000 young people between the ages of 15 and 20 would be drawn for the sacrifice, and Ruth, being 19, had come within the limits, but this would be her last year. In a few weeks the government would announce the numbers, drawn by a second lottery, of those who were condemned. Then, before these had been made public, the victims would already have been seized and hurried to the airship depots in 100 places for conveyance to the hideous Golgotha of the Pampas. The chance that any individual would be among the fated ones was reasonably small. It was the fashion to make a jest of the whole business. Ruth smiled as she showed her ticket. Kay stared at it. "Ruth, if anything happened to you, I'd go insane.
Why this sudden ardor, Kay?"
Kay took Ruth's small hand in his. "Ruth, you mustn't play with me any more. You know I love you. And the sight of that thing makes me almost insane. You do care, don't you?" And as Ruth remained silent, "Ruth, it isn't Cliff Hymes, is it? I know you two are old friends. I'd rather it were Cliff than anybody else, if it has to be someone. But tell me, Ruth."
"It isn't Cliff,"
said Ruth slowly. "Is it someone else?"
"It's you, dear," answered Ruth. "It's always been you. It might have been Cliff if you hadn't come along. But he knows now it can never be he."
"Does he know it's me?" asked Kay, greatly relieved.
Ruth inclined her head. "He took it very finely," she said. "He said just what you've said about him. Oh, Kay, if only your experiment had succeeded, then the world could be free of this nightmare. What happened? Why couldn't you and Cliff make it destroy life?"
"I don't know, dear," answered Kay. "Iron and steel melt into powder at the least impact of the rays. They are so powerful that there was even a leakage through the rubber and anelectron container. Even the craolite socket was partly fused, and that is supposed to be an impossibility. And there was a hole in the ground 7 feet deep where the very mineral water in the earth had been dissolved. But against organic substances, the W ray is powerless. Next year, dear, next year, we'll have solved our problem, and then we'll free the world of this menace, this nightmare. Ruth, don't let's talk about that now. I love you." They kissed. The Earth Giants faded out of their consciousness even while Ruth held that ominous ticket in her hand. Kay said nothing to Cliff about it, but Cliff knew. Perhaps he had put his fate to the test with Ruth and learned the truth from her. Ruth made no reference to the matter when she saw Kay, but between the two men, friends for years, a coolness was inexorably developing. They had gone to work on the new machine. They were hopeful. When they were working, they forgot their rivalry.
"You see, Kay," said Cliff, "we mustn't forget that the Millikan rays have been bombarding Earth since Earth became a planet, out of the depths of space.
It is their very nature not to injure organic life. Otherwise, all life on Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Now, our process is only an adaptation of those cosmic rays. We haven't changed their nature. No, agreed Kay. What we want is a death ray strong enough to obliterate these monsters without simply disintegrating them and creating new fragments to bud into the complete being. Why do you suppose they are so tenacious of life, Cliff? They represent primeval man, life itself, striving to organize itself, and nothing is more tenacious than the life principle, answered Cliff. Meanwhile, the fatal weeks were passing. A few days after the tickets had been distributed, a government notice was broadcasted and published ordaining that, in view of former dissensions, no substitutes for the condemned persons would be permitted. Rich or poor, each of the victims chosen by lot must meet his fate. And the monsters were growing active. There had been an extension of their activities. Tongues had been creeping up the rivers that ran into the Amazon. Suddenly, a dense mass of the devils had appeared on the north coast near Georgetown. They had overleaped the Amazon. They were overrunning British Guiana, eating up everything on their way. Georgetown was abandoned. The monsters were in complete control. They will be cut off from the main herd, the optimistic reports announced. We shall deal with the main herd first. This year the sacrifice will have to be made, but it will be the last. Scientists have at last hit upon an infallible toxin which will utterly destroy this menace within a few months. Nobody believed that story, for everything had been tried and failed. In their laboratory, Cliff and Kay were working frantically, and now the coldness that had developed between them was affecting their collaboration, too. Cliff was keeping something back from Kay. Kay knew it. Cliff had made some discovery that he was not sharing with his partner. Often, Kay, entering the laboratory, would find Cliff furtively attempting to conceal some operation that he was in the midst of. Kay said nothing, but a brooding anger began to fill his heart. So Cliff was trying to get all the credit for the result of their years of work together. And always, in the back of his mind, there was a vision of the little government ticket in Ruth's hand, with the numbers in staring black type. They had burned into his brain. He could never forget them. Often at night, after a hard day's work, he would suddenly awaken out of a hideous nightmare in which he saw Ruth taken away by the agents of the government to be thrown as a sacrifice to the monsters. And Cliff was hiding something. That made the situation unbearable. The coolness between the two men was rapidly changing into open animosity. And then one day, quite by chance, in Cliff's absence, Kay came upon evidence of Cliff's activities. Cliff was no longer experimenting with the W ray. He was using a new type of ray altogether, the next series, the psenium electron emanation discovered only a few years before, which had the peculiar property of non-alternation, even when the psenium electron changed its orbit around the central nucleus of the psenium atom. Instead of discontinuity, the psenium electron had been found to emit radiation steadily, and this had upset the classic theories of matter for the 9th time in the past 15 years. And Kay's wrath broke loose in a storm of reproaches when Cliff came into the laboratory. "You've been deliberately keeping me in the dark," he shouted. "You're a nice sort of partner to have. Here's where we split up the combination, Hines." "I've been thinking that for a long time," sneered Cliff. "Fact is, Kay, you're a little too elementary in your ideas to suit me. It's due to you that I kept hammering away on the wrong tack for years. The sooner we part, the better." "No time like now," said Kay. "Keep your laboratory. You put most of the money into it anyway. I'll build me another where I can work without being hampered by a partner who's out for himself all the time. Good luck to you in your researches, and I hope you'll get all the credit when you find a way of annihilating the Earth Giants." And he stormed out of the laboratory, jumped into his plane, and winged his way southward toward his apartment in New York. Crowds in the streets of every town on the way. in villages and hamlets, swarming like ants and hurrying along the highways. Kay, who flew one of the slow, old-fashioned planes, averaging little more than 100 miles an hour, winged his way methodically overhead, too much absorbed in his anger against Cliff to pay much attention to this phenomenon at first. But gradually it was borne in upon him that something was wrong. He flew lower, and now he was passing over a substantial town, and he could hear the shouts of anger that came up to him. The whole town was in a ferment, gathered in the town square. Suddenly the reason came home to Kay. He saw the adjoining airport and dropped like a plummet, hovering down until his wheels touched the ground. Without waiting to taxi into one of the public hangars, he leaped out and ran through the deserted grounds into the square. Groans, yells, shrieks of derision rent the air. The whole crowd had gone maniacal, and it was as Kay had thought. Upon a white background high up on the town hall building, the numbers of the local boys and girls who had been picked for sacrifices were being shown. 8 boys and 15 girls, already on their way into the wastes of South America to meet a hideous death. "They took my Sally!" screamed a weazened woman, the tears raining down her cheeks. "Kidnapped her at the street corner after dark. I didn't know why she hadn't come home last night. Oh, God! My Sally, my little girl, gone, gone!" "People, you must be patient," boomed the government announcer. "The President feels with you in your affliction, but by next year a means will have been devised to destroying these monsters. Your children will have their sacrifice recorded in the Hall of Fame. They are true soldiers who—" "To hell with the government!" roared a man. "Stop that damn talk machine! Break her, fellas! Then we'll hang President Bogart from the top of the Capitol!" Yells answered him, and the crowd surged forward toward the building. "Stand back!" shrieked the announcer. "It's death to set foot on the step. We are now electrified. Last warning." The first ranks of the mob recoiled as a charge of electricity, at a voltage just short of that required to take life, coursed through their bodies. Shrieks of agony rang out. Files of writhing forms covered the ground. Kay rushed to the automatic clerk at the window beside the metal steps, taking care to avoid contact with them. Within 6 feet, the temperature of his body brought the thermostatic control into action. The window slid upward, and the dummy appeared. He turned the dial to Albany. "I want New York Division, Substation F, Loyalist Registration," he called. "Give me Z numbers of the lottery, please." "No numbers will be given out until horometer 13," the dummy boomed. "But I tell you, I must know immediately," Kay pleaded frantically. "Stand away, please." "I've got to know, I tell you." "We are now electrified. Last warning." "Listen to me. My name's Kay Bevan. A mighty buffet in the chest hurled Kay 10 feet backward upon the ground. He rose, came within the electric zone, felt his arms twisted in a giant's grasp, staggered back again and sat down gasping. The window went down noiselessly. The dummy swung back into place. Kay got upon his feet again, choking with impotent rage. All about him, men and women were milling in a frantic mob. He broke through them, went back to where his plane was standing. A minute later, he was driving madly toward the district airport in New York, within 3 blocks of Ruth's apartment. He dropped into a vacant landing space, checked hastily, and rushed into the elevator. Once in the upper street, he bounded to the middle platform, and, not satisfied to let it convey him at 8 miles an hour, strode on through the indignant throng until he reached his destination. Hurling the crowds right and left, he gained the exit, and a half-minute later was on the upper level of the apartment block. He pushed past the janitor and raced along the corridor to Ruth's apartment. She would be in, if all was well. She worked for the Broadcast Association, correcting the proofs that came from the district headquarters by pneumatic tube. He stopped outside the door. The little dial of white light showed him that the apartment was unoccupied. As he stood there in a daze, hoping against hope, he saw a thread hanging from the crevice between door and frame. He pulled at it. and drew out a tiny strip of scandium, the new compressible metal that had become fashionable for engagement rings. Plastic, all but invisible, it could be compressed to the thickness of a sheet of paper. It was the token of secret lovers, and Kay had given Ruth a ring of it. It was the signal. The dreaded signal that Ruth had been on the lottery list. The only signal that she had been able to convey, since stringent precautions were taken to prevent the victims becoming known until all possibility of rescue was removed. No chance of rescuing her. From 100 airports, the great government airships had long since sailed into the skies, carrying those selected by the wheel at Washington for sacrifice to the Earth Giants. Only one chance remained. If Cliff had discovered the secret that had so long eluded them, surely he would reveal it to him now. Their quarrel was forgotten. Kay only knew that the woman he loved was even then speeding southward to be thrown to the maw of the vile monsters that held the world in terror. Surely Cliff would bend every effort to save her. Only a few hours had passed since Kay had stormed out of the laboratory in the Adirondacks in a rage when he was back on their little private landing field. He leaped from the plane and ran up the trail beside the lake between the trees. The cabin was dark, and when Kay reached the laboratory, he found it dark too. "Cliff! Cliff!" he shouted. No answer came, and with a sinking heart he snapped the button at the door. It failed to throw the expected flood of light through the interior. With shaking hand, Kay pulled the little electron torch from his pocket, and its bright beam showed that the door was padlocked. He moved round to the window. The glass was unbreakable, but the ray from the torch showed that the interior of the laboratory had been dismantled, and the great top was gone. In those few hours, Cliff, for reasons best known to himself, had removed the top, Kay's one hope of saving Ruth, and he was gone. In that moment Kay went insane. He raved and cursed, calling down vengeance upon Cliff's head. Cliff's very motive was incredible. That he had deliberately removed the top in order that Ruth should die was not, of course, conceivable, but in that first outburst of fury Kay did not consider that. Presently Kay's madness burned itself out. There was still one thing he could do. His plane, slow though it was, would carry him to the Pampas. He could get fresh fuel at numerous bootleg petrol stations, even though the regulations against intersectional flight were rigid. With luck, he could reach the Pampas, perhaps before the sluggish monsters had fallen upon their prey. It was said that the victims sometimes waited for days. Something was rubbing against his leg, pricking it through his anklets. Kay looked down. A lady porcupine with tiny new quills was showing recognition, even affection, if such a spiny beast could be said to possess that quality. Somehow the presence of the beast restored Kay's mind to normal. "Well, he's left us both in the lurch, Susie," he said. "Good luck to you, beastie, and may you find a secure hiding place until your quills have grown." Drowning men catch at straws. Kay snatched out his watch, and the illuminated dial showed that it was already 2 quintets past horometer 13. He darted back to the cabin. The door was unfastened, and his torch showed him that, though Cliff had evidently departed and taken his things, the interior was much as it had been. When Kay picked up the telephotophone, the oblong dial flashed out. The instrument was in working order. He turned the crank, and swiftly a succession of scenes flashed over the dial. On this little patch of glassite, Kay was actually making the spatial journey to Albany, each minutest movement of the crank representing a distance covered. The building of the New York division appeared, and its appearance signified that Kay was telephonically connected. But there was no automatic voice attachment, an expense that Kay and Cliff had decided would be unjustified. He had to rely upon the old-fashioned telephone, such as was still widely in use in rural districts. He took up the receiver. "Substation F, loyalist registration, please," he called. "Speaking," said a girl's voice presently. "I want the Z numbers, all from Z5 to ZA," said Kay. And thus, in the dark hut, he listened to the doom pronounced miles away by a more or less indifferent operator. When the fatal number was read out, he thanked her and hung up. He released the crank, which moved back to its position, putting out the light on the dial. For a moment or two he stood there motionless, in a sort of daze, though actually he was gathering all his resources of resolution for the task confronting him, simply to find Ruth among the 100,000 victims, and die with her. A task stupendous in itself, and yet Kay had no doubt that he would succeed, that he would be holding her in his arms when the tide of hell flowed over them. He knew the manner of that death. The irresistible onset of the giant masses of protoplasm, the extrusion of temporary arms or feelers that would grasp them, drag them into the heart of the yielding substance, and slowly smother them to death while the life was drained from their bodies. It had been said that death was painless, but that was government propaganda. But he would be holding Ruth in his arms. He'd find her. He had no doubt of that at all. And, strangely enough, now that Kay knew the worst, now that not the slightest doubt remained, he was conscious of an elevation of spirits, a sort of mad recklessness that was perfectly indefinable. Kay turned his torch into a corner of the kitchen. Yes, there was the thing subconsciousness had prompted him to seek. A long-shafted, heavy woodsman's axe. A formidable weapon at close quarters. Because it is the instinct of Homo Americanus to die with a weapon in his hands, rather than let himself be butchered helplessly. Kay snatched it up. He ran back to his plane. The gas tank was nearly empty, but there was petrol in the ice house beside the lake. Kay wheeled the machine up to it and filled up with gas and oil, all ready now. He leaped in, pressed the starter, soared vertically, helicopter wings fluttering like a soaring hawk's. Up to the passenger air lane at 9,000, higher to 12, the track of the international and supply ships, higher still to the 14,000 ceiling of the antiquated machine. He banked, turned southward. It was freezing cold up there, and Kay had no flying suit on him, but between the passenger lane and the lane of the heliospheres at 30,000, there was no air police, and he could afford to take no chances. The government police would be on the lookout for a score such desperate men as he, bent on a similar mission. He drove the plane toward the Atlantic, till a red glow began to diffuse itself beneath him, an area of conflagration covering square miles of territory. Swooping lower, Kay could hear the sound of detonations, the roar of old-fashioned guns, while through the pall of lurid smoke came the long violet flashes of atomic guns, cleaving lanes of devastation. New York was burning. The frenzied populace had broken into revolt, seized the guns stored in the arsenals, and attacked the great Bronx fortress that stood like a mighty sentinel to protect the port. A swarm of airships came into view, swirling in a savage fight. Kay zoomed. It was not his battle. Now New York lay behind him, and he was winging southward over the Atlantic. All night he flew. At dawn he came down in a coast hamlet for bootleg petrol and oil. "You come from New York?" asked the Georgian. "Hear there's war broke out up there."
"My war's down in Brazil," muttered Kay.
"Say, if them giants comes up here, you know what us folks is gonna do? We're gonna set the hounds on 'em. Yes, sirree, we got a pack of bloodhounds raised for just that purpose. I guess that's something them wisecrackers at Washington ain't thought of. They took 2 little fellers from Hopetown, but they won't take nobody from here."
Kay fueled up and resumed his flight southward. After that it was a nightmare. The sun rose and set, alternating with the staring moon and stars.
Kay crossed the Caribbean, sighted the South American coast, swept southward over the jungles of Brazil. He drank, but no food passed his lips. He had become a mechanism, set on a special purpose: self-immolation. It was in a wide savanna among the jungles that he first caught sight of the monsters. At first he thought it was the rising dawn mist. Then he began to distinguish a certain horrible resemblance to human forms, and swooped down, banking round and round the opening in the jungle until he could see clearly. There were perhaps a score of them, an advance guard that had pushed forward from one of the main divisions. Men? Anthropoids, rather, for their sex was indistinguishable. Human forms ranged from a few feet to 100, composed apparently of a greyish jelly, propelling themselves clumsily on 2 feet, but floating rather than walking. Translucent, semi-transparent. Most horrible of all, these shadowy spheroid creatures exhibited here and there buds of various sizes, which were taking on the similitude of fresh forms. And among them were the young, the buds that had fallen from the parent stems, fully formed humans of perhaps 5 or 6 feet, bouncing with a horrible playfulness among their sires. As Kay soared some 300 feet overhead, a young tapir came leaping out of the jungle and ran, apparently unconscious of their presence, right toward the monsters. Suddenly it stopped, and Kay saw that it was already encircled by coils of protoplasm resembling arms which had shot forth from the bodies of the devils. Swiftly, despite its struggles and bleatings, the tapir was drawn into the substance of the monsters, which seemed to fuse together and form a solid wall of protoplasm in all respects like the agglutination of bacteria under certain conditions. Then the beast vanished in the wall, whose agitated churnings alone gave proof of its existence. For perhaps 10 minutes longer Kay remained hovering over the clearing. Then the bodies divided, resumed their separate shapes, and the white bones of the tapir lay in a huddled mass in the open. Kay went mad. Deliberately he set down his plane and, hatchet in hand, advanced upon the sluggish monsters. Shouting wildly, he leaped into their midst. The fight that followed was like a nightmare fight. He lopped off the slow tentacles that sought to envelop him. He slashed the devils into long ribbons of writhing jelly, slashed until their substance blunted the axe, wiped it clean, and leaped into their midst again, hewing until he could no longer raise his arm. Then he drew back and surveyed the scene before him. It was dreadful enough to drive the last remnants of sanity from his brain. For every piece that he had cut from the monsters, every protoplasmic ribbon was reorganizing before his eyes into the semblance of a new creature. Where there had been a score, there were now 500. Kay ran back to his plane, leaped in, and soared southward. His face was a grotesque mask of madness, and his cries rang out through the ether. The victims were no longer chained to stakes. The Federation, which always acted with complete secrecy, had gone one better. It had engaged electrical engineers, kept them housed in secret places, transported them to Golgotha, and there a vast electrified field had been established, an open space whose boundaries were marked out by pillars of electron steel. Between these pillars ran lines of electric force. To attempt to pass them meant not death, for dead boys and girls were spurned by the devils, but a violent shock that hurled one backward. On this great plain the 100,000 victims sat huddled in the open. Food they had none, for no purpose was to be served by mitigating their last agonies. No shelter either, for the sight of buildings might delay the final phase. But high above the doomed there floated the flag of the Federation, on a lofty pole, a touch of ironic sentimentality that had commended itself to some mind at Washington. Over a square mile of territory ringed with jungle the victims lay. The majority of them ringed this terrain, that is to say, attempting to escape, they had been hurled back by the electrical charge, and having no strength or will remaining, they had dropped where they had been hurled and lay in apathetic resignation. There had been screams and cries for mercy and piteous scenes when the government airships had deposited them there and flown away. But now an intense silence had descended upon the doomed. Resigned to their fate, they sat or lay in little silent groups, all eyes turned toward the gloomy jungle. And everywhere within this jungle a wraith-like mist was forming at this dawn hour. From 1,000 miles around, the devils were mustering for their prey, agglutinating in order that the meal of one might become the meal of all. Wisps of protoplasmic fog were stealing out through the trees, changing shape every instant, but always advancing. Now presenting the appearance of an aligned regiment of huge, shadowy men, now nothing but a wall of semi-solid vapor. And still, with eyeballs straining in their sockets, the victims watched. Suddenly, all were seized with the same spasm of mad terror. Again they hurled themselves against the electrified lines, and again they were hurled back, masses of boys and girls tumbling against one another, and screaming in one wail that, could it have been heard in Washington, would have driven all insane. Again and again, till they fell back, panting and helpless. And solidly the wall of devils was creeping up from every side. Ruth Deane, one of the few who had themselves in control, lay some distance back from the electrified field. From the moment when she was surprised in her apartment by the government representatives, she had known that there was no hope of escape. She had slipped the ring off her finger, snapped the plastic metal, and attached it to a thread torn from her dress. She had managed to insert it in the door, hoping that Kay would find it. It would serve as a last message of love to him. Every removal of a selected victim was in the nature of a kidnapping. At dead of night, her apartment had been opened. She had been ordered to dress. Nothing could be written, no arrangements made. She was already considered as one dead. She had been hurried out of the upper entrance to the monorail, which conveyed her in a special car to the landing station. A few minutes later she had been on her way to join the camp of other victims 100 miles away. Within 2 hours she was on her way southward. Stunned by the tragedy, none of the victims had made much of an outcry. They had been given water by the airship police. No food for boys and girls already dead. Days and nights had passed, and now she was here, faint from exhaustion and wondering at the despair shown by these others. What difference would it make in half an hour? Besides, that government pamphlet had insisted that this death was painless. But an immense longing to see Kay once more came over her. There had been a time when she thought she loved Cliff. Then Kay had come into her life, and she had known that other affair was folly. She had never told Kay of the bitter scene between Cliff and herself, how he had raved against Kay and sworn to win her in the end. Cliff had calmed down and apologized, and Ruth had never seen him again. She wished he had not taken it like that. But above all, she wanted to see Kay, just to say goodbye. And she tried to send out her whole heart to him in an unspoken message of love that would surely somehow convey itself to him. The wall of devils was creeping up on every side, slowly, lethargically. The monsters took their time, because they knew they were invincible. The sobs and shrieks had died away. Collected into a mass almost as rigid as that of the earth giants, the victims waited, palsied as a rabbit that awaits the approach of the serpent. A humming overhead. An airplane shooting down from the sky. Rescue? No. Only a solitary pilot armed with a woodsman's axe. Kay drifted down, touched ground, leaped to his feet. Chance had brought him within 500 yards of where Ruth was standing. But Ruth had known who that lone flyer must be. She broke through the throng. She rushed to meet him. Her arms were around him. "Kay, darling Kay." "Ruth, dearest." "I knew you'd come." "I've come to die beside you." It was perhaps odd that it did not enter the head of either as a possibility that Kay should simply place Ruth in the plane and fly away with her to safety. Had the thought occurred to Kay, he might have been tempted. But such black treachery was something inconceivable by either. So long as the Federation remained, so long as man moved in an organized society, he was bound to his fellows, to fight, suffer, and die with them. "Stand by me, Ruth. We're going down fighting." They moved back toward the throng, which, momentarily stirred to hope by Kay's appearance, had fallen into the former apathy of despair. And now the monsters were beginning to enter the electrified zone at one point. As they passed the line of posts, the high-tension current made their bodies luminous, but it had no appreciable effect upon them. They moved on, inevitably. A score or so of semi-human forms agglutinated into a mass, and yet individually discernible. They bore down slowly upon the crowd of victims, who pressed backward as they advanced. On the other sides, though they almost encircled the field of death, the monsters were making no maneuvers to entrap their prey. Their sluggish minds were incapable of conceiving anything of the kind. But for the electrified zone, the great majority of the victims could have effected their escape. The monsters were simply pressing forward to their meal. They did not interpret its capture in terms of strategy at all. A new frenzy of horror seized the crowd. They fled, struggling back, until the foremost in flight reached the other side of Golgotha, to be repulsed by the electrified zone there. They fell in tumbled heaps. Appalling shrieks rang through the air. Another line of the monsters was seeping forward, converging toward the first. As the two lines met, they coalesced into a wall of protoplasm, 1,000 feet in length by 100 high, a wall out of which leered phantasmal faces like those in a frieze. Kay stood alone, his arm around Ruth. To follow the flying mob would but prolong the agony. He raised the axe. He looked into the girl's eyes. She understood and nodded. One last embrace, one kiss, and Kay placed her behind him. He sprang forward, shouting, and plunged into the very heart of the wall. And Ruth, watching with eyes dilated with horror, saw it yield with a sucking sound, and saw Kay disappear within it. She saw the hideous mass fold itself upon him, and 100 extruded tentacles wave in the air as they blindly grappled for him. And then Kay had broken through, and was hewing madly with great sweeps of the axe that slashed great streamers of the amorphous tissue from the wall of protoplasm. It recoiled and then folded once more, and Kay's mighty sweeps were slashing phantom limbs from phantom bodies, and lopping off tentacles that curled and coiled, and put forth caricatures of hands and fingers, and then, uniting with other slashed-off tentacles, began to mold themselves into the likeness of dwarf monsters. Kay's struggle was like that of a man fighting a fog, for again and again he broke through the wall, and always it reunited. And behind it another wall of protoplasm was pressing forward, and on another side a wall was drifting up. As Kay stopped, panting and momentarily free, Ruth saw that they were almost encircled. She saw the nature of that fight. Inevitably the wall would close about them, and though the bones of last year's victims had been gathered up and carried away by the Federation, she guessed what would occur. She ran to Kay and dragged him back through the closing gap. It met behind them, and again they stood face to face with the devils. Only this time, instead of a wall of protoplasm, it was a veritable mountain that confronted them, and there could be no more breaking through. Kay thought afterward that the one touch of absolute horror was that the reforming monsters, the young ones growing visibly before his eyes, had the gambolling instinct of young lambs or other creatures. They were much more lively than the parent creatures. By this time, perhaps a third of the space within the electrified lines had been occupied by the devils. The wall was slowly and sluggishly advancing, and a fresh infiltration was drifting in on another side. As the victims were pressed closer and closer together in their flight, half of them seemed to go insane. They raced to and fro, laughing and screaming, flinging their arms aloft in extravagant gestures. One young fellow, rushing across the ground, hurled himself like a bolt from a catapult into the heart of the grisly mass, which opened and received him. There was a struggle, a convulsion. Then the mass moved on. Kay wiped his axe. He stood beside Ruth, gathering strength and breath to fight again. What else was there to do? Suddenly, a humming sound came to his ears. Still some little distance from the monsters, he glanced back. The victims were shouting, staring upward. Over the tops of the jungle trees, Kay saw a second airplane flying toward them, a larger one than the plane which he had flown. It opened its helicopter wings and drifted downward. Kay saw a single pilot, and in the baggage compartment something that at first he did not recognize. Then he recognized both this object and the aviator. "It's Cliff," he whispered hoarsely. "He's brought the top." The crowd was milling about Cliff as he stepped out of the plane. Kay broke through their midst, shouting to them to clear a space, that it was their chance, their only chance. They heard him and obeyed, and Cliff and Kay clasped hands, and there was Ruth beside them. The two men carried the top out of the baggage compartment and set it up. "Thank God I came in time," Cliff hissed. "How long have we got, Kay?" "5 minutes, I think," Kay answered, glancing at the oncoming wall. "They're slow. Will it work, Cliff? God, when I found you'd gone last night." Cliff did not answer. Ignoring Kay's offer of assistance, he fitted the top tightly into its socket of craolite, much heavier than the former one. Beneath this, 3 heavy craolite legs formed a sort of tripod. "I looked forward to this possibility, Kay," said Cliff as he adjusted the top and turned the clamps that held it in position. "Sorry I had to deceive you. But you were so set on the cosmic rays, and I knew the psenium emanations wouldn't appeal to you. You wouldn't have believed. I had a hunch Ruth would draw one of those numbers. How long?" The swaying masses of gray jelly were very near them. Cliff worked feverishly at the top. "Let me help, Cliff." "No, I'm through. Stand back," shouted Cliff. Even then, he regretted it afterward, and knew that he would regret it to his dying day. Even then the thought flashed through Kay's mind that Cliff wanted all the glory. Behind him, the milling, screaming crowd was huddling, as if for protection. Slowly, a wisp-like tentacle protruded from the advancing wall. Kay swung his axe and lopped it from the phantom body. But the wall was almost upon them, and from the other side it was advancing rapidly. "I'm ready. Stand back." Cliff turned upon Kay, his face white, his voice hoarse. "One request to make, Kay. Keep everybody back, including you and Ruth. Nobody's to come within 25 yards of this machine." "That shall be done," said Kay, a little bitterness in his tone. "Ruth, I think I'm going to save you all." Cliff looked into the girl's face for a moment. "Please stand back 25 yards," he repeated. Kay took Ruth by the arm and drew her back. The crowd moved back, their pressure moving back the vast multitudes behind them. The vast mob was almost packed into the quarter of the Golgotha. There was scarcely room to move. Kay saw Cliff press the lever. Slowly the giant top began to whirl. Faster, faster. Now it was revolving so fast that it had become totally invisible. Now Cliff was almost surrounded by the wall of jelly. Only his back could be seen, and then space was narrowing fast. Kay gripped Ruth's arm tightly. He held his breath. The crowd, of whom only a small part knew what was taking place, was screaming with terror as the mass of jelly on the other side pressed them inexorably backward. And Cliff had almost vanished. Would the machine work? Was it possible that the psenium emanations would succeed where the Millikan rays, the W ray, had failed? Then of a sudden the air grew dark as night. Kay began to sneeze. He gasped for air. He was choking. He could see nothing, and he strained Ruth to him convulsively, while the terrified multitudes behind him set up a last wail of despair. He could see nothing, and he stood with the axe ready for the onset of the monsters, more terrible now in their invisibility than before. Then, of a sudden, there sounded subterranean rumblings. The ground seemed to open almost under Kay's feet. He leaped back, dragging Ruth with him. Slowly, the dust was settling, the darkness lessening. A faint, luminous glow overhead revealed the sun. Kay was aware that Cliff had swung the top, so that the psenium rays were being brought to bear upon the second mass of the monsters on the other side. The sun vanished in appalling blackness. Again, the dust-choked air was almost unbreathable. The shrieks of the crowd died away in wheezing gasps, and then a wilder clamor began.
"The earthquake! The earthquake!"
a girl was shrilling.
"God, help us all!"
Kay stood still, clutching Ruth tightly in his arms. He dared not stir, for all the world seemed to be dissolving into chaos. Slowly, the dust began to settle again. Perhaps 5 minutes passed before the sunbeams began to struggle through. A cloud of gray dust still obscured everything, but the wall of protoplasm was gone. Cliff's voice came moaning out of the murk, calling Kay's name. Kay moved forward cautiously, still holding Ruth. He seemed to be skirting the edge of a vast crater. At the edge of it he found the top revolving slowly, and Cliff's voice came from beside the top.
"Kay, we've won. Don't look at me. Don't let Ruth see me. Look down."
Kay looked down into the bottomless pit extending clear across the plain to the distant jungle, an enormous canyon cloven in the earth, filled with the slowly settling cloud of dust.
"They're there, Kay. Don't look this way."
But Kay looked, and could see nothing except a pile of debris from the bottom of which Cliff's voice issued. "Cliff, you're not hurt?"
A little. You must listen while I tell you how to clean up the monsters. It's the psenium emanation. It has the same effect when our method is applied to it. It disintegrates everything inorganic, not organic. I thought if I couldn't get them, I'd crumble the earth away, bury them. They're underneath the debris, Kay, a mile deep, buried beneath the impalpable powder that represented the inorganic salts and minerals of the earth. They'll never get out of that. Protoplasm needs oxygen. They'll trouble us no more. You must take the top, Kay. Use our old method. You'll find its application to the psenium emanation within a book fastened beneath the hood. Wipe out the rest of them. If any more come, you'll know how to deal with them."
"Cliff, you're not badly hurt?" Kay asked again.
Don't look. I tell you, keep Ruth away."
But the dust was settling fast, and suddenly Ruth uttered a scream of fear, and a strangled cry broke from Kay's throat as he looked down at what had been Cliff Hynes. The man seemed to have become resolved into the same sort of protoplasm as the Earth Giants. He lay, a little heap, incredibly small, incredibly distorted, flesh without bones, shapeless lumps of flesh where arms and legs and body frame should have been. Cliff's voice came faintly.
"You remember the leakage through the rubber and an electron container, okay? The W rays even fused the craolite socket. The psenium rays are stronger. They destroy even bone. They're fatal to the man who operates the machine unless he follows the directions. I've written them out for you, but I had no time to apply them."
His voice broke off. Then,
"Good luck to you and Ruth, Kay,"
he whispered, almost inaudibly.
"Don't let her look at me.
Kay led Ruth gently away.
"Did you hear that?" she whispered, sobbing. "He died to save us, Kay."
It was like a return from the grave for the amazed boys and girls who, since the outset of the monsters had destroyed the electric lines, poured out of the plain of Golgotha to life and freedom. Many of them had gone mad. A few had died of fright, but the rest would come back to normal, and the world was saved. Hunger was their greatest problem, for despite Kay's hurried flight to the nearest occupied post, it was difficult to convince the Federation officials that the devils were really gone, buried beneath a mile of crumbled earth, and Kay had to be back to mop up other smaller bands that had spread through the forests. It was 6 months before the last of the monsters had been obliterated, and then Kay, now one of the highest officials in the Federation service, was granted a Lunarian's leave of absence pending his taking command of an Antarctic expedition for the purpose of destroying the remaining monsters in their lair. He took the opportunity to be married to Ruth in the church of his native town, which was en fête for the occasion. "Thinking of Cliff?" Kay asked his bride as she settled in his plane preparatory to their starting for the honeymoon in the Adirondacks. "I think he would be happy if he knew. He saved the world, dear. He gave his best. And that was all he wanted." End of The Wall of Death by Victor Rousseau.
Didn't do anything wrong, hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Simmons. We didn't do anything wrong, hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. I mean, it isn't like we swiped anything. We maybe borrowed a couple of things but gee, we put everything back like we found it pretty near. Even like the compressor we got from Stinky Brinker that his old man wasn't using and I traded my outboard motor for, my father made me trade back. But it was like Skinny said. You know, Skinny Thompson. He's the one you guys keep calling the boy genius, but shucks, he's no... Well, yeah, it's like Skinny said. We didn't need an outboard motor, and we did need a compressor. You've got to have a compressor on a spaceship. Everybody knows that. And that old compression chamber, that old man, Mr. Fields, let us use, didn't have a compressor. Sure, he said we could use it. Anyway, he said we could play with it. And Skinner said we were going to make a spaceship out of it. And he said go ahead. Well, no, he didn't say it exactly like that. Like he didn't take it serious. Sort of. Anyway, it made a swell spaceship. It had 4 portholes on it, and an airlock, and real bunks in it, and lots of room for all that stuff that Skinny put in there, but it didn't have a compressor, and that's why... What stuff? Oh, you know, the stuff that Skinny put in there, like the radar he made out of a TV set, and the anti-gravity, and the atomic power plant he invented to run it all with. He's awfully smart, Skinny is, but he's not like what you think of a genius. You know, he's not all the time using big words, and he doesn't look like a genius. We call him Skinny 'cause he's used to be skinny. But he isn't now. He's maybe small for his age. Anyway, he's smaller than me, and I'm the same age as he is. Of course, I'm big for my age, so that doesn't mean much, does it? Well, I guess Stinker Brinker started it. He's always riding Skinny about one thing or another, but Skinny never gets mad, and it's a good thing for Stinker, too. I saw Skinny clean up on a bunch of ninth graders. Well, a couple of 'em anyway. They were saying, well, I guess I won't tell you what they were saying. Anyway, Skinny used judo, I guess, because there wasn't much of a fight. Anyway, Stinker said something about how he was going to be a rocket pilot when he grew up, and I told him that Skinny had told me. Anyway, Stinker said something about how he was going to be a rocket pilot when he grew up, and I told him that Skinny had told him there wouldn't be any rockets and that anti-gravity would be the thing as soon as it was invented. So Stinker said it never would be invented, and I said it would so, and he said it would not, and I said, well, if you're going to keep interrupting me, how can I? All right. Anyway, Skinny broke into the argument and said that he could prove mathematically that anti-gravity was possible, and Stinky said sure he could, and Skinny said sure he could, and Stinky said sure he could, like that. Honestly, is that any way to argue? I mean, it sounds like two people agree, and only Stinky keeps going sure, like that, you know. And Stinky, what does he know about mathematics? He had to take remedial arithmetic ever since. No, I don't understand how the anti-gravity works, Skinny told me, but it was something about meson flow and stuff like that I didn't understand. The atomic power plant made more sense. Where did we get what, uranium? Gee, no, we couldn't afford uranium, so Skinny invented a hydrogen fusion plant. Anyone can make hydrogen. You just take zinc and sulfuric acid and deuterium? You mean like heavy hydrogen? No, Skinny said it would probably work better, but like I said, we couldn't afford anything fancy. As it was, Skinny had to pay $5 or $6 for that special square tubing in the anti-gravity, and the plastic space helmets we had cost us 98 cents each. And it cost $1.50 for that special tube that Skinny needed to make the TV set into a radar. You see, we didn't steal anything really. It was mostly stuff that was just lying around, like the TV set was up in my attic, and the old refrigerator that Skinny used the parts to make the atomic power plant out of from. And then a lot of the stuff we already had, like the skin diving suits we made into space suits, and the vacuum pump that Skinny had already, and the generator, and sure, we did a lot of skin diving, but that was last summer. That's how we knew about old man Brinker's compressor. That Stinky said was his, and I traded my outboard motor for and had to trade back. And that's how we knew about Mr. Phil's old compression chamber and all like that. The rocket? Well, it works on the same principle as the atomic power plant, only it doesn't work except in a vacuum, hardly. Of course, you don't need much of a rocket when you have anti-gravity. Everybody knows that. Well, anyway, that's how we built the spaceship, and believe me, it wasn't easy. I mean, with Stinky all the time bothering us and laughing at us, and all I had to do a lot of lawn mowing to get money for the square tubing for the anti-gravity and the special tube for my radar and my space helmet. Stinky called the space helmet kid stuff. He was always saying things like, say hello to the folks on Mars for me, and bring back a bottle of Canal number 5 and all like that, you know. Of course, they did look like kid stuff, I guess. We bought them at the 5 and dime, and they were meant for kids. Of course, when Stinky got through with them, they worked fine. We tested 'em in the airlock of the compression chamber when we got the compressor in. They tested out pretty good for half an hour, and then we tried 'em on in there. Well, it wasn't a complete vacuum, just 27 inches of mercury. That was okay for a test. So anyway, we got ready to take off. Stinky was there to watch, of course. He was saying things like, "Farewell, oh brave pioneers," and stuff like that. I mean, it was enough to make you sick. He was standing there laughing and singing something like "Up in the Air, Junior Birdman," but when we closed the airlock door, we couldn't hear him. Skinny started up the atomic power plant, and we could see Stinky laughing fit to kill. It takes a couple of minutes for it to warm up, you know. So Stinky started throwing rocks to attract our attention, and Skinny was scared that he'd crack a porthole or something, so he threw the switch and we took off. Boy, you should have seen Stinky's face. I mean, you really should have seen it. One minute he was laughing, you know, and the next minute he looked like a goldfish. I guess he always did look like a goldfish, but I mean even more like then. He was getting smaller and smaller because we had taken off. We were gone pretty near 6 hours, and it's a good thing my mom made me a take-a-lunch. Sure, I told her where we were going. Well, anyway, I told her we were maybe going to fly around the world in Skinny and my spaceship, and maybe go down to Carson's Pond, and she made me take a lunch and made me promise I wouldn't go swimming along, and I sure didn't. But we did go around the world 3 or 4 times. I lost count. Anyway, that's when we saw the satellite on radar. So Skinny pulled the spaceship over to it, and we got out and looked at it. The spacesuits worked fine, too. Gosh, no, we didn't steal it or anything. Like Skinny said, it was just a menace to navigation, and the batteries were dead, and it wasn't working right anyway. So we tied it onto the spaceship and took it home. No, we had to tie it on top. It was too big to take inside with the antennas sticking out. Of course, we found out how to fold them later. Well, anyway, the next day the Russians started squawking about a capitalist plot, and somebody had swiped their satellite. Gee, I mean, with all the satellites up there, who'd miss just one? So I got worried that they'd find out that we took it. Of course, I didn't need to worry, 'cause Stinky told them all right, just like a tattletale. So anyway, after Skinny got the batteries recharged, we put it back. And then when we landed there with hundreds of people standing around and Mr. Anderson from the State Department, I guess you know the rest. Except maybe Mr. Anderson started laughing when we told him, and he said it was the best joke on the Russians he ever heard. I guess it was when you think about it. I mean, the Russians complaining about somebody swiping their satellite, and then the State Department answering a couple of kids borrowed it, but they put it back. One thing that bothers me, though, we didn't put it back exactly where we found it. But I guess it doesn't matter. You see, when we put it back, we goofed a little. I mean, we put it back in the same orbit, more or less, but we got it going in the wrong direction. This is the end of We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. The e-text was produced from Astounding Science Fiction, May 1959. This recording was done by Stephen Simmons in Ormond Beach, Florida.
Hope by Jerome Bixby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Where There's Hope by Jerome Bixby. If you called me here to tell me to have a child, Mary Pornson said, you can just forget about it. We girls have made up our minds. Hugh Farrell, Chief Medical Officer of the Exodus 7, sighed and leaned back in his chair. He looked at Mary's husband. "And you, Ralph?" he said. "How do you feel?" Ralph Pornsen looked at Mary uncomfortably, started to speak, and then hesitated. Hugh Farrell sighed again and closed his eyes. It was that way with all the boys. The wives had the whip hand. If the husbands put up an argument, they'd simply get turned down flat. No sex at all, children or otherwise. The threat, Farrell thought wryly, made the boys softer than watered putty. His own wife, Alice, was one of the ringleaders of the No Babies movement, and since he had openly declared warfare on the idea, she wouldn't even let him kiss her good night. For fear of losing her determination, Farrell liked to think. He opened his eyes again to look past the Pornsens, out of the curving port of his office lab in the Exodus 7's flank, at the scene outside the ship. At the edge of the clearing he could see Danny Stern and his crew, tiny beneath the cavernous, sunbeam-shot overhang of giant leaves. Danny was standing up at the controls of the dozer, waving his arms. His crew was struggling to get a log set so he could shove it into place with the dozer. They were repairing a break in the barricade, the place where one of New Earth's giant saurians had come stamping and whistling through last night to kill 3 colonists before it could be blasted out of existence. It was difficult, damned difficult. A brand new world here, all ready to receive the refugees from dying Earth, or rather all ready to be made ready, which was the task ahead of the Exodus 7's personnel. An Earth-like world, green, warm, fertile, and crawling, leaping, hooting, and snarling with ferocious beasts of every variety. Farrell could certainly see the women's point in banding together and refusing to produce children. Something inside a woman keeps her from wanting to bring life into peril, at least when the peril seems temporary and security is both remembered and anticipated. Pornsen said, "I guess I feel just about like Mary does. I don't see any reason for having a kid until we get this place ironed out and safe to live in." "That's going to take time, Ralph." Farrell clasped his hands in front of him and delivered the speech he had delivered so often in the past few weeks. 10 or 12 years before we really get set up here. We've got to build from the ground up, you know. We'll have to find and mine our metals, build our machines, to build shops, to build more machines. There'll be resources that we won't find, and we'll have to learn what this planet has to offer in their stead. Colonizing New Earth isn't simply a matter of landing and throwing together a shining city. I only wish it were. 6 weeks ago we landed. We haven't yet dared to venture more than a mile from this spot. We've cut down trees and built the barricade and our houses. After protecting ourselves, we have to eat. We've planted gardens. We've produced test tube calves and piglets. The calves are doing fine, but the piglets are dying one by one. We've got to find out why. It's going to be a long, long time before we have even a minimum of security, much less luxury. Longer than you think. So much longer that waiting until the security arrives before having children is out of the question. There are critters out there, he nodded toward the port and the busy clearing beyond, that we haven't been able to kill. We've thrown everything we have at them and they come back for more. We'll have to find out what will kill them, how they differ from those we are able to kill. We are 600 people and a spaceship, Ralph. We have techniques, that's all. Everything else we've got to dig up out of this planet. We'll need people, Mary. We'll need the children. We're counting on them. They're vital to the plans we've made. Mary, Pornsen said, "Damn the plans. I won't have one. Not now. You've just done a nice job of describing all my reasons, and all the other girls feel the same way." She looked out the window at the dozer and crew. Danny Stern was still waving his arms. The log was almost in place. George and May Wright were killed last night. So was Forelli. If George and May had had a child, the monster would have trampled it too. It went right through their cabin like cardboard. It isn't fair to bring a baby into... Farrell said. Fair, Mary? Maybe it isn't fair not to have one, not to bring it into being and give it a chance. Life's always a gamble. It doesn't exist, Mary said. She smiled. Don't try circumlocution on me, Doc. I'm not religious. I don't believe that spermatozoa and an ovum, if not allowed to cuddle up together, add up to murder. That isn't what I meant. You were getting around to it, which means you've run out of good arguments. No, I've a few left. Farrell looked at the two stubborn faces. Mary's, pleasant and pretty, but set as steel. Ralph's, uncomfortable, thoughtful, but mirroring his definite willingness to follow his wife's lead. Farrell cleared his throat. You know how important it is that this colony be established. You know that, don't you? In 20 years or so, the ships will start arriving, hundreds of them, because we sent a message back to Earth saying we'd found a habitable planet. Thousands of people from Earth coming here to the new world were supposed to get busy and carve out for them. We were selected for that task, first of judging the right planet, then of working it over. Engineers, chemists, agronomists, all of us. We're the task force. We've got to do the job. We've got to test, plant, breed, rebalance, create. There'll be a lot of trial and error. We've got to work out a way of life so the thousands who will follow can be introduced safely and painlessly into the organism. And we'll need new blood for the jobs ahead. We'll need young people. Mary said, A few years, one way or the other, won't matter much, Doc. 5 or 6 years from now, this place will be a lot safer. Then we women will start producing, but not now. It won't work that way, Farrell said. We're none of us kids any longer. I'm 55. Ralph, you're 43. I realize that I must be getting old to think of you as young. Mary, you're 37. We took a long time getting here, 14 years. We left an Earth that's dying of radioactive poisoning, and we all got a mild dose of that. The radiation we absorbed in space, little as it was, didn't help any. And that sun up there, again he nodded at the port, isn't any help either. Periodically it throws off some pretty damned funny stuff. Frankly, we're worried. We don't know whether or not we can have children, or normal children. We've got to find out. If our genes have been bollocksed up, we've got to find out why and how and get to work on it immediately. It may be unpleasant, it may be heartbreaking, but those who will come here in 20 years will have absorbed much more of Earth's radioactivity than we did, and an equal amount of the space stuff, and this sun will be waiting for them. We'll have to know what we can do for them. I'm not a walking laboratory, Doc, Mary said. I'm afraid you are, Mary. All of you are. Mary set her lips and stared out the port. It's got to be done, Mary. She didn't answer. It's going to be done. Choose someone else, she said. That's what they all say. She said, I guess this is one thing you doctors and psychologists didn't figure on, Doc. Not at first, Farrell said, but we've given it some thought. McGuire had installed the button convenient to Farrell's right hand just below the level of the desktop. Farrell pressed it. Ralph and Mary Pornson slumped in their chairs. The door opened, and Dr. John J. McGuire and Ted Harris, the Exodus 7's chief psychologist, came in. When it was over, and the afterplay had been allowed to run its course, Farrell told the Pornsons to go into the next room and shower. They came back soon, looking refreshed. Farrell ordered them to get back into their clothes. Under the power of the hypnotic drug which their chairs had injected into them at the touch of the button, they did so. Then he told them to sit down in the chairs again. McGuire and Harris had gathered up their equipment, piling it on top of the operating table. McGuire smiled. "I'll bet that's the best monitored, most hygienic sex act they ever committed. I think I've about got the space radiation's effect licked." Farrell nodded. "If anything goes wrong, it certainly won't be our fault. But, let's face it, the chances are 1,000 to 1 that something will go wrong. We'll just have to wait and work." He looked at the Pornsons. "They're very much in love, aren't they?" And she was receptive to the suggestion. Beneath it all, she was burning to have a child, just like the others. McGuire wheeled out the operating table with its load of serums, pressure hypos, and jury-rigged thingamabobs, which he was testing on alternate couples. Ted Harris stopped at the door a moment. He said, "I think the suggestions I planted will turn the trick when they find out she's pregnant. They'll come through okay. Won't even be too angry." Farrell sighed. They'd been over it in detail several times, of course, but apparently Harris needed the reassurance as much as he did. He said, "Sure. Now scram so I can go back into my act." Harris closed the door. Farrell sat down at his desk and studied the pair before him. They looked back contentedly, holding hands, their eyes dull. Farrell said, "How do you feel?" Ralph Pornson said, "I feel fine." Mary Pornson said, "Oh, I feel wonderful." Deliberately, Farrell pressed another button below his desktop. The dull eyes cleared instantly. "Oh, you've given it some thought, Doc," Mary said sweetly. "And what have you decided?" "You'll see," Farrell said, eventually. He rose. "That's all for now, kids. I'd like to see you again in 1 month for a routine checkup." Mary nodded and got up. "You'll still have to wait, Doc. Why not admit you're licked?" Ralph got up too and looked puzzled. "Wow," he said, "I'm tired." "Perhaps just coming here," Farrell said, "discharged some of the tension you've been carrying around." The Pornsons left. Farrell brought out some papers from his desk and studied them. Then, from the file drawer, he selected the record of Hugh and Alice Farrell. Alice would be at the perfect time of her menstrual cycle tomorrow. Farrell flipped his communicator. "McGuire," he said, "tomorrow it's me." McGuire chuckled. Farrell could have kicked him. He put his chin in his hands and stared out the port. Danny Stern had the log in place in the barricade. The bulldozer was moving on to a new task. His momentary doubt stilled, Farrell went back to work. 21 years later, when the ships from Earth began arriving, the log had been replaced by a stone monument erected to the memory of the Exodus 7, which had been cut apart for its valuable steel. Around the monument was a park, and on 3 sides of the park was a shining town, not really large enough to be called a city, of plastic and stone, for New Earth had no iron ore, only zinc and a little copper. This was often cause for regret. Still, it was a pretty good world. The monster problem had been licked by high-voltage cannon. Now, in their 3rd generation since the landing, the monsters kept their distance, and things grew, things good to eat. And even without steel, the graceful, smoothly functioning town looked impressive. Quite a thing to have been built by a handful of beings with 2 arms and 2 legs each. It hadn't been entirely, but nobody thought much about that anymore. Even the newcomers got used to it. Things change. End of Where There's Hope by Jerome Bixby.
Wizard by Larry M. Harris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green, Lancashire, UK. Wizard by Larry M. Harris. Although the masquerade itself, as a necessary protection against non-telepaths, was not fully formulated until the late years of the 17th century, groups of telepaths in hiding existed long before that date. Whether such groups were the results of natural mutations, or whether they came into being due to some other cause, has not yet been fully determined, but that a group did exist in the district of Offenburg, in what is now Prussia, we are quite sure. The activities of the group appear to have begun, approximately, in the year 1594, but it was not until 11 years after that date that they achieved a signal triumph, the first and perhaps the last of its kind, until the dissolution of the masquerade in 2103. Excerpt from a short story of the masquerade by A. Milge, Crystal 704-54-368, produced 2440. Jonas came over the hill, whistling as if he had not a care in the world, which was not even approximately true, he reflected happily. The state of complete and utter quiet was both foreign and slightly repugnant to him. He was never more pleased than when he had a job in hand, a job that involved a slight and unavoidable risk. This time, of course, the risk was more than slight. Why, he thought happily, it was even possible for him to get killed, and most painfully too. With a great deal of pleasure he stood for a second at the crest of the hill, his hands on his hips, looking down at the town of Speyer as it baked in the May afternoon sunlight. Jonas did not, in spite of his pose, look like the typical hero of folk-tale or scribe's tome. He was not 7 feet tall, for instance, nor did he have a handsome, lovesome face with flashing blue eyes, or a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted marvel of a figure. He was, instead, somewhat shorter than the average of men in Europe in 1605, and for some time thereafter. He had small, almost hidden eyes that seemed to see a great deal, but failed completely to make a fuss about the fact. And while his figure was just a trifle dumpy, his face completed the rhyme by being extraordinarily lumpy. The nose, as a matter of strict truth, was hard to distinguish from the other contusions, swellings, and marks that covered the head. Nor, of course, did he carry the sword of a great hero or a noble. Jonas had no Van to stick to his name, and he had never thought it worth his while to claim one and accept the tiny risk of disclosure. After all, a noble was only a man like other men, and besides, Jonas knew perfectly well that he had no need of a sword. His adventures, too, were a little out of the common run of tales. Jonas had, he thought regretfully, few duels to look forward to, and he had even fewer to look back on. And as a maid is won by face, figure, and daring, and a wife by riches, position, or prospects, there was a notable paucity of lissom ladies in Jonas's career. All in all, he thought sadly, he was not a usual hero. But he refused to let the thought spoil his enjoyment. After all, he was a hero, though of his own unique kind, there was no denying that. And in his own way he had his reward. He took one hand off his hip to scratch the top of his head, wondering briefly if he had managed to pick up lice in the last town he had visited, and he took another look at the city. Speyer seemed a lot better at first glance than some of the other places Jonas had visited. For one thing, it had a full town hall, built no less of honest stone, and probably a relict of the Roman times. There was the parish church, of course, a good solid wooden structure, and a collection of houses strung along the dirt paths of the town. The houses of the rich were naturally wooden, the poor built of baked mud. There were a great many baked mud structures, and only one wooden one, besides the church, that Jonas could see. The paths were winding, but comparatively free from slop. That was pleasing, he told himself. And the buildings themselves, wood, mud, and stone, clustered in the valley below him, as if they were afraid and needed each other's protection, which in a way they did. Jonas reflected on that a trifle grimly, thinking of the Holy Inquisition, with its hierarchy of priests and lay folk, busily working in Speyer just as it worked in every other town throughout Offenburg and throughout the civilized world. Ordinarily, he would not have given it a thought, beyond a passing sigh for the ways of the world. He had other business. But now... He grinned to himself, and the grin turned to a laugh as he started down the hill. The grislier methods of the inquisitorial process were well known to him by reputation, and soon he might be testing them out for himself. There was absolutely no way to be sure. That thought pleased him greatly. After all, he told himself, there was nothing like a little danger to spice the boring business of living. By the time he reached the bottom of the hill, he was whistling loudly. He stopped at the first house, a mud construction, with a badly carpentered wooden door and a single bare window that looked out on the street. It smelled, but Jonas went up to the door bravely and knocked. There was no answer. He went on whistling Fortuna Plango Vulnera under his breath, and after a time he knocked again. This time he heard movement inside the house and nodded to himself in a satisfied fashion. But almost a minute passed before the head of an old woman showed itself at the window. She was really extraordinarily ugly, he thought. She wore a bonnet that did nothing whatever to enhance her doubtful, wrinkled charms, or to conceal them, and besides it was dirty.
"Nobody's here," she said in the voice of a very venomous toad. "Go away."
Jonas smiled at her. It was an effort. "Madam," he began politely.
"Nobody's home,"
she repeated, drawing slightly back from the window.
"You go away, now."
"Ah," said Jonas pleasantly. "But you're home, aren't you?" The old woman frowned at him suspiciously.
"Now,"
she said vaguely.
"Well?"
"This is your house," he said. "The house where you live?"
"Never saw you before,"
the old woman said. "That's right," Jonas said equably.
"You come to turn me out?"
she demanded. Her eyebrows, which were almost as big and black as her ancient moustache, came down over glittering little eyes.
"I hold this house free and proper," she said in a determined roar, "and nobody can take it from me. It belongs to me, and to my children, and to their children, and to the children of those children."
The catalogue seemed likely to go on forever. "Exactly," Jonas said hastily.
"Well then,"
the old woman said, and started to draw back. Jonas gestured lazily with one hand. "Wait," he said. "I am not going to take your house away from you, madam. I am only here to ask you a question."
"Question?"
she said.
"You come from her Knupf. I'm an old woman, but I do no wrong, and there is no one can accuse me of heresy. I'm in church every week, and more than once. I keep peace with my neighbours, and there's none can say a mystery about me."
The woman, Jonas thought, was full to the eyebrows with words. Probably, he told himself, trying to be fair, she didn't have anyone to talk to until a stranger came along. He sighed briefly. "I do not come from the Inquisitor," he said truthfully, "nor is my question one that should cause you alarm." The old woman pondered for a minute. She leaned her elbows on the window sill, getting them muddy. But that, Jonas thought, didn't seem to matter to this creature, apparently.
"Ask,"
she said at last. Jonas put on his most pleasant expression. "Madam," he said, "I wish to know if there be any family in this town to give room to a wayfarer, understanding, of course, that the wayfarer would insist on paying well," he added. The old woman blinked.
"You looking for an inn?" she said. "An inn in this town?"
The idea appeared to strike her as the very height of idiocy. She covered her face with her hands and shook. After a second, Jonas discovered that she was laughing. He waited patiently until the fit had left her. "Not an inn," he said. "There is no inn here, I know, but a family willing to take in a stranger."
"Strangers are seldom here," she said. "Knupf watches his flock with zeal."
Which meant, Jonas reflected, that he was in a fair way to get himself burned as a heretic, unless he watched his step carefully. "Herr Knupf's fame has reached my own country far away," he said with some truth. "Nevertheless, a family which—"
"Wait," she said. "You have said that you will pay well, yet you do not appear rich."
Jonas understood. Fishing in his sewn pocket, he withdrew a single shiny coin. "I also wish," he said smoothly, "to pay for any help I may receive, such as the answering of an innocent question, a question in which the respected Inquisitor Knupf can have no interest whatever." The old woman's eyes went to the coin and stayed there.
"Well," she said, "it is said that the family called Sharp has a house too large for them, now that the elder son's gone. There is only the man, the wife, and a daughter. It is said that the man is in need of money. He would accept payment, were it generous, in return for sharing room with his house."
"I would be most grateful," Jonas murmured. He passed the coin over. The old woman's hand snatched it and closed on it. "Where might I find this family?" he said.
"It is now late in the afternoon," the old woman said. "Perhaps they are at home. You will see a path which takes you to the left. Follow it until you reach the last house. Knock at the door."
"I shall," Jonas said, "and many thanks." The old woman, still clutching her coin, disappeared from the window as if someone had yanked her back. Jonas turned with relief and got back on the path, but it stank quite as badly as the house had. He endured the stench heroically. Sharp proved to be a barrel-shaped man who was unaccountably cheerless, as if the inside structure had been carefully removed and then replaced by sawdust, Jonas thought. Even the offer of 7 kroner for a single week's stay failed to produce the delirious joy Jonas had expected. "The money is needed," Sharp said, in a dour, bass voice, staring off past Jonas's left ear at the darkening sky. "And for the money you will be welcome. I must take your word that you're not dangerous. I can only pray that you do not betray that trust." It was far from a warm welcome, but Jonas was satisfied with it. "I shall work to do you good," he said, "and not evil." "Stranger," Sharp said, "work for your own good, do nothing for me. This is an accursed family. There is no good to be done to me or to my wife or child." Jonas tried to look reassuring. He thought of several things to say about the sunny side of life and decided on none of them. "My sympathy," he began. "Your sympathy may endanger you," Sharp said. "My son is gone. I pray that there is an end to it." Jonas peered once into the mind of the man and recoiled violently. But he had enough in that one glimpse to tell him the reason for Sharp's misery, and it was quite reason enough, he thought. "Herr Knupf." "We do not mention that name," Sharp said. "My wife has resigned herself to what has happened. I am not so wise." "I promise you," Jonas said earnestly, "that you will be in no danger from me. No, more, that I will help you out of your difficulties and ensure your peace." "Then you are an angel from heaven," Sharp said bitterly. "There is no other help, while the Inquisitor remains and our sons become suspect to his rages." Jonas shook his head. "There is help," he said, "and you will find it. Your son is gone, accused, questioned, confessed, and burnt. But there will be no more." Sharp looked at him for a long time. "Come with me," he said at last, and led the way into his mud house. Inside there was only one large room, but it seemed spacious enough for 4. 3 pallets lay against the far right wall, a single one against the left. Sharp went to the back of the house, near the single bed. "This will be yours," he said, "while you are with us. It is poor, but it is all we can offer." "I'm honoured," Jonas said. "Here we are alone," Sharp went on, his voice lowering. "My wife and daughter have gone to visit a neighbour, for they have not yet closed us off entirely from all human contact." He grimaced. Jonas peered into the mind again, very gently, but the mad roiling of pain and memory there were too strong for him, and he returned. "If you have anything to say to me," Sharp said, "tell me now. No one can hear us, not Herr Knopf himself." "To say to you?" "Regarding your plan," Sharp said. "Surely you have a plan, and if I may play any part in it—" Jonas blinked. "Plan?" he said. "Of course," Sharp said. "You speak of an end to troubles, an end to the Inquisition and the burnings, an end to the question. And so you must have a plan for ridding us of Herr Knopf, one which you will tell me." Jonas shook his head. "I have no plan," he said. "It means danger," Sharp pressed him. "But I do not mind danger, in such a cause. I am not vengeful, but my son was no wizard. Yet the Inquisitor took him and had a confession from him. You know well the worth of such confessions. And soon there will be others, for when the curse strikes a family it does not stop with one member." He tightened his lips. "It is not for myself I am afraid," he said. Jonas nodded. "Were there such a plan," he said, "be assured I would tell you." "But there is none," Jonas said. "Herr Knopf shall remain, for all that I can do, while the earth remains." Sharp opened his mouth, shut it again, and then shrugged. "I see," he said at last.
You do not trust me. Perhaps you're wise. I might talk foolishly. I'm an old man. Older in this last month than in all my other years. Believe me, Jonas began. Let it be, Sharp said quietly. I believe you. If that is what you want, I believe you. He shrugged again, moving out towards the door of the hut. And in any case, he said, the money is needed, for there are fines to pay, and costs of the Inquisition. I understand, Jonas said helplessly. Sharp turned and looked him full in the face. In the big man's eyes, bitterness and hopelessness glittered. I'm sure you do, he said, and turned again towards the door. The others he met only briefly. Frau Sharp was a little woman with the face of a walnut, who looked as if she had never really been cheerful. Her son's death, he saw when he looked into her mind, had not come as a surprise to her. It was one more unhappy event in a lifetime in which she had expected nothing else. Unhappiness, she told herself, was her portion in this life. In the life above, things would be different. Jonas had met the type before, and was uninterested in going further. But Ilse Sharp was something else entirely. She did not say a word to him, coming into the house that evening, a pace behind her mother, like an obedient slave. She was about 17, and her mind was as fresh and clean and pretty as her face and figure. Jonas started musing on heroes again, but he never had the chance to make a move toward her. She had a very nice smile, and from memories in the others' minds he could hear her voice, low and quiet, and entirely satisfactory. Jonas sighed. The job, he told himself sternly, came first, and afterward... though come to think of it, there wouldn't be an afterward. The evening meal was simple. There was a single dish of meat and some sort of beans. After it had been eaten, and the darkness outside grew to full night, it was time to retire. Jonas went over to his pallet, moved his jerkin and shoes, and lay down. He heard the others readying themselves for sleep, but he did not look into their minds. Soon they were asleep, and breathing heavily. But Jonas stayed awake for a while. It's really too bad we can't work this sort of thing at a distance, Claerten's voice said suddenly. But then none of us has ever met the man, and you can't read a mind if you haven't had some physical contact with the man who owns it.
It is too bad, Jonas agreed politely. 500 miles away, Claerten chuckled, and the linkage of minds transmitted the amusement to Jonas.
You don't think so, at any rate, the director said. You're having adventures and a fine time. It's the sort of thing you like, after all.
Jonas shrugged mentally. I suppose so, he said. I like to work on my own, do my own job.
And it's got you into trouble before, Claerten said. But you can't afford any mistakes this time.
I know the risk perfectly well, Jonas thought back. Claerten's thoughts carried a wry echo.
You know the risk to yourself, he told Jonas, and you've accepted that. You rather like it, as a matter of fact, but you haven't thought of the risk to the rest of us, and to the town you're in.
Jonas sent a thought of uncertainty. What?
Claerten transmitted the entire picture in one sudden blow. The chance that Jonas would not be killed immediately, but it would be discovered. The chance that the Inquisitor would get from him the secret of the Brotherhood.
That's impossible, Jonas said.
Claerten sounded resigned. Nothing's impossible, he said. And if the secret is let out, why, the Brotherhood is finished. Finished before it's barely started. Because you can read a man's mind doesn't mean you can defeat him, Jonas.
But you know what he's going to do.
And if he's got you in a wooden house, and he's going to burn it down, what good does your knowledge do you?
But you can transmit false thoughts.
And confuse him, Claerten said. Fine, fine. If you've ever met the man before, and suppose you haven't. Then you can't transmit a thing to him. You're trapped in the house, remember, and the fire's started. What good's your telepathy?
But...
It's a sense, Claerten said, like any other sense, but it isn't magic any more than your eyes are magic. They are given by God, if you like. They grow, they develop, so the ability to read minds, to transmit thought, is given by God. No one knows why or how. 15 of us have developed it. 15 who are members of the Brotherhood. But there are others.
Of course, Jonas thought impatiently. I know all that.
You know a great deal, Claerten said, which I sometimes find it necessary to bring to your attention.
I've done all right, Jonas thought sullenly.
Claerten agreed. Of course you have, he thought, but you're not the most careful of men, and great care is needed. The Brotherhood must grow. This new sense is of great value. Perhaps we can learn to teach it to others in time, though we have had little success with that. But at the least we can maintain our numbers, pass the gift on to our children. If it is possible, Jonas said. We must try, Claerten said, and your job is enormously important. I know that, Jonas thought wearily. You have accomplished the first step, Claerten said. Do nothing rash. Of course not. You will not accept help. I will not, Jonas thought. Very well then, Claerten thought. There was the ghost of another idea. Jonas caught it. I know perfectly well that you wouldn't have sent me if there were any other available member, he thought. There's no need to remind me. I'm sorry, Claerten thought. He radiated caution, worry, patience. Jonas turned the bed and cut off from the director with a grunt. He was tired. Long-distance linkages were a drain on the body's energy, even when the person involved was easy to visualize, but Claerten had insisted on intermittent contact. If there was such a thing as total contact, constant contact over a period of days, Jonas thought, Claerten would use me like a puppet, a veritable Punch among men. He would override me and take me over the way a travelling entertainer rules his jointed dolls. And that would be a fine thing for a hero, wouldn't it? He grimaced in the darkness. Constant contact was simply impossible. Any reaching out used energy, and linking up for a long period simply burned the body up like long starvation. It was as bad as a penance. Jonas was thankful for that. And for the rest, well, he thought resignedly, what was a hero without a quest? And what was a quest without someone to set it? But that someone had to be Claerten, with his caution and his old woman worry. Jonas sighed and set about the business of falling asleep. The days passed slowly with great boredom. Jonas made contact twice with Claerten, who told him over and over to wait, to do nothing. The next move is coming soon. Do nothing to hurry it. You can only upset the natural course of events. Which is unwise, Jonas thought bitterly, and risky, and very probably impious as well. As for the piety, Claerten thought, I leave that to the priests and the women, but wisdom and caution are my task, Jonas, as they must be yours. You are a hero, out on an adventure, Claerten thought witheringly, but set your course with sense, travel it with caution. You will the more certainly arrive. Philosophy for a dull plodder, Jonas thought. Philosophy for one of the Brotherhood, Claerten thought back. We are tiny as yet, we have no force. You can add to that force, add greatly, but you must be wise. I must be slow, you mean? I mean what I have told you, Claerten thought. And one more thing, Jonas. Yes? The daughter, Claerten thought. I have seen her in your mind. Ignore the wench. Is she worth what your task is worth? I never... Then my caution is unnecessary, Claerten thought. But in the unlikely case that she might tempt you to folly, remember it. Jonas, who disliked irony, sighed and cut off. That was the third night. During the days he had done the things he had planned. He did no work with the sharps, but let them find him, when they returned to the hut in the evening, reciting strange words. Once he built a small outdoor fire and walked around it, widdershins, for several minutes. Then he put out the fire and went inside. He wasn't sure whether or not anyone was watching him that time. But sooner or later it had to happen. And it happened, as Jonas had suspected it would, through the wife. Mrs. Sharp came back to the hut early one day, threw a frightened glance at Jonas sitting in a corner doing nothing at all, and left. He hardly needed to see into her mind to know where she was going. And 20 minutes later 2 men came to the hut. They stood in the open doorway, Mrs. Sharp behind them twittering like an ancient bird, and Jonas watched them boredly. They were giants for this part of the world, almost 6 feet tall, with great hands and jaws. One had black coarse hair on his head and a stubble about his face. The other was bald as an egg. "That's him," Mrs. Sharp said, just a trifle hesitantly. "He's the one. He came to stay with us, and we didn't know." The man with the black hair said, "Good." "Herr Knopf said take him back," the bald one added. "Herr Knopf," Jonas said, entering the conversation with a light, pleasant tone. He's the... Mrs. Sharp tried to get the word out, and then pushed by the two men and came into the hut. I didn't want to, but there's something strange, and we can't afford any suspicion, and... Jonas realised slowly that she was crying as she looked at him. It's all right, he said uncomfortably. I'll be perfectly all right, Jonas said. He stood up. This Herr Knopf, he said, he wants to see me. He said, bring you along, the bald man told him. The black-haired man nodded very slowly. Yeah, he said. Jonas sighed and went forward to meet the two big men, leaving Mrs. Sharp sobbing in the background. The poor woman felt terrible, he knew, but there was nothing he could do about that. Then let us go, he said, and marched off. Feeling that one more effect wouldn't hurt, he led the way to the town hall. Let them figure out how he had known just where to go, he thought. Their minds were very, very boring and quite blank. Herr Knopf, Jonas reflected, might be a definite relief. First there was the cell, which was in the basement of the town hall. It was damp and the air was not too good, but there were compensations. Rats, for instance. Jonas told himself after the first couple of hours that he simply wouldn't have known what to do without the rats. Trying to trap and kill them, with no weapons beyond his bare hands. Even an eating knife he had carried in his jerkin had been taken away, leaving him to the uncomfortable reflection that he was going to have to dine with his fingers, was a pastime that occupied him for several hours on the first day. On the second day the rats began to bore him. By that evening they were annoying him, and when the third day dawned bright and warm, as near as he could tell from the tiny slip of window at the top of his cell, Jonas was telling himself that any move at all was a move in the right direction. He set up a shout for one of the guards, the bald one who had brought his meals every day, but the black-haired one was the man who checked his cell at night. For once, Jonas thought, he was lucky the bald man appeared, after some 15 minutes of screaming and cursing. Jonas was not at all sure whether the black-haired man understood the language. There was little trace of it in his mind, and virtually nothing that might be called intelligence. With the bald man, at least, he could communicate. What's wanted? The guard said sourly, staring through the bars. Jonas smiled softly. You know why I'm here, don't you? He said in a voice as close to silky as he could make it. You? The bald man said. You're here, in a cell. That's right, Jonas said patiently. He rubbed his face. Do you know why I was put here? You cast spells. You make things happen. That's right, Jonas said, smiling again. I'm a wizard, a warlock. That's what they say, isn't it? You make things happen, the bald man said. But he had the basic idea. Jonas checked that in his mind. Very well, he said. Now, I wish to see Herr Knopf. The Inquisitor calls you when he wants you, the bald man said. Now, Jonas said. When he wants... If I am a wizard, Jonas said, I have powers. Strange powers. I could make you... He reflected for a minute. I could make you into a beetle and squash you underfoot. As a matter of fact, I think I will. He gazed reflectively at the bald man, who gulped and turned a little pale. You are in a cell, he said at last. Locked up. Do you think that will stop me? Jonas said. He came to the barred door, still smiling. You would not dare. Why not? Jonas asked. What have I got to lose? He raised one hand, clawing the fingers slightly. He took a deep breath, as if he were about to spit out an incantation. His eyes glittered, the smile broadened. A long second passed. I will tell the Inquisitor you wish to see him, the bald guard said. Jonas relaxed and stepped back. I shall be most grateful, he said formally. The guard turned and started to walk away. 5 paces down the corridor the walk turned into a run. Jonas watched him go, and then sat down on his louse-infested cot to await developments. The minutes ticked by endlessly. He thought of trying to reach Clareton, but decided, not entirely with a regret, that the contact would use up too much energy, and he needed all the energy he could conserve now. The second step had been taken. The fact that he sat in a cell in a prison was proof of that. The third step, the all-important final step, was about to begin. George Knopf was a tall man, with a skin the colour and apparent texture of good leather.
He had a face like an eagle, and his eyes were ice blue. He moved his thin, strong hands gently back and forth on the table that held his papers, inkstand and pen, and said in a voice like audible sandpaper, "You wanted to see me." "True," Jonas said pleasantly. Knupf was sitting behind the table. Jonas had not been asked to sit. He remained standing, and he was reasonably sure that his feet were going to hurt in a minute. He tried not to let the thought disturb him. The man's mind was like his office in the town hall, sparsely furnished, almost austere, but with all the necessaries laid out for easy access. Underneath the strength and iron of the mind, Jonas caught the spark glowing, and nearly smiled, in spite of the reports. In spite of logic, there had been a chance the Brotherhood had guessed wrongly about this man. Now that chance was gone, and the Brotherhood was right again. "Not many asked to see me," Knupf said in the same voice. He went on looking at his hands. There was bitterness in his mind, bitterness that had changed to hate. "Their pleas tend to be exactly the opposite." "I did not plead," Jonas pointed out. "It was necessary that I come to see you." The question was, he told himself, exactly what were the Inquisitor's real beliefs? His public professions were well known. Jonas searched and found the answer. Knupf was an honest man. That, of course, made matters simpler. "Necessary?" Knupf said, looking up for the first time. His gaze stabbed like a sword. He was uneasy, Jonas knew. With another mind probing his, he could not help but be uneasy. But he could not find a cause. It would never occur to him, and he controlled his feelings superbly. "You believe that I am a wizard?" Jonas said. Knupf waited a bare second, and then nodded. "I can do many things," Jonas went on. "It was necessary that I bring these to your attention, and prove to you that they are not wizardry or magic." "Many have told me," Knupf muttered, "that their feats were natural. It is a common defense." "So I have heard," Jonas said easily, "but I shall prove what I say." "I am under no compulsion to listen to you," Knupf said after a pause. Jonas shrugged. His feet were beginning to hurt, he realized. He sighed briefly, but there was no time or attention to spare for them. "I could only see you by having myself accused of witchcraft," he said. "In that way you would be forced to listen to me. You may listen now, or later, at a full hearing of the Inquisitor's court." "And I am to take my choice?" Knupf said. He smiled briefly. His face remained cold. The strong hands moved on the tabletop. "It is a matter of indifference to me," Jonas said, "but the wait becomes boring after a time." Knupf's eyebrows went up. "Boring is hardly the word others would use." "I am not like others," Jonas said. He wished for Clerton suddenly, but there was no way to reach him safely. He had to make his move alone. Well, he told himself, that was what he had wanted. "I can tell what is in your mind," he said. The words hung in the air of the room for a long time. At last Knupf nodded. "The devil grants to many his power of seeing the minds of men," he said quietly. "This is not devil's work, as I shall prove," Jonas said. He shifted his feet. "But let me establish one point at a time, in the most scholastic manner, if you will permit." "I permit," Knupf said. There was interest in his mind, overlaid with scepticism, of course, but interest all the same. That, Jonas thought, was a better sign than he had dared to hope for. "Very well," he said. "Think of a word, think of any single word, I shall tell it to you." "As any wizard might do who has the help of his lord the devil," Knupf muttered. "Do you expect this to prove—" "One thing at a time," Jonas said. Knupf nodded. A second passed. Jonas licked his lips. The possibilities paraded before him. On one hand success, on the other there was the torture and death of the Inquisition. Jonas took a deep breath. There was no way to back out now. Heroism looked a little empty, though. He closed his eyes. "Cabbages," he said. Knupf neither applauded nor looked surprised. "As I have said," he murmured, "that which the devil can grant." He paused and looked down at his hands. "Am I to take this as a confession?" he said. "Do you wish to hurry your own death?" "I am no wizard," Jonas said. "A stranger," Knupf said, "who enters a small city, is seen at mysterious undertakings, plucks words out of the centre of a man's mind. Why, the picture is a classic one. Del Rio himself, Holzinger, or any of the others could not describe a better." Yet all this was done to draw your attention, to fix it on what I have to tell you, Jonas said, shifting his feet again. I am no wizard, but a man who may do certain things, and here is my proof. You may do the same yourself. The silence was a long one, and at the end of it Knupf rose. He walked to the door of the room and opened it, and the bald-headed guard came in. He has tried to tempt me to pact with Satan, the Inquisitor said. But take him away. Some day, Jonas thought, back in his cell, there would be a method of controlling minds that did not require the willing cooperation of the two parties. Some day the man who reads minds would be more than a passive onlooker. But the talent was new. It needed practice. It needed training. The cell grew dark as the night came, and the dampness seemed to increase. Jonas heard squeaking and thought of the rats, but he couldn't even summon up enough energy to try for them. He sat cross-legged in a corner of the cell and closed his eyes. He sighed once, deeply. This was what a hero came to, he told himself. This was the end of heroics and playing a lone hand. Why, if he had to do it all over again, he would... You would do exactly the same thing, Claerten's voice said. Jonas grinned suddenly and sat straighter. I should have known you'd be getting into contact sooner or later, he thought. I try to keep track of all our men, Claerten thought. In a case like yours, I try harder. My foolishness, Jonas thought, sometimes works to my benefit. Claerten's thought was wry. If you hadn't got impatient and tried to hurry things, his voice said in Jonas's mind, you wouldn't be back in your cell now. There is a time and a place for your disclosure. Another day in here would have driven me out of my wits, Jonas thought. Better out of your wits than dead, Claerten thought. Jonas sighed. However, Claerten went on, there is still a way out for you. I have read the situation in your mind, and your next move will have to be rather more spectacular than usual. So long as it works, Jonas said, I will be satisfied. It will work, Claerten said. At least I think it will. Another day dragged by. Jonas put in his time alternately going over the new plan and feeling more frightened than he had ever believed possible. Claerten reached him once, but the contact was weak and fleeting. The director hadn't enough strength to reach him again, at least not for a day or so. Jonas was exactly where he'd wanted to be, on his own. He hated the idea. Time passed, somehow. When morning dawned, Jonas awoke to find the door of his cell being unlocked. The bald man and the black-haired man were both there. He looked up at them with distaste. Then he saw what was in their minds, and the distaste changed to fear. You have confessed, the bald one said. It is necessary that you ratify your confession. Come with us. Jonas knew what that meant. A ratification of a free confession took place under torture. He wiped his face with one hand, but he hardly thought of escaping. He had to go through with the plan. The two guards came into the cell and gripped his arms. Jonas allowed himself to be carried out into the corridor, and down it to a great wooden door. The guards opened it and dragged him through. The torture chamber was brightly lit, with torches in brackets along the walls that gave off, by a small fraction, more light than smoke. In one corner the rack itself stood, and there were other tools of the trade scattered around the room. Jonas found that he was sweating. The guards brought him to the centre of the room. Knupf was standing near him, a perfectly blank expression on his face. His voice was the same rough rasp, but it seemed almost mechanical. You have confessed to me, he said, your heresy. Now you will be made to ratify your confession. That done, your penalty will be exacted. And the penalty, of course, would be death. Death at the stake. He forced himself to remain calm. Now was the time for his play. He took a deep breath and felt the strength in him gather to a single point and flow outward. The two men suddenly seemed to stagger. There was a second of confusion, and they had let him go. He stood alone in the room. He turned and walked to the door, but he did not open it. Instead, he leaned against it. He forced his voice into the patterns of calmness and ease. Your men cannot touch me, he said. Wizard? No, Jonas said. The confusion he was broadcasting kept the men from doing anything that required even a simple plan, but he couldn't keep it up for long. A man like yourself, a man with a particular talent given by God. The name of God.
I can say that name, Jonas told the Inquisitor. No wizard may say it. It's a trick, Knopf said. Jonas shook his head. Not at all. I will ask you to do nothing against the faith. I will merely ask you to test for yourself what I say. You are a heretic, Knopf said stubbornly. I cannot. You can pray, Jonas said. Knopf blinked. Pray, he said. Meditate on a prayer, Jonas said. Keep your mind open. Keep yourself ready for the gift of God. It will descend on you. Knopf shook his head. It is a trick, he began. A trick, Jonas said, with the prayers of God and his church? And that was the unanswerable question, for no wizard could use the name of God. No wizard could pray. So the Inquisition said. So Knopf said. So Knopf had to say, and so he had to believe. Slowly his mind opened and became receptive. The prayer hung in the air of the smoky room. Jonas slipped in. Now, he said quietly. His control slipped. The two guards came towards him, overpowered, and held him in a brief second. Wait, the Inquisitor said heavily. Wait. Release him. And so, Claerten thought, the job was accomplished. Naturally, Jonas thought. Claerten's thought had an overtone of weariness. There is no need to be smug, he told Jonas. After all, you did not do the job yourself. Unimportant, Jonas thought. The man is convinced. He can be trained further and join the Brotherhood. It will take time, Claerten said. A few years, perhaps, but in the meantime there will be no trials in Speyer. No trials, Jonas thought. But... oh, I see. Of course, Claerten thought. Any man who considers himself a wizard will have his mind seen by the Inquisitor, and since there are no wizards, at least none we have discovered, the trials will cease, Jonas finished. And the Brotherhood has gained a new member, Claerten said. A member with influence and power. It is an important step forward, Jonas. Of course, Jonas thought disinterestedly. Yet you seem bored by the matter, Claerten thought, puzzled. And I don't see... oh, I see the woman in your mind, the daughter. And now stop it, Jonas thought. Stop it. Cut off. After all, he finished, there are times when even a hero wants a little privacy. Postscript. In 1605 to 1606, in Offenburg, there were no executions. H. C. Lee, Materials Towards a History of Witchcraft, Volume 3, page 1148. The End. End of Wizard by Larry M. Harris.
By Jerome Bixby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zen by Jerome Bixby. It's difficult when you're on one of the asteroids to keep from tripping, because it's almost impossible to keep your eyes on the ground. They never got around to putting portholes in spaceships, you know. Unnecessary when you're flying by GB and psychologically inadvisable besides. So an asteroid is about the only place apart from Luna where you can really see the stars. There are so many stars in an asteroid sky that they look like clouds, like massive, heaped-up silver clouds, floating slowly around the inner surface of the vast ebony sphere that surrounds you and your tiny foothold. They are near enough to touch, and you want to touch them, but they are so frighteningly far away and so beautiful. There's nothing in creation half so beautiful as an asteroid sky. You don't want to look down naturally. I had left the Lucky Pierre to search for fossils. I'm David Kuntz, the Lucky Pierre's paleontologist. Somewhere off in the darkness on either side of me were Joe Hargraves gadgeting for mineral deposits, and Ed Reese hopefully on the lookout for anything alive. The Lucky Pierre was back of us, her body out of sight behind a low black ridge, only her gleaming nose poking above, like a porpoise coming up for air. When I looked back, I could see along the jagged rim of the ridge the busy, reflected flickerings of the bubble camp the techs were throwing together. Otherwise, all was black, except for our blue-white torch beams that darted here and there over the gritty, rocky surface. The 29 of us were ETI Team 17, whose assignment was the asteroids. We were 4 years and 3 months out of Terra, and we'd reached Vesta right on schedule. 10 minutes after landing, we had known that the clod was part of the crust of Planet X, or Sorn to give it its right name, one of the few such parts that hadn't been blown clean out of the solar system. That made Vesta extra special. It meant settling down for a while. It meant a careful months-long scrutiny of Vesta's every square inch, and a lot of her cubic ones, especially by the life scientists. Fossils, artifacts, animate life. A surface chunk of Sorn might harbor any of these, or all. Some we'd tackled already had a few. In a day or so, of course, we'd have the one-man beetles and crew boats out, and the floodlights orbiting overhead, and Vesta would be as exposed to us as a molecule on a microscreen. Then work would start in earnest. But in the meantime, and as usual, Hargraves, Reese, and I were out prowling, our weighted boots clomping along in darkness. Captain Feldman had long ago given up trying to keep his science-minded charges from galloping off alone like this. In spite of being a military man, Feld's a nice guy. He just shrugs and says, "Scientists," when we appear brightly at the airlock, waiting to be let out. So the three of us went our separate ways, and soon were out of sight of one another. Ed Reese, the biologist, was looking hardest for animate life, naturally, but I found it. I had crossed a long, rounded expanse of rock, lava, wonderfully colored, and was descending into a boulder-cluttered pocket. I was nearing the bottom of the chunk, the part that had been the deepest beneath Sorn's surface before the blow-up. It was the likeliest place to look for fossils. But instead of looking for fossils, my eyes kept rising to those incredible stars. You get that way, particularly after several weeks of living in steel. And it was lucky that I got that way this time, or I might have missed the Zen. My feet tangled with a rock, I started a slow, light-gravity fall and looked down to catch my balance. My torch beam flickered across a small, red-furred teddy bear shape. The light passed on. I brought it sharply back to target. My hair did not stand on end, regardless of what you've heard me quoted as saying. Why should it have, when I already knew Yurt so well, considered him in fact one of my closest friends? The Zen was standing by a rock, one paw resting on it, ears cocked forward, its stubby hind legs braced ready to launch it into flight. Big, yellow eyes blinked unemotionally at the glare of the torch, and I cut down its brilliance with a twist of the polarizer lens. The creature stared at me, looking ready to jump halfway to Mars or straight at me if I made a wrong move. I addressed it in its own language, clucking my tongue and whistling through my teeth. Zen. In the blue-white light of the torch, the Zen shivered. It didn't say anything. I thought I knew why. 3,000 years of darkness and silence. I said, "I won't hurt you," again speaking in its own language. The Zen moved away from the rock, but not away from me. It came a little closer, actually, and peered up at my helmeted, mirror-glassed head. Unmistakably the seat of intelligence, it appears, of any race, anywhere. Its mouth, almost human-shaped, worked. Finally words came. It hadn't spoken except to itself for 3,000 years. "You are not Zen," it said. "Why, how do you speak Zenakai?" It took me a couple of seconds to untangle the squeaking syllables and get any sense out of them. What I had already said to it were stock phrases that Yurt had taught me. I knew still more, but I couldn't speak Zenakai fluently by any means. Keep this in mind, by the way. I barely knew the language, and the Zen could barely remember it. To save space, the following dialogue is reproduced without bumblings, blank stares, and what did you says. In reality, our talk lasted over an hour. I am an Earthman, I said. Through my earphones, when I spoke, I could faintly hear my own voice as the Zen must have heard it in Vesta's all but non-existent atmosphere. Tiny, metallic, cricket-like. Earthmen? I pointed at the sky, the incredible sky. From out there, from another world. It thought about that for a while. I waited. We already knew that the Zens had been better astronomers at their peak than we were right now, even though they'd never mastered space travel, so I didn't expect this one to boggle at the notion of creatures from another world. It didn't. Finally it nodded, and I thought, as I had often before, how curious it was that this gesture should be common to Earthmen and Zen. So, Earthmen, it said, and you know what I am? When I understood, I nodded, too. Then I said, yes, realizing that the nod wasn't visible through the one-way glass of my helmet. I am last of Zen, it said. I said nothing. I was studying it closely, looking for the features which Yurt had described to us, the lighter red fur of arms and neck, the peculiar formation of flesh and horn on the lower abdomen. They were there. From the coloring, I knew this Zen was a female. The mouth worked again, not with emotion, I knew, but with the unfamiliar act of speaking. I have been here for, she hesitated, I don't know, for 500 of my years. For about 3,000 of mine, I told her. And then blank astonishment sank home in me, astonishment at the last two words of her remark. I was already familiar with the Zen's enormous intelligence, knowing Yurt as I did. But imagine thinking to qualify years with my, when just out of nowhere a visitor from another planetary orbit pops up. And there had been no special stress given the distinction, just clear, precise thinking, like Yurt's. I added, still a little awed, we know how long ago your world died. I was child then, she said. I don't know what happened. I have wondered. She looked up at my steel and glass face. I must have seemed like a giant. Well, I suppose I was. This, what we are on, was part of Sorn, I know. Was it, she fumbled for a word, was it atom explosion? I told her how Sorn had gotten careless with its hydrogen atoms and had blown itself over half of creation. This, the ETI teams had surmised from scientific records found on Eros, as well as from geophysical evidence scattered throughout the other bodies. I was child, she said again after a moment. But I remember things different from this. Air, heat, light. How do I live here? Again I felt amazement at its intelligence, and it suddenly occurred to me that astronomy and nuclear physics must have been taught in Sorn's elementary schools. Else that my years and atom explosion would have been all but impossible. And now this old creature, remembering back 3,000 years to childhood, probably to those elementary schools, remembering and defining the differences in environment between then and now, and more wondering at its existence in the different now. And then I got my own thinking straightened out. I recalled some of the things we had learned about the Zen. Their average lifespan had been 12,000 years or a little over, so the Zen before me was, by our standards, about 25 years old. Nothing at all strange about remembering when you are 25 the things that happened to you when you were 7. But the Zen's question, even my rationalization of my reaction to it had given me a chill. Here was no cuddly teddy bear. This creature had been born before Christ. She had been alone for 3,000 years, on a chip of bone from her dead world beneath a sepulchre of stars. The last and greatest Martian civilization, the Lachrai, had risen and fallen in her lifetime, and she was 25 years old. "How do I live here?" she asked again. I got back into my own framework of temporal reference, so to speak, and began explaining to a Zen what a Zen was. I found out later from Yurt that biology, for the reasons which follow, was one of the most difficult studies, so difficult that nuclear physics actually preceded it. I told her that the Zen had been, all evidence indicated, the toughest, hardest, longest-lived creatures God had ever cooked up. Practically independent of their environment, no special ecological niche, just raw, stubborn, tenacious life, developed to a fantastic extreme. A greater force of life than any other known, one that could exist almost anywhere under practically any conditions, even floating in mid-space, which, asteroid or no, this Zen was doing right now. The Zens breathed all right, but it was nothing they'd had to do in order to live. It gave them nothing their incredible metabolism couldn't scrounge up out of rock, or cosmic rays, or interstellar gas, or simply do without for a few thousand years. If the human body is a furnace, then the Zen body is a feeder pile. Maybe that, I thought, was what evolution always worked toward. "Please, will you kill me?" the Zen said. I'd been expecting that. 2 years ago, on the bleak surface of Eros, Yurt had asked Engstrom to do the same thing. But I asked, why? Although I knew what the answer would be, too. The Zen looked up at me. She was exhibiting every ounce of emotion a Zen is capable of, which is a lot. And I could recognize it, but not in any familiar terms. A tiny motion here, a quiver there, but very quiet and still for the most part. And that was the violent expression, restraint. Yurt, after 2 years of living with us, still couldn't understand why we found this confusing. Difficult aliens, or being alien. "I've tried so often to do it myself," the Zen said softly, "but I can't. I can't even hurt myself. Why do I want you to kill me?" She was even quieter. Maybe she was crying. "I'm alone. 500 years, Earthmen. Not too long. I'm still young. But what good is it, life, when there are no other Zen?" "How do you know there are no other Zen?" "There are no others," she said almost inaudibly. I suppose a human girl might have shrieked it. "A child, I thought, when your world blew up, and you survived. Now you're a young 3,000-year-old woman, uneducated, afraid, probably crawling with neuroses. Even so, in your 1,000-year terms, young lady, you're not too old to change." "Will you kill me?" she asked again. And suddenly I was having one of those eye-popping third-row center views of the whole scene. The enormous, beautiful sky, the dead-clawed Vesta, the little creature who stood there staring at me, the brilliant, ignorant, human-like alien, old-young creature who was asking me to kill her. For a moment the human quality of her thinking terrified me. The feeling you might have waking up some night and finding your pet puppy sitting on your chest, looking at you with wise eyes and white fangs gleaming. Then I thought of Yurt, smart, friendly Yurt who had learned to laugh and wisecrack, and I came out of the jeebies. I realized that here was only a sick girl, no tiny monster. And if she were as resilient as Yurt, well, it was his problem. He'd probably pull her through. But I didn't pick her up. I made no attempt to take her back to the ship. Her tiny white teeth and tiny yellow claws were harder than steel, and she was, I knew, unbelievably strong for her size. If she got suspicious or decided to throw a phobic tizzy, she could scatter shreds of me over a square acre of Vesta in less time than it would take me to yelp. "Will you—" she began again. I tried shakily. "Hell no, wait here." Then I had to translate it. I went back to the Lucky Pierre and got Yurt. We could do without him, even though he had been a big help. We'd taught him a lot. He'd been a child at the blow-up, too. And he'd taught us a lot. But this was more important, of course. When I told him what had happened, he was very quiet, crying perhaps, just like a human being with happiness. Cap Feldman asked me what was up, and I told him. And he said, "Well, I'll be blessed." I said, "Yurt, are you sure you want us to keep hands off, just go off and leave you?" "Yes, please." Feldman said, "Well, I'll be blessed." Yurt, who spoke excellent English, said, "Bless you all." I took him back to where the female waited. From the ridge I knew the entire crew was watching through binocs. I set him down, and he fell to studying her intently. "I am not a Zen," I told her, giving my torch full brilliance for the crew's sake. "But Yurt here is. Do you see? Do you know what you look like?" She said, "I can see enough of my own body and yes." "Yurt," I said, "here's the female we thought we might find. Take over." Yurt's eyes were fastened on the girl. "What do I do now?" she whispered worriedly. "I'm afraid that's something only a Zen would know," I told her, smiling inside my helmet. "I'm not a Zen. Yurt is." She turned to him. "You will tell me?" "If it becomes necessary." He moved closer to her, not even looking back to talk to me. "Give us some time to get acquainted, will you, Dave? And you might leave some supplies and a bubble at the camp when you move on, just to make things pleasanter." By this time he had reached the female. They were as still as space, not a sound, not a motion. I wanted to hang around, but I knew how I'd feel if a Zen, say, wouldn't go away if I were the last man alive and had just met the last woman. I moved my torch off them and headed back for the Lucky Pierre. We all had a drink to the saving of a great race that might have become extinct. Ed Reese, though, had to do some worrying before he could down his drink. "What if they don't like each other?" he asked anxiously. "They don't have much choice," Captain Feldman said, always the realist. "Why do homely women fight for jobs on the most isolated space outposts?" Reese grinned. "That's right. They look awful good after a year or two in space. Make that 25 by Zen standards or 3,000 by ours," said Joe Hargraves. "And I'll bet they look beautiful to each other." We decided to drop our investigation of Vesta for the time being and come back to it after the honeymoon. 6 months later, when we returned, there were 1,200 Zen on Vesta. Captain Feldman was a realist, but he was also a deeply moral man. He went to Yurt and said, "It's indecent. Couldn't the two of you control yourselves at least a little? 1,200 kids?" "We were rather surprised ourselves," Yurt said complacently. "But this seems to be how Zen reproduce. Can you have only half a child?" Naturally, Feld got the authorities to quarantine Vesta. Good God, the Zen could push us clear out of the solar system in a couple of generations. I don't think they would, but you can't take such chances, can you? End of Zen by Jerome Bixby.